As the flood dragon's roar faded away, its image spiraled once in the air before disappearing into Han Li's back. Crimson light glowed behind him, and suddenly the image of a 3-inch-long crimson flood dragon began to roam across his body with vivid life. Then Han Li's body began to pulse with crimson light, and thumb-sized sparkling crimson scales appeared all over. Following a sharp pain from the top of his head, a small scarlet horn appeared, and his hands turned incredibly hardy and his fingers became pointed and incisively sharp. At first glance, Han Li's new form appeared similar to the elder devil trapped in the sword formation. However, Han Li's face remained human and the scales were only present on his body. As for the elder devil's head, both of their heads appeared malevolent and his scales were purple. Han Li's use of the spirit subjugation talisman had also boosted his true essence with the power of the flood dragon's soul and raised his cultivation to the border of early and mid-nascent soul stage. With his body glowing in both azure and red light, he grabbed the blood devil sword with both his hands and poured the entirety of his magic power into it. The sword began to intensely tremble and violently pulse with crimson light before expanding to 3 meters in length, filling the air with the putrid smell of blood. As for Han Li's red horn, it glowed a brilliant crimson as a result of using the power of the flood dragon's soul to its greatest extent. With the minor elder devil trapped inside the sword formation, Han Li had resolved himself to prevent the main elder devil from rescuing his counterpart and fusing into one to bring forth an even greater adversary. But with the main devil's speed, he would arrive before the sword formation closed in on the minor devil and finished him off. His only choice would be to personally slay the minor devil. Once this was done, he would flee, as there was no way he could withstand the might of the main elder devil. Although there would be dire consequences for using the blood devil sword, including great damage to his true essence, he already decided that he wouldn't be involved in this battle much longer. With the minor devil slain, he would immediately flee and have the other cultivators deal with the stronger devil. Otherwise, he could experience permanent damage to his cultivation. Given that he had slain one of the devils by himself, the other cultivators surely wouldn't have any complaints. But at that moment, the blood devil sword seemed to be insatiable. In the blink of an eye, it had already consumed a majority of what Han Li's cultivation could offer. The sword's crimson light continuously pulsed and now extended to over 20 meters in length and condensed an even more powerful aura, much to Han Li's shock. When the minor elder devil saw this, he rigidly stared at the light extending from the sword and a trace of fear appeared on his face. He wasn't able to keep his calm and his ghost head harshly shouted, "Are you seeking your own death? For a human cultivator to use a sacred tool of our holy realm without regard? Are you thinking of turning into a devil?" Han Li coldly smiled. He simply continued to pour spiritual power into the sword and ignored him. The devil grew furious. Knowing that Han Li intended on taking his life, his expression turned gloomy and his body began to glow with crimson light. With one of his hands acting as a blade, he severed one of his arms. The wound was as sleek as a mirror and didn't leak even a drop of blood. In the moment the arm was severed, he grabbed it with another arm and he spat several mouthfuls of blood essence onto it as he muttered an ancient incantation. The severed arm immediately shined with crimson radiance and undergone a series of warping distortions before forming a sword that resembled the blood devil sword. The sword was made of sleek bone and was covered in pitch-black devilish chi. With a single wave, threads of devilish chi surged around it. The elder devil then brought the sword in front of him and began to pour the entirety of his body's devilish chi into the sword, causing it to surge with black radiance. When Han Li saw this, he was somewhat surprised, but at the same time, killing intent flooded his mind. Although he didn't know the might of this grotesquely formed sword, he couldn't afford to underestimate it in the slightest given its bizarre method of creation. Having come to this conclusion, he ceased pouring magic power into the blood devil sword. Then with his hands holding onto the trembling blood devil sword, he fiercely cut down towards the elder devil within the sword formation. He couldn't afford to give the devil the opportunity to make full use of the bone sword and immediately struck. A crimson 30-meter-long sword light cleaved downward towards the aurit sword formation. Before the sword light even arrived, the elder devil was submerged in the scent of blood. The air around the sword formation began to tremble and space even began to distort as an indescribable vibration shook their surroundings. The elder devil was overwhelmed with shock. This was clearly a full display of the sword's power. If he remembered correctly, tools from the Holy Realm were only able to be used at half strength by humans. Could it be this increase in strength had something to do with his transformed state? Although the devil had experienced many ancient battles, he had never experienced something as inconceivable as the spirit subjugation talisman. But now that his life was at risk, the devil had no choice but to raise the partially charged bone sword to meet the strike, both his heads loudly screaming. A black radiance that was only half the size of the crimson radiance shot out from the bone sword to meeting the oncoming streak of crimson radiance. Crimson and black light overlapped. A boom shook through the nearby air. Waves of qi surged from the point of contact like a storm. Senior Marshal Brother Qing was blown back a dozen steps before he was able to stabilize himself. As for Han Li, he drew support from his increased cultivation and he merely blurred half a step back before steadying himself. The elder devil, however, was unaffected by the wave. He simply looked at the confrontation of sword light up above him with a nervous expression. A scene that surprised both Han Li and the devil soul occurred. After the wave blew across them, a fist-sized jet-black ball strangely appeared in place of the overlapping sword lights. It then quickly warped in shape. In the blink of an eye, it lengthened to 15 meters long and reached a meter wide, stretching over the sword formation. Before Han Li understood what was happening, a large expanse of rainbow light appeared from the pitch-black object. Because of Rainbow Light's lightning-fast appearance and its close proximity, the minor elder devil and Han Li were enveloped by the rainbow light. Afterwards, a huge attractive force enveloped them into the black object. Senior Marshal Brother Qing fortunately managed to avoid it, having flown back a dozen steps from the initial force. Not good. It's a spatial tear. Han Li realized what had happened and terror filled his mind as he attempted to break free of the rainbow light. But when Han Li attempted to utilize his magic power, his expression blanched. All of the magic power in his body had completely disappeared. Han Li broke out in a cold sweat. Inbound to be engulfed by the spatial tear, he beckoned to the bamboo cloudswarm swords comprising of the Orit sword formation in a panic. The minor elder devil also found himself without power and he revealed terror on his faces. As the rainbow light pulled Han Li and the elder devil into the spatial tear, they weren't able to offer the slightest resistance. Then a clear ring sounded out from the formation and over 100 streaks of golden sword light shot off in meter-long gold-red streaks towards the spatial tear. At that same moment, a violent and sharp explosion burst nearby. A ball of black devilish flame flickered and teleported in the vicinity of the spatial tear. Devilish flame surged and was promptly extinguished, revealing a towering figure reminiscent of a divine devil. When the elder devil saw that his counterpart was being dragged into the spatial tear, he felt both fury and alarm. As he floated nearby, not daring to enter range of spatial tear, he spotted the last of the bamboo cloudswarm swords that were flying towards Han Li and instantly grabbed at the air in their direction. A huge devilish hand then appeared above the flying swords and reached out to grab them. The swords released a clear ring and they immediately swerved, avoiding the hand and shooting straight towards the spatial tear. However, two of the swords were too slow and were grabbed by the devilish hand, rendering them immobile. At that moment, a purple ball of flame shrieked from an unknown place and instantly flew into the spatial tear as well. The giant elder devil was stunned and thought to do something else when the spatial tear blurred several times and quickly shrunk in size before disappearing without a trace. All that remained nearby was Senior Marshal Brother Qing and the giant elder devil. The elder devil glanced in the direction that the spatial tear disappeared and his expression wavered. Then he turned to look at Senior Marshal Brother Qing and a savage expression brimming with hostility appeared on his face. Senior Marshal Brother Qing was alarmed and he hastily used his yellow flying sword to protect himself as he slowly withdrew, screaming curses in his heart. He unconsciously glanced around him to reveal an expression of delight. Someone amongst a group of green-robed cultivators spoke from 300 meters away. Isn't this fellow Taoist Qing? What are you doing here? And what is this devilish monster? A green-robed old man glanced at the two-headed six-armed giant elder devil with shock. This old man was the controlling spirit sect's Grand Elder Dongmen Tuesday. The three behind him were his nascent soul cultivators formed from elemental spirit nascents. That's right, I would like some answers as well. At that same moment, gloomy words sounded out followed by a dozen black-robed cultivators, the ghost spirit sect disciples. The speaker was the ghost spirit sex elder Zhou. These two group of cultivators saw that spatial tear disappear, and all of them revealed an expression of shock. Senior Martial Brother Qing bitterly smiled and could only muster the strength to say, "It is too hard to explain. Let's first deal with this monster first. Do be extremely careful. This devil is immensely powerful. A moment of carelessness will result in death." Dongmen Tu and Elder Zhong both glanced at one another with a puzzled expression. The cultivators following them then immediately surrounded the 10-meter-tall devil from a distance. The elder devil's two ghost heads slowly turned around to examine the human cultivators that surrounded him. One of the faces sneered and emitted dense killing intent. As for the other face, it wore a mysterious smile containing a trace of derision. Without saying a word, he raised his hands to the sky and summoned 4 huge black blades of light into his hand. With a faint tremble, the huge blades released a deafening shriek. When Senior Martial Brother Qing saw this familiar scene, his expression grew unsightly. Chapter 855. Silver Flame. In the moment the spatial tear had engulfed him, Han Li was blinded by brilliant rainbow light and was forced to shut his eyes. Additionally, the sudden loss of magic power in his body had left him lightheaded and feeling extremely ill. If it wasn't for his flood dragon transformation, he believed he would have already been knocked unconscious. Han Li suddenly felt the spiritual power in his body stir once more, and his magic power was suddenly restored. With delight, spiritual light glowed from his body and he regained control, stabilizing himself. At that time, the nearby rainbow light intensely flickered several more times before disappearing and revealing his surroundings. Han Li swept his gaze around and his body instantly blurred, flying over 30 meters away. He had spotted the elder devil right next to him, causing him to jump away in fear. At that moment, Han Li was aware of the current situation without any need for examination. The spatial dimension they were located in was only about 100 meters wide and everything within was clear to see. Much to Han Li's disappointment, there were no others present apart from him and the elder devil. In the instant he moved, he suddenly discovered that the spiritual qi in the air was incredibly dense. There were also a few spiritual herbs and medicines growing around them, as well as a stone pavilion with an incomplete corridor. The walls of the spatial dimension were of impenetrable gray mist. The space he was currently in appeared to be an abandoned medicine garden. Han Li was shocked, but as of current he was facing a great enemy and his life was at risk. Needless to say, now was not the time to investigate his surroundings. Azure light flowing across his body, Han Li coldly watched the elder devil. He clenched his hands into fists and golden lightning began to flicker across his body. At the same time, a ball of purple flames appeared above him and began to revolve around his head. The ball of purple apex flames had hurriedly rushed into the spatial tear after Han Li was engulfed, much to his relief. It would almost certainly prove to be invaluable in the coming battle. As for the elder devil, his faces revealed astonishment once he finished examining his surroundings. Then with a strange expression he chuckled and said, "I didn't think that there would be a spatial remnant of a spirit ether garden. On the verge of calamity, I encountered great fortune." The elder devil wildly howled and then stopped when his head strangely turned to look at Han Li. Han Li coldly snorted and his sleeve trembled, shooting out several tens of golden flying swords out that transformed into a blur of swords in front of him. But much to his shock, he discovered that he was missing 2 of his auric essence refined bamboo cloudsworm swords. These flying swords were bound to his soul, but at the moment he couldn't feel their presence. It appeared that the 2 swords had not entered the spatial tear alongside him. He couldn't help but wryly laugh in his mind. It would have been fine if it had been any of his other magic treasures, but his bamboo cloudsworm swords were a set, and without those 2 swords, he wasn't able to employ the aurate sword formation, greatly decreasing their peak combat potential. Helplessness filling his heart, he pointed to the swords in front of him, drawing support to protect himself from the power of the spirit subjugation talisman and the divine devilbane lightning. When the elder devil saw Han Li readying himself, he drew back his lips and flicked his tongue with a sinister expression. Devilish qi then surged from his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had enveloped a majority of the spatial dimension with roiling devil qi and filled it with Yin winds. Han Li deeply sighed and summoned all of the remaining divine devilbane lightning. His body glowed with golden light, releasing over 100 arcs of golden lightning that condensed together to form several bowl-thick flood dragons. The lightning flood dragons swirled around Han Li and roared at the sky in a display of strength. "You still have so much divine devilbane lightning?" The elder devil blurted out with astonishment, but he soon coldly chuckled and wordlessly raised his hands. 2 gusts of Yin winds suddenly flew out from his hands and fused with the devilish qi in the air to form countless black tentacles of varying different sizes. Although Han Li's divine devilbane lightning was able to restrain devilish qi, it wouldn't be able to overcome such an overwhelming amount. Han Li and the elder devil both realized this, and Han Li's expression turned unsightly. But what most distressed him was that his own blood shadow evasion was useless within the spatial dimension, so he had no choice but to fight. The elder devil harshly shouted, and all of the tentacles suddenly coiled and then charged towards Han Li with overbearing pressure. Han Li resolved himself, and the golden lightning flood dragons coiling around his body roared as they met the swarm of tentacles. As for the ball of purple flame, Han Li willed it to become a wall in front of him. As the battle erupted, the spatial dimension suddenly started trembling and loudly groaned. Glaring white light suddenly shined from the sky before soon turning silver. Han Li and the elder devil both paused their attacks from shock. The clouds in the sky began to violently surge, transforming into roiling silver flames. Then with a roaring boom, a huge beam of silver light shot out from the flames at the elder devil's location. With the elder devil at the center, a huge pillar of silver light erupted, clearing away all of the devilish qi it touched. Han Li then caught sight of the elder devil's expression of terror before being burned away with silver flames and turning into ash. The pillar of light then erupted and countless silver embers flooded the spatial dimension, wiping away all the devilish qi present. As for where the elder devil had originally stood, all that remained were utterly destroyed magic treasures. With all traces of the elder devil destroyed, the silver flames quickly withdrew and the gray mist returned to normal. Only Han Li was left with an expression of complete and utter disbelief. Silver flames. This ferocious restriction doesn't seem to be something from the mortal realm. How surprising. While Han Li was at a complete loss, he suddenly heard the monarch of soul divergence's voice from the back of his head. "What do you mean? Where did those silver flames come from?" Han Li snapped out of his stupor and his face was filled with delight. That formidable enemy had been slain without any risk to his life. He then swept his hand and recalled his golden lightning, purple flames and flying swords. The monarch of soul divergence kept silent for a moment before sighing. Given its power to easily eliminate the elder devil, it clearly wasn't something that came from our mortal realm. Those silver flames sought out evil qi and only targeted the elder devil, which only leaves the cultivators from the spirit realm. It seems that the ancient cultivators' eventual triumph over the elder devils was due to the interference of cultivators from the spirit realm. Han Li's heart stirred when he heard this. Senior means to say that the masters of this spatial dimension were spirit realm cultivators? With his voice filled with emotion, the monarch of soul divergence said, "That's right. This should be the ruins of one of the renowned spirit ether gardens from antiquity. I heard that in times long past, vastly powerful cultivators were able to draw support from a few treasures to open up a small spatial dimension to grow spiritual medicines using spiritual qi that far surpassed that from the mortal realm. These gardens were specialized in growing all sorts of rare spiritual herbs. However, there was some unforeseen mishap and all of the spirit ether gardens disappeared without a trace and future cultivators were no longer able to find them. I didn't think that Devilfall Valley possessed one. However, this particular spirit ether garden seems to have shattered for some reason. This should only be a small portion of the original." A spirit ether garden. I've seen records of them before, but I only thought of it as a rumor. I didn't think they truly existed. Han Li muttered as he excitedly glanced around him. A short time later, his gaze dropped down to the magic tools that the elder devil had left behind. He then pointed to them and they flew into his hands in streaks of light. After he glanced at them, he frowned with a trace of sadness. These treasures had been corrupted by devilish qi and were completely purged by the silver flames. Their spiritual nature was thoroughly destroyed. Even if they were further refined, they wouldn't be able to show even a fraction of their original strength. Han Li shook his head but casually placed the items in his storage pouch. Then his body glowed with crimson light and he withdrew the spirit subjugation talisman. The talisman quickly flew out from his body and into his hand. Han Li examined it and muttered, "This spirit subjugation talisman can only be used one more time. I've only been able to use it a few times." Afterwards, Han Li floated to the ground and his sleeve trembled. A small snow-white fox flew out and flickered with white light, transforming into Silver Moon. Silver Moon curtsied to Han Li and chuckled, saying, "I originally believed that Master would have summoned me to assist in the last battle. I didn't think that you would call me now. Your cultivation is too low to have been of any use in that battle. However, you are proficient in movement techniques. Help me search the area and see if there are any hidden mechanisms or restrictions." "As you command." Silver Moon nodded and her body disappeared into the ground in a flash of silver light. Han Li then sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes, slowly spreading out his spiritual sense to examine every inch of the spatial dimension and see if there were any secrets contained within. Han Li's expression was completely calm, but after making no discoveries, he betrayed a trace of disappointment. After a moment more, his eyelids moved and he suddenly revealed an odd expression before opening his eyes. He immediately stood up and excitedly moved to a corner of the spatial dimension where there were tensome purple berries growing from an odd plant. The monarch of soul divergence yelped in alarm. That seems to be a dream prominence fruit. It's already turned a deep purple. It should have medicinal properties over 10,000 years in age at the very least." Forcing down the excitement in his heart, Han Li said with a calm tone, "It is unknown just how long this abandoned medicinal garden has existed. It would be odd if its potency wasn't at least 10,000 years of age." He didn't immediately pick any of the fruit. Instead, he observed them for a long while before turning around to examine another corner of the garden. Dragonweave grass. Wind spirit flowers. As Han Li muttered the names of these long-extinct spirit medicines of immense potency, his eyes shined with increasing excitement. "I'm surprised you're so familiar with medicinal herbs. There were even some I hadn't heard of." Monarch Soul Divergence said with a surprised tone. Han Li raised his head to look at another direction and smiled, saying, "Could it be that Senior is teasing me? I am only able to recognize a third of the plants here. I will be needing your help to identify most of them." Perhaps believing this to only be a trivial matter, Monarch Soul Divergence didn't press Han Li too hard. Rather, he coldly snorted and said, "Although I've touched upon the topic of pill refinement, I haven't delved too deeply into it, so I will only be able to help you identify them. That over there is." Han Li nodded as he listened. Then he summoned a faint green jade slip into his hand and immersed his spiritual sense into it, staying still as if probing it. Monarch Soul Divergence tactfully kept silent as Han Li did this. After the time it took to finish a meal, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, wearing a pensive expression. This jade slip was given to Han Li by the Drifting Cloud Sect's cultivator song and recorded many ancient spirit medicines and pill formulas. He was relying on it to recognize many of the spirit medicines in the garden. After Han Li looked through it, he spotted 2 ancient pill formulas that he was able to immediately refine. It used a few of the ancient spirit herbs that he had found inside the garden along with a few of the materials he had received in exchange for the copper lantern from the battle at the border. With these ingredients, he barely had enough materials to create the so-called fuchsia cloud pill. According to the pill formula, it was a cultivation progression pill that was rare even in times of antiquity. Its medicinal power was excessive for an early nascent soul cultivator like Han and was more appropriate for a mid-nascent soul cultivator. If Han Li were to take it, a portion of its medicinal strength would be wasted and his meridians would swell until they tore, arousing intense pain. There was also another pill by the name of the Snow Soul Pill that he had high hopes for refining. However, he was still missing a few precious ingredients to refine it and would have to find them in the outside world. Although the Snow Soul Pill wasn't a medicine pill that progressed cultivation, it was a supplementary medicine that increased the glacial power of a cultivator's ice techniques. The pill formula only gave a vague description of its effects, but it was certain to be unordinary, given the rare materials that it used. As for the other medicine herbs in the garden, they weren't enough to complete a formula and would be used for later. Han Li's thoughts continued to churn over how he could use these medicinal herbs and he couldn't help but turn giddy. Although Han Li had been kept busy ever since he had entered the nascent soul stage and never had the opportunity to enter seclusion for a long period of time for cultivation, The thought of looking for appropriate cultivation medicine and an opportunity to seclude himself for many years had been on his mind for a while. It appeared his efforts had paid off now that an opportunity presented itself. If the fuchsia cloud pill was as miraculous as the pill formula had described, it would be able to push him to the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Afterwards, he could attempt to break through the bottleneck to the mid-nascent soul stage. Additionally, a few of these medicinal herbs could be replanted when he returned, and he could further mature them with the use of the green liquid, making even more fuchsia cloud pills. As for the snow soul pills, they were also rather useful to Han Li. His celestial ice flames and purple apex flames were both glacial abilities, and the pill was suitable in boosting their power. With his tentative plans finished, Han Li let out a long breath and his face betrayed a rare expression of happiness. If everything went as planned, the dangers he had braved in Devilfall Valley as well as the destruction of various treasures and puppets would have been well worth it. The only thing that made him anxious was the loss of his 2 bamboo clouds worm swords that were infused with auric essence. But since the 2 swords were his personally bonded magic treasures, he didn't need to fear having them seized by others, as they would be bonded to him as long as he breathed. At worst, he would have to spend a bit of effort to find them and shouldn't prove too difficult. Had Han Li known that his flying swords had fallen into the hands of the Elder Devil, his thoughts wouldn't have been anywhere near so relaxed. Then, without another thought, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and took out over a dozen jade boxes of varying sizes, suspending them in the air in front of him. Han Li then lowered himself and began to carefully pick the spirit herbs. After he finished digging up one plant by the roots, he left the rest of them alone and slowly made his way across different fields of plants. Regardless of whatever spirit medicines they were, Han Li uprooted a single plant from each of them so that he could further nurture them on the outside. But after Han Li did this once through for each plant, his expression sank and became unsightly. It seemed that there were 3 medicine herbs in the garden that couldn't be replanted. There was one plant that was like the spirit kindle fruit. When they left their original spot of growth, they immediately withered and lost their medicinal qualities, while another plant combusted and disappeared as soon as it was picked. As for the last kind, it was particularly strange. It wilted as if in fear and dissolved into liquid. Han Li felt particularly annoyed. There were only a few spirit medicines in this world that couldn't be replanted, but there were 3 of these plants in this garden. What made Han Li particularly depressed was that one of these plants was a primary ingredient for the fuchsia cloud pill. It was a small red herb that appeared as scarlet as flame. After circling around it several times, his expression turned as cold as ice. But something suddenly came to mind, and after a moment of hesitation, he took out his small green bottle from his robes. This bottle had remained hidden on Han Li's person with a mysterious technique. Unless he perished, there was no way of anybody else discovering it. "What's that?" the monarch of soul divergence curiously asked. "It's nothing, only a magic tool," Han Li casually replied. He then carefully opened the bottle with both his hands. As a result, nothing strange happened. After waiting a moment more, Han Li frowned before carefully closing it and putting it away. This dimensional space had no sun, moon, or stars. It came as no surprise that the small bottle didn't have any effect here, but he still felt disappointed nevertheless. Under these conditions, Han Li couldn't refine many fuchsia cloud pills no matter how long he stayed here. He would only be able to refine as many of those pills as the present herbs would allow him. Han Li sighed and then turned his head upward to look at the sky with squinted eyes. Regardless of the medicine pills, he had another urgent matter to resolve. He needed to figure out a way to return to the mortal realm. This time he didn't have another person with him to form a joint attack, and from his recent examination with his spiritual sense, there were no unstable areas in any of the walls. He tried to look up above and down below, but there was some sort of restriction that repelled his spiritual sense. As for Silvermoon, she had already gone into the ground with her earth movement techniques to take a closer look. All that was left was for him to personally go and look what was up above in the gray clouds. Given the recent display of the restriction's power, Han Li was unwilling to casually stir it and provoke his own doom. Just as he lowered his head in thought, silver light flickered from the ground. Silvermoon reappeared and hastily saluted Han Li. "Master, I finished my inspection. Although there is a restriction down below, it is fragmented. I managed to dig through the hole, but I didn't find anything of interest. I'm afraid I must disappoint Master," Silvermoon stated with a regretful tone. Han Li's expression remained the same and he slowly nodded. He then raised his head to the sky and said, "It's all right." So it turned out there wasn't a gap through the ground. "Does Master plan on searching up above?" Silvermoon asked with a tone of worry. With a firm voice, Han Li said, "Yes. With the walls and ground having no holes, I can only risk some danger and go up. Since the silver flame only killed the elder devil, it shouldn't take action against human cultivators. Otherwise, I may truly be trapped here for the rest of my life." His body then glowed with azure light and he floated up to the sky. As the spatial dimension wasn't very tall, Han Li quickly arrived at its top where he only saw gray mist. Then he floated in the air and channeled the entirety of his magic power into his eyes, causing them to twinkle with blue light. With the bright sight spirit eyes, the clouds turned a faint blue and Han Li was able to make out a faint silver screen motionlessly floating above the clouds. Could that be the restriction placed down by the spirit realm cultivators? Han Li's heart stirred and he raised his hand, releasing a ball of blue light into the clouds. The ball of light was able to pass through the silver restrictions without resistance and continued to fly for another 30 meters before coming to a sudden stop as if having knocked against something and exploding. Han Li's expression relaxed and his body shined with azure light as he flew into the clouds. For some unknown reason, a strange thought flickered past Han Li's mind. Although Han Li had already tested it, he still felt very scared when he passed through the silver restriction. Fortunately, he passed through it without anything happening. As he had expected, the Spirit Ether Garden's restrictions seemed to only affect Elder Devils. It was still unclear what relation the Elder Devils had with this fragmented medicine garden. After he crossed the restriction, Han Li felt a wave of relief and made full use of his spiritual sense and bright-sight spirit eyes to sweep over every inch of the 100-meter-wide ceiling, but discovered nothing. Having calmed down from his joy of acquiring the medicinal herbs, Han Li knew that he had encountered a huge problem. He looked down at the sparkling silver screen restriction and hesitated before deciding to leave it alone for the time being. The overwhelming power of the silver flames were still fresh in his memory, and he didn't wish to provoke a life-ending danger. Han Li examined the sky 2 more times and sighed. With a face full of disappointment, he eventually floated back down to the ground. "Master," Han Li expressionlessly said, "I've discovered nothing. It seems the space is completely sealed off. There is no hole to take advantage of." Worry filled Silvermoon's voice. "Then aren't we trapped here? We would need the ability to tear through space, an ability only deity transformation stage cultivators possess." When Han Li heard this, his frown only grew tenser. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and he walked over to one of the space's walls. Silvermoon blankly stared before following after him. When Han Li arrived about 10 meters away from the wall, his sleeves trembled without another word, releasing tens of flying swords in golden streaks. Then he struck them with spell seals and condensed them into a 3-meter-long golden sword above his head. He raised his hand and pointed at the sword. In a peal of thunder, golden lightning arced from the sword and struck the wall. He opened his mouth and spat out a sliver of purple flame. It struck the sword's body and purple flames and golden light intertwined, increasing its might with successive chains of thunder. Han Li softly shouted and the huge sword began to revolve in the air. It turned into a streak of gold and purple before chopping to the wall in a fierce strike. In a loud reverberation, a blinding ball of light erupted and the entire spatial dimension trembled. Han Li hastily formed a hand incantation and the streak returned in front of him. Its magnificence faded away to reveal its original form as a huge sword. The blinding radiance gradually faded away and Han Li squinted in close examination of the wall. Behind him, Silvermoon revealed an expression of dejection. She saw that the strike hadn't left the slightest mark on the wall. Having seen this, Han Li's gaze flickered as he sank in thought. "Hee, youngster, that would have only worked in your dreams," the monarch of Soul Divergence said with a lazy tone. "Oh, it seems Senior knows how to get out. I would appreciate your guidance." Rather than anger, Han Li replied with a tone of happiness. Monarch Soul Divergence scoffed and said, "If you want to get out, you must first think about how you entered this place. Do you truly believe that the strike between you and the Elder Devil was solely the reason that the spatial tear opened and brought you here?" Senior means to say. With surprise, Han Li spoke hesitantly. "It is very simple. This remnant spatial dimension only managed to barely continue to exist after being split apart from its original form. After so many years had passed, it has been brought on the edge of collapse. As you saw, your strike at the wall has shaken it. And from what I've read of ancient records, the yellow-gray color of the wall is a sign that the spatial dimension is unsteady. It is likely the collision between your attacks struck the weakest point of spatial dimension connection to the mortal world, splitting open a spatial tear to this place. The weakest point. Silvermoon and I already searched every corner of the walls, but I saw nothing out of the ordinary. Monarch Soul Divergence scoffed and said, "Fool, the weakest point of this space isn't on the walls. Possible lies somewhere in between. And due to the spatial tier's instability, it is likely that the weak point is continuously wandering. If you look for it properly, it shouldn't be too hard to find." Somewhere in between? Han Li had a sudden revelation. As his cultivation was too low to comprehend spatial dimensions, his knowledge couldn't compare to Monarch Soul Divergences. With that called to attention, he immediately began to search. Han Li closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense, searching through every point within the space. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he found what he was looking for. His body began to flash with light as he flew into the stone pavilion at the center of the pocket dimension. The light then faded away from his body and his eyes flashed blue as he looked up at an area 20 meters tall. The place appeared completely empty, but Han Li was able to see a faint dot of blue light through his eyes. It was only the size of a grain of rice, and he was able to sense nearly indiscernible spiritual chi fluctuations from it. Han Li appeared delighted, and after a moment of thought, he flipped his hand and summoned a small crimson sword into his hand. "What, you want to use that sword?" Monarch Soul Divergences was filled with an odd tone. "That's right. I already knew that even if I found the weak point, a strike from my own magic treasures wouldn't be enough to tear through it. With regards to destructive force, the Blood Devil Sword would be the most powerful, so I will be making an attempt with this." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and said, "I'd advise you not to waste your strength. It was only with the combined strike of your transformed self and the Elder Devil that you were able to open the tear. Do you believe the same could happen now? The only choice you have would be to hurriedly enter the mid-nascent soul stage and use both the talisman and the Blood Devil Sword to tear open the weakest point." Han Li's heart trembled and he spoke with shock. "Enter the mid-nascent soul stage? That isn't something that can be done in a short time. Even with the dense spiritual chi here and the assistance of medicine pills, it should take 30 years of strenuous cultivation at the very least." Monarch Soul Divergence snorted in disapproval and said, "The spatial dimension won't disappear after a mere 20 or 30 years. What are you so afraid of? If you cultivate it on the outside world with your aptitude, you might not be able to reach the mid-nascent soul stage even after 100 years. Han Li's expression wavered. Even with the fuchsia cloud pill, it would take him at least 20 years of cultivation to reach the peak of the early nascent soul stage before he could tackle the bottleneck to the mid-nascent soul stage. As one of the main ingredients couldn't be replanted, he would be wasting all of that ingredient inside the garden. As for strenuously cultivating here for several tens of years, Han Li had no objections with this. The dense spiritual chi was several times greater than that released by the spirit well tree in his cave residence. This was a seldom opportunity. However, Han Li's only worry was the soul seal curse that was placed on Nangong Wan. He wished to hurry and use the ancient flame toad's demon core to dissolve it. But Nangong Wan did mention that she would be able to delay the curse by over 100 years in the jade slip she left behind. It shouldn't prove to be too much of a problem if he was kept away for 30 years. Having pondered about this for a while, he came to the conclusion that he was going to be trapped here for quite a while. With a bitter chuckle, he resigned himself to his fate. Then with pursed lips, he spoke without hesitation, "Silvermoon, pluck all of the spirit medicines for me. We'll be refining medicine pills for the next few days." Silvermoon had listened to their conversation at the side and felt greatly relieved that there was truly a way out of this garden. She was already trapped once before and wasn't interested in reliving the experience. She acknowledged the order with a sweet smile and took a pile of bottles and boxes from Han Li's hands before flying off to the garden. Han Li then sat down at the center of the stone pavilion and took out the jade slip that contained the ancient pill formulas, carefully reading through the refinement process for the fuchsia cloud pill. The spiritual herbs available to him were limited, so he didn't dare to be sloppy. The heavenly south state of Dongyu had a small province named the Ning province that was unremarkable apart from the fact it bordered the Chang province, which contained Devil Fall Valley. The Ning province was separated from the Chang province by an endless mountain range and consisted mostly of desert with trees and rivers sparsely found throughout. There were also only meager spirit veins found throughout, leading to only a few small cultivators' clans taking hold there. But it was also free as there were no major factions contending for the land. To the Ning province's southwest, there was a mountain range by the name of the Spirit Scale Mountains where one of the many spirit veins was located. The mountain range itself only spanned 50 kilometers and its spirit veins spanned only 5. The tallest mountain of the Spirit Scale Mountains and 2 of its small mountains were where a few cultivators had reluctantly taken residence. Given the area's small size, these 3 mountain peaks were divided amongst 3 cultivators' clans, the Huang, Li and Wang clans. These clans were all small and new. Even the strongest amongst them, the Huang clan, had 2 foundation establishment cultivators at most. The disciples of their sects were only lowly qi condensation cultivators, with a majority of them only being at the 4th layer. The several thousands of clan members that lacked spirit roots had no choice to settle in the surroundings of the Spirit Scales Mountains. The 3 clans were not only close in distance, but their relationships were friendly as well. In the past 100 years, many of the disciples in the 3 clans have even married each other, forming deeper bonds. If one were to investigate more closely, they would find that although the Spirit Scales Mountain's spirit veins were meager, there was a nameless spirit spring at the top of the main mountain. While the spring wasn't on par with something as rare as a spirit well, it was miraculously useful. When its spring water was mixed with spiritual herbs, one could create a spirit tea that could cleanse the marrow of disciples at the level of the 6th layer of qi condensation and below, benefiting their future cultivation. Although the 3 clans knew that this wasn't a good area for cultivation, the spring was the main reason why they reluctantly remained. And although the spirit spring had a miraculous effect, water would only flow from the spring a few days during each year. It wasn't nearly enough for the clans to use. As a result, the clan's elders came to a decision to seal off the spring and open it once every 10 years. The amount of water accumulated over the span of 10 years was enough for the 3 clans to use once. As a result, the clan would take in disciples once every 10 years so that the water wouldn't come to waste. The 3 clans had no choice but to bind over this trifling spirit well and keep guard over it, opening it every 10 years for the use of their young disciples. One day, at the peak of the Spirit Scales Mountain, the grand ceremony to open the spring was being conducted. In front of a 3-meter-tall black cliff, there were several tens of disciples from each of the clans lined up. They looked all around them with excitement. The oldest of the disciples were in their late teens and the youngest of them were only 11 or 12. The most powerful these young cultivators were at the 4th layer of qi condensation, but a majority of them were only at the 1st or 2nd layer. At the very front, there were a dozen older cultivators at the 10th layer of qi condensation and above. Standing at their center were 3 old men, 2 at early foundation establishment stage and 1 at mid-foundation establishment stage. These dozen of cultivators were each holding spell flags in front of the stone wall and were continuously chanting, dissolving the spell formation that sealed the spring away. There were 8 restriction talisman that was stuck on the stone wall, each of them pulsing with various colored light. Under the guidance of the 3 old men, the dozen cultivators quickened their incantations and the old men then raised their spell flags. A short moment later, the 3 old men simultaneously raised one of their arms and shot out a spell seal, engulfing the wall in light and releasing the talismans on the wall. At that moment, disciples holding jade boxes quickly rushed up and carefully put away the spirit talismans before immediately withdrawing. These restriction talismans were rare treasures to the small clans and they didn't wish to lose them. Without the restriction talisman binding the mountain wall, white light shined from it and it began to tremble. The 3 old men standing in front simultaneously waved their spell flags and threads of light flew out from the point of the flags, each disappearing in the white light. The stone wall intensely shook and the ground began to tremble. The stone wall opened up by splitting in the middle, revealing a 30-meter wide gap. The young disciples of the 3 clans widely opened their eyes and focused on what laid within. Since the 3 clans all viewed this spirit well as a treasure, an ordinary disciple would likely only see the actual spirit spring once in their lifetime, so these disciples didn't wish to miss it. But to tell the truth, any child from the clan was able to clearly describe the appearance of the spirit spring. There was a 3-meter-wide pool carved out from a large block of white jade that laid 30 meters deep into the cave. At a glance, the half-filled pool of spring water was completely pure, but what was even more notable about it was an indescribable fragrance that soothed the body and refreshed the soul. An uproar was raised from the young disciples, but when the pale hairless old man turned around, he immediately silenced them with a stern glare. He was the Huang clan's elder Huang Yuanming, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. He could be considered the first cultivator of the Spirit Scales Mountains. Not only did he inspire respect in the disciples of his own clan but also the disciples of the Wang and Li clans. The gray-robed old man at his side saw this and happily said with narrowed eyes, "Hee hee. Brother Huang's influence is quite effective. You've made those youngsters obedient." The third azure-robed old man added on with a tone of admiration, "Of course. Brother Huang's cultivation has already reached mid-nascent soul stage. Perhaps he will still be able to reach late foundation establishment stage." Huang Yuanming chuckled. "You little brothers must be joking. If there is still an opportunity to advance my cultivation at my age, I would rather give it to our juniors. Let's hurry and brew in spirit tea for those youngsters. There seems to be more spring water here than in the past. This is a fine matter indeed." The other two clans were inferior to the Huang clan and were only able to barely raise a foundation establishment cultivators of their own. These two cultivators were longtime friends with Elder Huang. The two old men smiled and didn't further mention the matter. Then they began to command the assigned disciples to step forward and begin their tea brewing. 2 disciples then stepped forward from each of the clans and they head straight to the pool. But before they arrived, an astonishing scene suddenly occurred. Thunder suddenly rang out 10 meters above the pool and rainbow light wildly flickered, bringing forth a black sphere of light. The jet-black sphere strangely crackled and began to deform to create a 3-meter-tall spatial tear. Then a silhouette appeared from the rainbow light and dropped down into the jade pool. Afterwards, the spatial tear wildly blurred before disappearing without a trace. When the silhouette fell into the pool, he yelped and quickly stood up. All of the cultivators present watched this with bizarre expressions. Even Huang Yuanming, the leader of the cultivators, was left completely speechless. A silhouette was a young man wearing azure scholar robes. He was surprised to find to have fallen in front of so many cultivators. After a brief moment of embarrassment, he regained his calm. His body glowed with azure light and his drenched robes suddenly dried and released steam. Han Li seemed to step into the air and floated above the water. Afterwards, his gaze turned to the most powerful cultivator present, Huang Yuanming, and spoke with a tone of unquestioning authority. "Where is this place? Am I still in the state of Dongyu?" Huang Yuanming had already swept his spiritual sense past Han Li and found it to be unfathomably deep. This clearly illustrated that he was a core formation stage cultivator at the very least. Out of fear of offending him, he deeply bowed and carefully replied, "This is the state of Dongyu's Ning province. May I know your esteemed name, senior?" The two cultivators also sensed Han Li's unfathomable cultivation and were also alarmed, hurriedly bowing with a deferential smile. Han Li blinked with surprise and muttered, "The Ning province." He then wore a pensive expression. After 27 years from the battle in Devilfall Valley, Han Li had finally escaped from the ruins of the Spirit Ether Garden. As Huang Yuanming and the other cultivators attentively faced Han Li, they couldn't help but look in the direction of the pool. After Han Li fell into the half-filled spirit spring, most of its water had been scattered away, leaving behind only a meager layer. The 3 old men felt much heartache over this, but all they could do was wear a forced smile in front of this profound cultivator to avoid having all of them meet disaster. In the instant Han Li had evaporated the water, he smelled the water's strange scent. As a result, he unconsciously took a look at it as he pondered. Han Li's casual glance caused the 3 old men to feel greatly apprehensive. The 3 of them had been guarding the spirit spring for many years. If this cultivator were to fancy it, all they could do was offer it to him without resistance. Han Li swept his gaze past the spring and paid it little attention. Instead, he turned to the 3 old men and said, "It's been a long while since I've last emerged and I am unfamiliar with the recent events of the Heavenly South. Could you fellow Taoists tell me what has happened in the past few years?" Feeling greatly relieved that Han Li held little interest in the spirit spring, Huang Yuanming respectfully replied, "Of course we can, Senior. If Senior doesn't mind, this junior would like to invite you to our hall for a cup of tea while I explain. I will answer all of Senior's questions to the best of my knowledge." The two old men at his side also breathed out with relief. Han Li glanced at a few of young cultivators in the distance, and after a moment of thought he nodded, "That is fine. There are many things I wish to ask about. I will have to bother you three." "A bother? No. It is our Huang clan's honor to welcome such an esteemed expert." Huang Yuanming was delighted and replied with a smile. Then he gave the order to a few of his disciples, and they hastily flew back as to avoid offending out of insufficient preparations. Afterwards he personally led the way to a pavilion at the center of the mountain. As for the other two old men, they gave the commands to their clansmen and they hastily set off to the pavilion. "Your three clans all reside here? How rare." On the way there, Han Li asked a few questions about the general circumstances of the three old men and was quite surprised. "Senior must be joking. We are all here because there are no other places to establish ourselves. We're trapped." Huang Yuanming replied with a bitter smile. "I see that the young disciples of your clans possess quite a bit of aptitude. Why haven't you brought them to the great sects of the cultivation world?" Han Li asked with a curious expression. While they might not be able to become succeeding disciples, an external affairs disciple is certainly possible. Senior might not know this, but despite the many cultivation sects in the state of Dongyu, a majority of them regularly receive disciples from cultivator clans or simply exercise control over a few clans. As we are still only minor clans, we aren't qualified to catch their attention. Even if our clan has a few particularly outstanding disciples, I don't dare to have them enter a sect. They need to remain in the clan to raise our prestige." Huang Yuanming offered Han Li an explanation with a helpless expression. These clan elders would certainly be a level above their current cultivation if they joined a large sect, but that would mean abandoning their clans and leaving them helpless. Han Li blinked and nodded. He spoke no further of the matter as they were soon approaching a group of buildings. Huang Yuanming led Han Li to the tallest of the buildings. A short moment later, they arrived at the pavilion's entrance where there were 2 rows of young female disciples respectfully waiting upon them. As the 3 clan elders led Han Li into the pavilion, Huang Yuanming said, "Senior, please enter. While our spirit scales mountains don't produce any spirit medicines or fruits, we do have some decent tea. We have enough for a few cups." Han Li followed them inside. The hall wasn't large and was only about 100 meters wide, but it was more than enough considering that it belonged to a small clan. Under their respectful gaze, Han Li calmly took a seat while the 3 old men remained standing. They didn't dare to place themselves on the same level as Han Li. Since their cultivations were so vastly inferior, Han Li didn't bother to refuse out of politeness. At that moment, a beautiful female disciple brought over a tray with tea and placed a cup in front of Han Li before carefully withdrawing. Han Li casually held the cup in his hand and took a sip. The tea was bitter at first, but a strange fragrance soon spread through his mouth. "Not bad. It is truly rare tea." Han Li's mouth formed a strange smile and he offered a word of praise. "Senior's cultivation is deep and immeasurable, but your face is unfamiliar. Is Senior not a cultivator of the state of Dongyu?" The plump old man said. "No, I am not from here. There is no need for you to worry. After I ask you a few questions, I will immediately depart. I won't stay here and make things difficult." Han Li had no intention of stating his name. He simply glanced at the plump old man and gave a mysterious smile. With alarm, Huang Yuanming hastily spoke with a changed expression, "Senior is being too considerate. We are immensely fortunate to have met Senior. We don't dare to disrespectfully rush you away." Han Li glanced at Huang Yuanming and waved his hand. "It's fine. I already know the fear and anticipation you low-level cultivators hold towards me. So long as you answer my questions to my satisfaction, I don't mind giving you a few benefits. After all, it can be considered fate that we met." When Huang Yuanming heard this, he was delighted and spoke with an even deeper tone of respect. "If Senior has anything on his mind, please go ahead and ask. Although our clan isn't large, we do receive news quite quickly. Our answers will be to Senior's satisfaction." Han Li smiled. Although he reckoned they wouldn't lie even if he didn't offer any rewards, They will most certainly answer to the best of their ability if he did. They will most likely take the initiative to give more precise details. Han Li glanced at the three and calmly said, "Since you're so close to the Chang province, you should know a bit about the cultivators who entered Devil Fall Valley the last time it opened. Can you tell me about what happened?" "Devil Fall Valley? Yes, we do know of it." When Huang Yuanming heard Han Li, he was a bit puzzled but immediately answered nonetheless. He then recalled the appropriate information and reported, "Over 20 years ago, a large number of cultivators entered Devil Fall Valley in search of treasure. Because the Ghost Spirit sect found a safe method to enter the valley, several hundreds of core formation cultivators and tens of nascent soul cultivators entered in search for ancient cultivator treasures. However, Devil Fall Valley was truly dangerous. A majority of the cultivators that entered the valley remained on its outskirts and perished to the restrictions and spatial tears that were present. Less than half of these cultivators were able to return alive. And even more terrible was how the party of Ghost Spirit sect cultivators had managed to release two devils from antiquity that were capable of consuming nascent souls, resulting in the death of the Ghost Spirit sect master. These two devils were incredibly formidable. According to those present, the nascent soul cultivators that entered the valley depths united against the devils in a huge battle. Even with Senior Wei Wuya and the Mulan Divine Sage fighting against it, they were only able to slay one of them. The other devils still managed to escape. There were many cultivators that died in the battle, including many famous seniors. However, Devil Fall Valley is worthy of its name as an ancient cultivator cemetery. I heard that those that made it out alive came out with quite a harvest. There were even those that found medicine pills that extended their lifespan or broke through their bottlenecks, stirring up much excitement in the cultivation world at the time. Afterwards, many cultivators grew envious and used the Ghost Spirit sect's transportation formation to enter Devil Fall Valley despite the fact that the spatial tiers were now unstable again. None of these cultivators have yet emerged, preventing any other cultivators from trying in fear. Now Devil Fall Valley is a forbidden area once more that none dares to enter. You said there was a devil that escaped Devil Fall Valley. What happened to it?" Han Li's heart grew heavy and his expression turned gloomy. "I would have told you about the devil even if you hadn't asked. The devil itself is a calamity that has plagued the heavenly south cultivation world." Huang Yuanming's expression turned sullen. Han Li frowned and remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Originally, when the devil escaped, a few seniors said that the devil couldn't exist for long in our human realm and that it would return where it came from after some time. As a result, none had taken it very seriously, but none would have expected that the devil would ambush high-grade cultivators without fear and consume their nascent souls to restore its strength. In a short few years, 7 nascent soul cultivators have fallen to him and the devil has yet to return to its realm. It was then the cultivators knew that the devil used some unknown method to prolong its stay in this realm. When this happened, the 3 great heavenly south cultivators and a dozen specially picked mid-nascent soul seniors organized a party to hunt down the devil. However, the devil was extremely cunning and didn't meet the hunting party head-on. Rather, he picked off the cultivators one by one. The devil even attacked the Mulan, provoking them to send a party of sages to join the hunt. From then on, the devil was no longer able to escape the united hunt of the cultivators and the Mulan. However, this only drove the devil to be even more frantic. Not only did it attack several high-grade cultivators at the end, but it even went after many low-grade cultivators. In its final month, it went on a massacre, destroying a dozen cultivation clans and several small sects as they weren't able to resist it. But a dying devilish sect elder was able to use a secret technique that allowed the hunting party to track the devil down and surround it in the state of Fengdo. I heard that the devil's strength was completely restored, and its cultivation had nearly reached the deity transformation stage. 2 great heavenly south cultivators and 1 Mulan divine sage simultaneously took the devil on in a battle that lasted an entire day and turned Soulfall Mountain into a flat plain. No other cultivators were capable of taking part in the battle. Once that was said, Huang Yuanming paused and he couldn't help but reveal shock. When Han Li heard this, he was completely shocked. The combined forces of 3 late nascent soul cultivators weren't able to prevail over the Elder Devil in a short amount of time. It seemed the Elder Devil's restored power was similar to a cultivator at the deity transformation stage. Was the devil killed in the battle? Han Li calmly asked. This is unclear to us. There are those that said that the devil had used some inconceivable technique to escape the cultivators that besieged it, but since this junior's clan is limited in power, we weren't able to find the truth of the matter. But either way, ever since that battle, no trace of the devil has been found in the heavenly south. Perhaps it has perished in both body and soul. Perished in body and soul? Han Li stroked his chin, but after some thought he felt doubtful of this. If they had truly killed the devil, these grand cultivators definitely wouldn't have concealed it. It was most likely something strange happened and they were trying to conceal the truth. However, given how odd the information was, it could be that the devil suffered heavy injuries in the battle and was forced to escape and recover, or that he escaped from the heavenly south entirely. After some thought, Han Li felt that this was possible. For the time being, since he wasn't able to make a judgment on this matter now, he flung the matter to the back of his mind. Fellow Taoist Huang, has anything else happened since Devil Fall Valley? With some thought, Huang Yuanming said, there are a few things that have happened in the past few years, and while they can't be compared to the matter of Devil Fall Valley and the freed devil, they are all worthy of attention. Not long after the devil disappeared, a strange whirlpool appeared in the endless sea that borders the state of Xi. The whirlpool released a large quantity of spiritual qi and began to purify the nearby water. Additionally, 7 small islands have emerged around the whirlpool. Each of these islands emits an astonishing spiritual qi as a result of all of them possessing a rare top-grade spirit vein. The 3 great heavenly south cultivators even conducted a meeting over the ownership of the island, which involved many sections. Eventually, the small islands were divided amongst 7 large sections. The whirlpool was reported to be unmeasurably deep. There were many cultivators that thought to investigate it, but they found the pressure of the whirlpool to be too strong. I heard that Master Sunreach of the 3 great heavenly south cultivators attempted to investigate it as well, but after sinking 10 kilometers deep, he wasn't able to further endure the pressure and had to return. A great whirlpool? Something like that appeared? Han Li revealed surprise and spoke with astonishment. How could this junior dare to deceive you? News of this spread several years ago. If senior were to ask any others, I'm sure he'll know it to be true. Huang Yuanming replied with a smile. Han Li nodded and felt that the matter was quite interesting. He then asked him about other matters, particularly with regard to the movements of the Milan tribes and the righteous and devilish Daos. Huang Yuanming answered to the best of his ability, with the other 2 old men occasionally interrupting him with additional details. Not long after, Han Li listened to what had happened over the past years and felt at ease. Apart from the whirlpool and elder devil, the other significant events were the appearance of spirit medicines and treasures or a war against cultivation sections. This news meant little to Han Li, but he continued to listen to the 3 regardless. As for anything to do with the Drifting Cloud sect, Han Li hadn't bothered to ask. After all, this place was too far away from the state of Xi. This small clan wouldn't know very specific details about it. If he wanted to know what was truly happening with the Drifting Cloud sect, he would have to go to a market city or return to the state of Xi itself. Han Li was satisfied with the 3 old men's report and swept his sleeve across the table in front of him, summoning a pair of sparkling golden short spears in a flash of azure light. Thank you for telling me this. I don't have anything amazing, but I will be giving you 3 these broken gold spears. Many thanks for senior's gift. These are high-grade magic tools? Huang Yuanming examined the golden spears for a moment before hastily saluting Han Li with joy. With their power, it wasn't as if they didn't have any high-grade magic tools. But since they only had a sparse few, they valued each of them greatly. Naturally, they were quite happy to acquire something so valuable after simply answering Han Li's questions. Although these broken gold spears are only high-grade magic tools, if they are used jointly, they can rival even top-grade magic tools. I had acquired them in the past because I found them interesting and they've remained in my possession ever since. Now I hand them over to you. Don't underestimate them. Hehe. Since I've given you your reward, I will be taking my leave. Perhaps if fate will have it, this one named Han will see you again in the future. Han Li's body then glowed with light and he flew out of the hall in an azure streak. In flashes of light that crossed the sky, he disappeared from sight. The 3 old men were stunned. Not expecting that Han Li would take off unceremoniously, they swallowed their words of thanks and looked at the pair of golden spears on the table. How generous of him to easily give us a pair of high-grade magic tools. The plump old man said as he looked at the golden spears. It depends who is looking at them. High-grade magic tools might be very valuable to us, but to that senior they might not be worth much. The taciturn white-robed old man said, wearing an odd expression. Brother Wang, what do you mean? Could it be you recognize that senior? Huang Yuanming's heart stirred. The plump old man also glanced at the white-robed old man with shock. Brothers, you are both wise, but now you are dim. He's closely asked about Devilfall Valley and the devil, and possesses high cultivation at such a young age, not to mention he named himself as Han. Could it be you don't realize who he is? Don't forget that when the two devils appeared in Devilfall Valley, there was one particularly famous cultivator that went missing in the fight. The white-robed old man spoke with a wry smile. You mean to say that person was Senior Han? Huang Yuanming cried out with an alarmed expression. The plump old man also appeared shocked. The white-robed old man continued. You brothers should now know what I mean. This senior is in existence on part with the three great heavenly south cultivators. It is natural for him to be generous. After a moment of silence, Huang Yuanming sighed and said, Brother Wang's words are reasonable. However, it makes no difference to us whether or not he is truly Senior Han. Even if we wish to make a connection with him, cultivators on our level can't hope to catch his interest. It is already a pleasant surprise that he gave us 2 high-grade magic tools. Perhaps he was compensating us for damaging the spirit spring. Let's first talk about what we'll do with these spears before we continue. Although this was an opportunity that was hard to come by, an existence on Han Li's level would hardly pay them any attention, so there was no point to feeling any regret over the matter. When the 2 old men heard Huang Yuanming, they postponed further discussion of Han Li's identity and looked at the golden spears. The spears were quite valuable after all and were right in front of them. The 3 then began their discussions on what to do with them. As the 3 clan elders began their discussion, Han Li was already over 50 kilometers away. He had only barely managed to emerge from the spatial tear, and it was quite fortunate that he emerged within the state of Dongyu as spatial tears were fickle and continuously wandered. It wouldn't be a surprise even if he arrived at an area countless leagues away. Monarch Soul Divergence spoke from Han Li's mind. Youngster, where will you head to now? Will you be returning to the Drifting Cloud sect? I am still lacking a few of the puppet materials that I required. I will need to gather them. Han Li frowned and helplessly said, I already know this, but the materials you want are all rarely seen in this world. I doubt they all exist in the heavenly south, and it will certainly take a long time to gather regardless. Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and annoyedly said, Do you believe I can wait another 80 years? If you can't find them in the heavenly south, then make a trip to the Jin Empire. Over there, you'll be able to find any rare materials so long as you have enough spirit stones. I've already told you that if I cannot refine my puppet body, I would rather destroy my refinement methods than hand them over to you. Be at ease. Han Li sighed and said with a gloomy tone, I've been wanting to make a trip to the Jin Empire regardless. Didn't you say that the baleful qi on my body was too heavy? That if I were to use the Blood Devil Sword 2 or 3 more times my body would slowly erode? Not forgetting that I wouldn't be able to make any progress past mid-nascent soul stage either. It's fine if you know. Monarch Soul Divergence said with a suddenly happy tone. At first I did find it odd how you were infected with so much baleful qi at a young age. I was a harsh character during my time in the world, but I didn't possess even a tenth of your baleful qi. How strange indeed. Wouldn't it be better to change your cultivation art so that you may use the baleful qi to advance your cultivation? Of course, this would cause you to ascend to the Elder Devil realm rather than the Spirit realm when you reach deity transformation stage. I have no interest in cultivating to the point of becoming a monster akin to that Elder Devil. Han Li coldly responded. After a moment of silence, Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a strange tone. Youngster Han, you don't truly believe that all the Elder Devils take a grotesque form? What does Senior mean? Could it be that after I transform into an Elder Devil I won't take on that otherworldly form? Will I be able to retain a human image? You've gained a wrong impression. According to the records that I've read, devil cultivators that ascend to the devil realm may join the rank of Elder Devils, but they retain their human appearance. Of course, that's a different story if you use a devilish technique to change your body. At the end of the war between ancient cultivators and Elder Devils, There was a small portion of cultivators that were enticed by high-grade elder devils and were completely fused with devilish chi. With these cultivators joining the ranks of the elder devils, the final battle only grew more fierce. It was said that humans that were devilified restrained their outer appearance and intelligence, but since they had subjected themselves to those high-grade elder devils, it is unknown if there was anything else behind this. This started the legend that humans who cultivated elder devil techniques to their peak would ascend to the elder devil realm. There are two types of elder devils that can take on fantastical and grotesque shapes. One type are peak existences that originated from the elder devil realm known as divine ancestors. These devils are sparse in number and each of them are beyond fearsome. There are even a few cultivators that practice some elder devil arts and repeatedly call out to the names of these divine ancestors to take in their devilish chi for cultivation. The other kind are demon clans from our mortal realm that cultivated devilish arts and ascended to the elder devil realm. Demon beasts originally weren't human to begin with, so their elder devil forms are vicious and ugly. Having heard this, Han Li said, "Demon clans? How is that possible? How can?" Monarch Soul Divergence lazily cut him off. "How can they cultivate elder devil arts, right? Don't ask me about it, I'm not sure myself. It was merely something that the records had lightly touched. But although the specifics are unknown to me, it seems that the ancient demons contacted the elder devils at some point, seemingly much earlier than the humans did. However, I have met a few high-grade demon clan members and they didn't actually cultivate any devil arts, neither did their bodies emit any devilish chi. Perhaps you'll come across an answer in the Jin Empire. If any place should have ancient cultivator records, it would be there." Han Li's expression wavered and he thought to take out the Sacred Providence plate, which was a legacy treasure of the demon clans. It described a three-headed, six-armed cultivation art and it bore a striking resemblance to the elder devil's two-headed four-armed appearance. Could it be that they have some sort of unknown connection? After a moment of silence, Han Li couldn't help but break out into laughter. Even if the demon clans and elder devils had some sort of hidden connection or secret, he didn't have the time to waste discovering it. It was best to leave these matters to those who were interested. As for the Sacred Provenance plate, it was already ruined, and even if it was intact, he didn't have any business cultivating demon arts. After all, he didn't know how much longer it would take for him to cultivate the Azure Essence sword arts to completion. Besides, since these techniques had something to do with both elder devils and demon clans, it was entirely unsuitable for a human to cultivate. Han Li shook his head and tossed the matter to the back of his mind, focused back on the conversation at hand. He then bluntly said, "There is no need to worry about the matter of your puppet body. I will assist you in collecting the materials regardless of whether or not I go to the Jin Empire. However, you did mention that the refinement process of the Seven Flame Fan was nearly complete about 2 years ago. It should be completely finished by now. If that's the case, you may as well give it to me now. I am missing 2 of my flying swords and am incapable of laying down the sword formation. I am in urgent need of an overpowering treasure." In the years they spent in detention inside the pocket dimension, Han Li and Monarch Soul Divergence had come to understand each other rather well. Their relationship had grown deeper and friendlier to the point where they could be considered half friends and half master-student. Monarch Soul Divergence replied openly as well, "I've substituted the extinct materials in the Seven Flame Fan for you, but I don't dare to claim that there is a high chance in a successful refinement. And with this refinement method, the fan would be more appropriately named the Tri-Flame Fan. It originally needed 81 fire tribute spirit materials to refine, and I now changed it to 31. Of course, its might will also be reduced by over a half. It doesn't matter if its might is reduced. If divine spirit treasures are as formidable as legend has it, the Tri-Flame Fan should be something that common cultivators won't be able to block." "Very well." Monarch Soul Divergence indifferently said, "Take a proper look. I've placed the refinement method inside this jade slip. However, there are still many materials that are difficult to find. I reckon it will cost you quite a bit to refine the fan." Afterwards, the bamboo tube on Han Li's back opened and a white jade slip streaked out. Han Li grabbed it and slowly immersed his spiritual sense into it. After reading through its general contents, he unconsciously frowned. Then Monarch Soul Divergence lazily said, "The other materials will only take a bit of time together and you can refine some of the others, but the plume of a horizon young bird and the scales of the scarlet flame flood dragon will be nearly impossible. At the very least, I haven't heard of any easily found materials that could replace them. These particular materials should be impossible to find in the heavenly south. When I made a trip to the Jin Empire in the past, I saw a young woman from the Yang Summit Palace raising a horizon young bird. But now that such a long time has passed, even if the bird no longer exists, there should be a few materials that remain behind. You should take a look for them. As for the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, that will be up to chance. However, you should be able to easily resolve it if you go to the Jin Empire as well. Han Li snorted and helplessly said, "You still wish for me to make a trip to the Great Jin? Hee. I want you to go to the Jin Empire for your own sake too. Once you make the trip, you will come to know why it is known as the Sacred Land of Cultivators. The Great Jin Empire is known as the heart of the all cultivation." Having made his mind, Han Li said, "Then so be it. But there is something I must first do before I leave the state of Dongyu. I need to take a look at the outskirts of Devilfall Valley." "What do you plan on doing at Devilfall Valley?" Monarch Soul Divergence spoke with a tone of alarm. "Don't worry, I don't plan on entering. Do you remember the Sovereign Devil Corpse? Before I entered the spatial tear, I used a secret technique on it. Of course, I need to see if it still remains in Devilfall Valley and see whether or not I can summon it." Han Li stopped speaking and suddenly increased his speed, tearing through the sky as an azure stake. When he entered the Chang province, Han Li immediately headed towards the myriad chain mountains and arrived at the entrance of Devilfall Valley. After lingering there for 2 whole days, he was able to determine the location of the Sovereign Devil Corpse in the valley. However, it seemed to be trapped somewhere. No matter what spell seal Han Li cast, he wasn't able to get it outside of the valley. Han Li hesitated for a long while and could only gloomily depart. It appeared he would have to wait until Devilfall Valley opened once more to rescue his corpse puppet, given that it survived over the years. 2 months later, Han Li reappeared in the vicinity of the Dream Cloud Mountains. When he drew near it, he came across a patrol of drifting cloud disciples. They were filled with excitement at Han Li's appearance, and they gave him a warm welcome before sending word to the 2 sect elders. Not long after, all the disciples in the Drifting Cloud sect emerged and greeted Han Li as an illustrious Grand Elder of the sect. At the head of this esteemed welcome was Lu Luo and Senior Martial Brother Qing. The two were filled with delight when they saw Han Li. They spoke no further and hastily welcomed Han Li back into the sect before dismissing the other disciples. The 3 went to the main hall of the Drifting Cloud sect and took a seat. Senior Martial Brother Qing then excitedly said, "Junior Martial Brother Han, I knew that with your abilities nothing would have happened to you. But since you survived, why didn't you return to the sect earlier? You've caused us quite a bit of worry." Lu Luo smiled and spoke with genuine happiness. "That's right. Had Junior Martial Brother Han returned earlier, he could have saved us a lot of worry. Senior Martial Brothers are mistaken. I was trapped in a pocket dimension and wasn't able to escape until just recently. I returned as soon as I could." Han Li pursed his lips and revealed an expression of helplessness. "Regardless, it is enough that Junior Martial Brother Han has returned alive. Now that I think about it, I've never thanked you for saving my life. If it weren't for Junior Martial Brother Han, I would have certainly perished." Senior Martial Brother Qing stood up from his chair and deeply saluted Han Li. "It was nothing," Han Li smiled and said with a sincere tone. "Ever since I entered the Drifting Cloud sect, Senior Martial Brother Qing has treated me well. When I saw that you were in danger, how could I not save you? How could something as trivial as that compare to the kindness of saving my life? Ah yes, I'm sure that Junior Martial Brother Han is still worried about Sister Nangong. Please be at ease. She is still safe and sound inside the ice." When Han Li heard this, he deeply sighed with relief. At that moment, Lu Luo examined Han Li for a moment and wore an expression of disbelief. "Junior Martial Brother Han, you've entered mid-nascent soul stage. When did this happen? It is truly inconceivable. Did you have a fortuitous encounter inside Devilfall Valley?" When Senior Martial Brother Qing heard Lu Luo, he was stunned. He hastily examined Han Li's inner chi with his spiritual sense and saw that Han Li had truly entered mid-nascent soul stage, much to his shock. "I knew that with your quick wits, you would have quickly discovered it. I did indeed come across a fortunate encounter inside Devilfall Valley and bitterly cultivated to enter the next stage. As a result, I was able to enter mid-nascent soul stage after such a short amount of time, something that even I hadn't expected. But if I hadn't known that you two were protecting Wanner, I would have spent my many years trapped inside the pocket dimension with worry on my mind, preventing me from wholeheartedly cultivating. My progress is much in thanks to you two as well. Han Li then saluted the two and uttered his thanks. What is Junior Martial Brother saying? Since I am Sister Nangong's sworn brother, it is only natural that I look after her. And it's not like we did much with regards to that. To our shame, she is still trapped in ice. Junior Martial Brother Han reached mid-nascent soul stage in less than 300 years of cultivation. Such an announcement would shake the entirety of the heavenly south. Let alone late nascent soul stage, it is highly possible that Junior Martial Brother could reach the deity transformation stage. Lu Luo words were filled with admiration. There were only a sparse few characters in history that had progressed at the same speed as Han Li. Speed on this level no longer had anything to do with cultivation aptitude and most likely came from luck and destiny. Of course, Han Li simply responded with a few humble words before changing the topic and asking about what had happened after he disappeared in Devil Fall Valley. The information he acquired straight from someone who witnessed the battle was far better than whatever was heard from rumors. When the old man heard Han Li, he bitterly smiled. After Han Li was swallowed by the spatial tear, the other elder devil was thrown into a fury. Just as Senior Martial Brother Qing thought that his life was forfeit, the other cultivators had arrived. Although the newly arrived cultivators had joined hands with Wei Wuya, they were still unable to deal with the two-headed four-armed elder devil. But just as these cultivators were about to be put in crisis, the Mulan had finally arrived. With both sides joining hands, they trapped the devil. In the battle that followed, Spell Warrior Lu summoned the Mulan sacred bird and they were able to grievously wound the devil. The Mulan divine sage Shong was able to cut off one of the devil's heads. But in the end, the elder devil managed to escape. However, there were many nascent soul cultivators that perished in the battle. Nangong Wan's senior martial sister in particular suffered in the elder devil's last struggle. He turned her body and nascent soul into ash with a ball of black devil flame. As for ancestor Linghu, he ended up somewhat better. Although his body was destroyed, his nascent soul managed to survive. But none were as unfortunate as the ghost spirit sect elder Zhong, who had his nascent soul seized and devoured by the elder devil. As a result, all the ghost spirit sect cultivators that entered the valley perished, apart from a few core formation cultivators, much to the shock of everyone. As for everything that happened afterwards, it was mostly as Huang Yuanming had mentioned. According to ancient records, devils couldn't remain in the mortal realm for long, and none took the risk to chase it down. But against everyone's expectations, the devil managed to persist in this world through some unknown method and went on a killing spree in the heavenly south, killing cultivators and devouring their nascent souls. With fury and rage built up, a hunting party was launched. When Han Li heard this, he frowned and said, "I've heard a few rumors with regards to the hunting party's battle with the devil. But is it true that two of the great cultivators and the Mulan divine sage weren't able to slay the devil? Given your identities, you should know the truth of the matter." With that said, Han Li's expression turned heavy. "We didn't participate in the campaign against the devil, but according to the information that the Alliance sent, the elder devil received grievous life-threatening injuries, but it still managed to escape through some strange secret technique. Master Sunreach and the others attempted to give chase to eradicate the devil, but they gave up the case at the border of the Mulan Plains out of fear of provoking the soaring tribes. However, many years passed without the devil being sighted in the heavenly south. And given how calm the Mulan Plains are, if the devil hasn't succumbed to its wounds, it should have crossed the Mulan Plains into the Great Jin. The Great Jin Empire? Han Li couldn't help but reveal shock. Senior Martial Brother Qing and Lu Luo saw the surprise in Han Li's words, but they tactfully dropped the subject. After all, Han Li's current abilities in cultivation were beyond the two, so they couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration for him. They chatted for a moment more before Han Li eventually mentioned how he found a cure for Nangong Wan in Devil Fall Valley and wished to make an attempt to dissolve her curse. The two were overjoyed when they heard this. If Nangong Wan recovered, the might of their drifting cloud sect would increase once more. They hastily concluded their chat and personally guided Han Li to the restricted area. Senior Martial Brother Qing and Lu Luo stood at the entrance to the restricted area and personally kept watch, allowing Han Li to take care in dissolving the soul seal curse. He uttered a quick word of thanks before approaching the stone gate. Han Li glanced at the gate and saw that the restrictions hadn't been further activated since the last time it had been opened. It appeared that senior martial brother Qing and Lu Luo had only used their spiritual sense to see how Nangongwan was doing inside, much to Han Li's satisfaction. With his hand forming an incantation gesture, a series of spell seals flew out and struck the stone door, causing it to open with groans. Han Li then silently walked in with an odd expression, followed by the gate closing shut. The room was exactly the same as in the past. It was completely clean because the restriction placed, and the moonlight stones embedded in the ceiling were as bright as ever. Nangongwan's child form was still sealed in the sparkling wall of ice with her eyes closed and a pale face. With sadness across Han Li's face, he took several steps towards the ice wall and stopped 3 meters away. Then he stared at Nangongwan's deathly pale face and a complicated expression appeared on his face. An unknown amount of time passed before he finally let out a long sigh. He then slapped his storage pouch and summoned a jade box into his hand. He lightly tapped the top of the box with his other hand and it suddenly flung open, revealing a thumb-sized scarlet demon core that pulsed with red light. It appeared mysteriously alluring. Han Li squinted his eyes as he examined the demon core before suddenly opening his mouth and spitting out an azure mist onto the demon core. Afterwards he tossed the demon core and had it hover in the air towards the ice. At that moment he muttered a series of incantations and struck the ice wall with a spell seal. In a flash of blue light, the azure mist and the demon core phased into the thick ice and flew into Nangongwan's lips. Han Li then pointed at Nangongwan and she stiffly opened her mouth like a puppet, allowing the demon core to fly into her mouth. Suddenly Nangongwan's deathly pale face began to shine with a faint layer of red light, but her eyes remained completely shut. Han Li let out a deep breath, knowing that the matter couldn't be rushed. Even if the demon core was truly effective, the curse wouldn't be dissolved in a few short months. Han Li stayed there regardless and simply stood in front of the ice wall, staring at Nangongwan in silence. For some unknown reason, the breathtaking memory of when he first saw Nangongwan appeared in his mind. Time slowly passed by as Han Li stood still without moving an inch. After a long while Han Li calmly walked out from the secluded room and sealed the restrictions once more. Still guarding the cave on the outside, senior martial brother and Lu Luo asked a few questions of concern, but Han Li simply forced a smile and said he would have to wait a few days and see whether or not the soul seal curse was dissolved. Han Li then bid his farewell for the time being and flew back to his cave residence, tired from his rushed journey back to the Dream Cloud Mountains. In any case, there was always time for a proper discussion in the coming days. As mentioned by his senior martial brothers, his cave residence had remained untouched under their strict order. As for his concubine, Mu Piling, she just had continuously resided in the mountain neighboring his cave residence and was shown much consideration by his 2 senior martial brothers. She had now reached false core stage and was only on the verge of core formation. Han Li felt his heart stir at this news and recalled the details of the copulative essence arts. 1. Han Li had many medicines that could increase the odds of a successful core formation, and given her exceptional aptitude she had a 70% likelihood of safely forming a core if he wholeheartedly assisted her. However, he didn't expect that he would encounter a chance to break through the bottleneck to mid-nascent soul stage without her in Devilfall Valley. He had originally planned on having Mu Piling cultivate this technique for several tens of years before he would claim her vital Yin, but that plan had fallen through. He could also use the copulative essence arts to break through the bottleneck to late nascent soul stage, but he would need a deeper mastery of the technique to use it, not to mention that the woman must also be at late core formation stage as well. Under normal circumstances, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to reach the peak of the nascent soul stage in even 300 years. And during this time he would have to properly nurture Mu Piling as she cultivated the copulative essence arts. As the copulative essence arts wasn't anywhere close to being a top-grade technique, she wouldn't be able to reach late core formation stage in a short amount of time unless he provided her sufficient medicine pills. With that thought, Han Li arrived in front of his cave residence. When he saw the sea of mist in front of it, he smiled and parted it with a wave of his sleeve before calmly walking inside. 1. First mentioned in Chapter 645. A technique that allows a male cultivator to break through a bottleneck through copulation with a core formation stage woman. Can only be used once. Nothing had changed in his cave residence. Even a portion of the black-tainted gold-devouring beetles he left behind to guard the cave were now condensed into a tricolored ball that motionlessly hung from the center of the main hall's ceiling. As for the profound goddess palm and the nine-curl spirit ginseng, they appeared exactly the same as he had left them. Hanli didn't care much for the profound goddess palm. He didn't have high hopes in being able to revive it. But he did hold the nine-curl spirit ginseng with much importance as it was essentially extinct in the outside world. It also stood to mention that the medicine had grown sentient and even developed its own incarnation, a truly rare plant indeed. If it weren't for the fact that it would be too difficult to sustain it without a regular supply of qi, Hanli would definitely want to carry it on his body. However, it was a pity that none of the ancient formulas he acquired mentioned it as an ingredient. As a result, he could only sigh and put it aside for the time being. As for his insects, he carried a majority of them on his body. In particular, he carried the 24 eggs of his 6-winged frost centipedes on hand so he didn't have to worry about them, although they hatched halfway on his journey to the far west. However, he felt rather regretful that they had continuously remained as larvae for the past 27 years he spent in the spatial tear since the green liquid didn't gather there. He had placed them in a particular spirit beast pouch that left them in deep hibernation. Hanli first released the gold-devouring beetles into their room before releasing the 6-winged frost centipedes into a neighboring room. He then took the spirit beast pouch and lightly tossed it into the room. In a gust of white light, over 23-inch-long centipede larvae appeared at the center of the room. Their bodies were snow-white and translucent, and wings had yet to sprout from their bodies, causing them to appear similar to large white silkworms, completely harmless. When Hanli first acquired the 6-winged frost centipedes, he didn't know whether or not they could evolve through the use of the rainbow skirt grass, but to his excitement the grass was also effective on them. He originally intended to make use of the centipede's frost chi to refine the purple apex flames, but after his battle in Devilfall Valley, another thought came to mind. Although the gold-devouring beetles were formidable, their speed was a bit lacking. Even after reaching their final stage of maturation, Hanli figured that they would be easily restrained by incredibly fast enemies. That was where the 6-winged frost centipedes came in. In addition to the fearsome glacial qi they spit out, their high ranking on the list of exotic insects were also due to their abnormal speed. When they had 2 wings, their speed was about the same as other spirit insects. But when they sprouted out another pair of wings for a total of 4, their speed underwent a massive increase, beating even common magic treasures. But most fearsome of all was when they completed their 3rd and final pair of wings. Their speed placed them amongst the top 3 fastest insects, and it was reportedly said they were invisible as they moved and could traverse 500 kilometers in mere moments. Of course, this was something that was only told through records. Even in times of antiquity, 6-winged frost centipedes were extremely rare, so Hanli was quite skeptical of these words. But given the one-sided accounts, there was no doubt that they were a fantastically fast insect. In the battle against the Elder Devil, Hanli had suffered quite a bit at his strange bizarre movements, bringing the 6-winged frost centipedes to the top of his mind. It also stood to mention that with the further maturation of the 6-winged frost centipedes, Hanli could refine purple apex flames in further abundance. With that in mind, Hanli took a long look at the 6-winged frost centipede larvae. When he saw that they didn't reject their new environment, Hanli felt relieved. He thought to further examine them for a time before he suddenly looked in the direction of the cave residence's entrance with a changed expression. Light suddenly shined through his eyes, and with a wave of his sleeve, he summoned Silvermoon in front of him. Mu Peeling has arrived in front of the gate. Let her into the hall. I have a few words I wish to say to her. Hanli commanded with a sullen voice. Yes, master. Silvermoon respectfully received her orders and disappeared in a flash of silver light. Hanli sealed the insect rooms and calmly made his way to the main hall. Hanli then took a seat in the master's chair and he held his chin in hand, appearing deep in thought. At that moment, soft footsteps echoed through the hall. Silvermoon walked in with a beaming smile, with Mu Peeling following after her. Mu Peeling appeared as beautiful as before. No, it would be fair to say she was even more ravishing as her cold exterior had faded away to be replaced with serenity. I pay my respects to my lord. I congratulate my lord on his safe return and rise in cultivation. When Mu Peeling saw Hanli, she smiled and gave a curtsy. Han Li smiled and gestured for her to stand. You've congratulated me as soon as you saw me. It seems you've heard the news. But there is no need for you to be overly respectful and act so distant between us. When you accompanied me to the far west, we both went through quite a bit of hardship. In the 3 years the two spent in the far west, their relationship had grown closer. Although they couldn't be said to be entirely intimate, it was far better than before. Many thanks, my lord. Mu Piling smoothly stood up. When we returned from the far west, I didn't wish to separate from you, but it appears to be a good decision since you stayed here for the 27 years I was trapped. Mu Piling replied with a smile. As my lord's concubine and having received much kindness from you, where else would I go if not here? I also didn't believe that my lord had perished either. I didn't think that you held me in such confidence. However, it was truly dangerous this time around and there was a chance that I wouldn't have returned. Although you did have assistance from medicine pills, your current speed of cultivation could be considered extremely fast and you will soon be able to attempt core formation. What are your odds of success? When she heard this, she wore a helpless expression and said, I don't have much of a chance. My odds of a successful core formation is less than 1 in 10. It will be up to Providence. Providence? Han Li beamed at her and said, that might not be the case. I can lend you a hand with regards to core formation and increase your odds by 30%. What? How is that possible? Mu Piling gaped with alarm. My lord can't be joking about this. I've never heard of such medicines in the heavenly south. Most of the medicines I had aren't present in the heavenly south, so it is natural that you wouldn't have heard of it. However, I can guarantee that with your aptitude and my spirit medicines, your odds of core formation should near 50%. Han Li said with a calm expression. As Han Li had never claimed any empty boasts or exaggerated to Mu Piling, she mostly believed him. Then with some thought she hesitantly said, Is my lord telling me this because he has instructions for me? Please don't hesitate to tell me. Han Li felt somewhat surprised by this, but after pondering to himself for a moment he decided to speak forthrightly. Do you remember the agreement we made when you decided to become my concubine? Of course. I requested you to leave me alone for 30 years to cultivate and let me keep my vital yin during this time. Mu Piling blushed as she said this. Han Li saw that she was mistaken and calmly explained himself. The agreed time has about been reached, but you don't have to worry about it. I won't make things difficult just as you are on the verge of core formation. But there are a few things I must make clear before you form a core. Afterwards, you can properly consider what is best for you. I don't wish to use up my spirit medicines on your core formation only for you to suddenly renege on our deal and blame it on a sudden change of heart. What does my lord mean? Mu Piling was stunned and she couldn't help but look at Han Li with shock. Han Li wore an odd expression and said, I hope that after you form your golden core, you will abandon your cultivation art and will cultivate the copulation essence arts. The copulative essence arts? Mu Piling said with astonishment. It is a rare pair cultivation art. When the technique is cultivated at its peak and the woman in question loses her vital yin in copulation, the man and woman in question will receive many benefits in their cultivation. The benefits on cultivation are secondary, but the most important aspect or the cultivation art is the inconceivable effect of allowing breakthroughs in bottlenecks. Of course, I will make it clear that the primary cultivator of the technique is the woman, but the man is the one who receives the most benefits. As such, I wish to know whether or not I should do my utmost in assisting you in reach the core formation stage. Because I've already cultivated to mid-nascent soul stage, I wish to use the effects of the copulative essence arts to break through to late nascent soul stage. I will need you to cultivate the technique to late core formation stage for that to be possible. If you agree to change your cultivation art, I will continue to provide you with medicine pills after you form your core to hasten your cultivation. At the very least, it'll be able to save you over 100 years of bitter cultivation. Of course, if you are unwilling, I won't force you. After you attempt core formation, I will be removing the restrictions on your soul regardless if you are successful and grant you your freedom. And from then on we will have no relation to each other. When Mu Piling heard this, she was thoroughly shocked. For a time, her expression wavered and her heart was thrown in turmoil. Han Li stared at Mu Piling and slowly said, As a woman cultivates the copulation essence art, they must retain their vital yin until the very end or all their efforts will be for naught. As a result, I will not have you fulfill your marital duties until you reach late core formation stage, preserving our current relationship until then. But if you truly capable of assisting me in reaching late nascent soul stage, I will promise you here that I will assist you in forming a nascent soul with all of my strength. With a late nascent soul stage cultivator backing you, forming a nascent soul isn't an impossible matter. Han Li's words weren't a pretense. If he truly reached late nascent soul stage, he could gather more grade 8 demon echo grass to refine with the 9 curl spirit ginseng, creating the spirit medicine that would aid in the creating a nascent soul. Once he reached that stage, he wouldn't have much to fear from a grade 8 demon beast. Mu Peeling lowered her head and sank her head into contemplation before she raised her head and asked Han Li, "My lord, does the copulative essence arts have a particularly slow cultivation speed or have any negative consequences?" "Neither," Han Li promptly answered. "The technique can't compare to the might of a top-grade cultivation art, but it is still faster than ordinary ones. As for any consequences, you may find combat difficult." The woman stared at Han Li and calmly said, "Since that's the case, let's follow my lord's plans. I clearly understand my own aptitude. Without my lord's assistance, I will find it incredibly difficult to successfully form a core. As for nascent soul stage, that is even more of an impossibility. I am very happy that you agreed. Since we've spent some time together, you should how I am for the most part. Although you are only my concubine, I won't be too demanding of you. Properly ready your mind for core formation. I will deliver you the spirit medicine when the time comes." Han Li spoke with an unchanged expression as if having predicted this result. With a curtsy, she said with a firm voice, "Many thanks for my lord's kindness. I do understand the principle to returning kindness bestowed upon me 1,000-fold. I will repay this with my life." It was obvious that Mu Peeling sincerely decided to attach herself to Han Li regardless of any worry of personal gain. After all, Han Li had power on the level of the 3 great heavenly south cultivators and treated her well. She believed that such an good opportunity wouldn't come twice. It also stood to mention that she already understood that Han Li had already treated her with much favor. Without the medicine pills that Han Li provided in the past, she wouldn't be on the verge of core formation. Rather, she would be lingering at mid-foundation establishment stage. As such, she agreed to Han Li's conditions without much hesitation. Han Li's frank words had brought their relationship even closer, and now a faint feeling of intimacy appeared on her face when he spoke with him. Afterwards, Han Li candidly answered the woman's questions with regards to core formation. Mu Peeling knew that this was a rare opportunity and diligently remembered Han Li's guidance. About half a day later, Mu Peeling took her leave, feeling that she had gained much from the visit. Han Li's pointers in particular had made note of a few areas of cultivation she was lacking in, and she needed to properly compensate for them. Han Li didn't ask her to stay and sent her off with a few words of warning. Silvermoon then escorted her out. By the time Silvermoon returned to the main hall, Han Li was sitting in his chair as he reading through a jade slip that contained the refinement method of the 7-flame fan. Silvermoon walked to Han Li's side and asked, "Master, you truly wish to assist that woman in reaching late core formation stage?" Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and he raised his brow, asking, "What? Is there something wrong with that?" Silvermoon's gaze flickered and she hesitantly asked, "Of course not. I was merely shocked that Master wouldn't simply take in another core formation female cultivator to take as a concubine instead of taking the long and hard path. Why are you treating this woman with such consideration?" "It's nothing. I've simply known her for many years and find her character to be acceptable and worthy of being nurtured. I also didn't only accept this woman as a concubine only for her to help me break through my future bottleneck. I want to groom her as a capable subordinate. When I later cultivate in seclusion, I'll need a person I trust to conduct my affairs. As I am a drifting cloud sect elder, I can't continuously ignore the sect, and Warner isn't the type that enjoys being involved with sect matters either. But I can see that this woman is different. She doesn't have the mind to continually pursue further cultivation. Once she reached a certain stage, she will grow complacent and lose her patience for isolated cultivation. As such, she is suitable in dealing with sect matters on my behalf." After Han Li said this, he paused and said, "Of course, the most important point of the copulative essence arts is a woman who is willing. Unless I were to offer a heavy price, Ordinary female core formation cultivators would be unwilling to abandon their long-held cultivation art for an unknown one. And since I've helped Mu Peeling cultivate through foundation establishment and form a core, she definitely won't be unwilling, especially since I'm offering her an opportunity to condense a nascent soul. As she said, it is possible that would have remained a foundation establishment cultivator throughout her lifetime if it weren't for my assistance. Therefore, there is no shame if I wish to make use of her, especially after all the resources I've invested in her. With that said, Han Li sighed and the jade slip disappeared from his hand in a flash of light. Silvermoon tilted her head and sweetly smiled. So it was like that. It seems I hadn't thought it over much. And in the future you won't be idle either. Han Li mysteriously smiled at Silvermoon. Now that I've reached mid-nascent soul stage, I must prepare to seclude myself for several days and refine the celestial ice flames to its very last sliver. Afterwards I'll try to comprehend the method to open the Heaven Void Cauldron. During this time I'll be leaving affairs in the cave residence to you. After Silvermoon heard this, she beamed with joy. It is truly worthy of celebration that Han Li has finally reached the last stage in refining the celestial ice flames. Ah yes, it can also be considered the first step in opening the Heaven Void Cauldron, but I don't have a clue what other requirements there are. But enough of that for now, I've grown tired. Han Li then stood up and walked to his bedroom. Silvermoon watched Han Li as he left and remained in the hall, pondering for a moment before leaving as well. An uneventful night passed. Just as Han Li woke up the next day, Silvermoon arrived before him to report that Senior Marshal Brother Qing and Lu Luo had arrived. Han Li promptly readied himself and had Silvermoon open the restriction before heading to the gate to welcome them. Afterwards, the two men waiting outside were welcomed inside by a smiling Han Li. The three sat down inside the cave residence's hall. Then Senior Marshal Brother Qing apologetically said, "We originally didn't intend to bother Junior Marshal Brother Han on his day of rest, but the matter is rather urgent, so we had no choice but to rush over. There is no need for Senior Marshal Brothers to be overly polite." Han Li smiled and said with a casual tone, "Cultivators only need a moment's rest before recovering. It is no trouble at all." "If that's the case, we're relieved." To put matters bluntly, the Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion have received reports that Han Li had returned to the sect, and they sent a joint invitation asking for us to meet them. Although Junior Marshal Brother Han has been part of our Drifting Cloud sect for some time, they have yet to see you. This is a good opportunity to introduce you to them, as our three sects share a mutual bond of prosperity. And relating to this is the invitation for tomorrow's Master Recognition Ceremony for a magic treasure. The 100 Possibilities sect had invited us and the elders of the Ancient Sword sect to witness it. A Master Recognition Ceremony? Han Li interestedly said, "I recall that the 100 Possibilities Pavilion was renowned for their treasure refinement. If they wish for us to attend it, this magic treasure must be quite unordinary." The invitation didn't reveal it. However, the master of this treasure is to be a young disciple of the 100 Possibilities sect. I heard their aptitude was quite exceptional, having formed a golden core in less than 100 years. The elders of the 100 Possibilities sect are holding high hopes for this disciple. As Lu Luo spoke, he flipped his hand and handed over a letter written in gold words to Han Li. Han Li smiled and took a look at the letter. They must be truly exceptional to form a golden core in less than 100 years. All right, tomorrow I will head out with you too. I'm also quite curious. Senior Marshal Brother Qing chuckled and said, "It is great that you're going. I heard the Ancient Sword Sect Grand Elder Jin Wuhuan had also emerged from seclusion. If I remembered correctly, he had entered seclusion 80 years ago at mid-nascent soul stage. It is unknown how much he had accomplished." The Ancient Sword Sect's Grand Elder. Han Li said with surprise and felt that there was no harm in meeting him. Afterwards he examined Senior Marshal Brother Qing and tensely frowned. "Senior Marshal Brother Qing, I just swept my spiritual sense past your body. Did you not find any life-prolonging medicine pills in Devilfall Valley?" Han Li worriedly asked. When the old man heard Han Li, he wore a bitter smile. "I also know what will happen. At most, I only gave another dozen years to live before I perish. And while I did find a few treasures in Devilfall Valley, none of them were life-prolonging medicine pills, sealing my fate. Cultivators that cannot complete the Great Tao will eventually perish from age and be reincarnated. There is nothing to be sorry about. When that happens, I will be entrusting the sect to you two junior martial brothers." With that said, the old man's expression grew calm. He was clearly prepared for his end to come. 1. The Ancient Sword Sect and the 100 Possibilities Pavilion are allies and neighboring sects of the Drifting Cloud Sect. They share the Dream Cloud Mountains. Han Li inwardly sighed. Although he acquired many spirit medicines from the ruins of the Spirit Ether Garden, none of them were capable of prolonging lifespan. All he could do was console him. "There is no need for Senior Martial Brother Qing to be so dejected. Perhaps you'll come across some luck in a few years." The old man shook his head with an indifferent expression. As it seemed he had already come to terms with his eventual death, Han Li dropped the topic and instead summoned a white jade slip into his hand. "Senior Martial Brothers, I've remembered something." Han Li handed over the jade slip over to Senior Martial Brother Qing and casually said, "I need the sect disciples to go out and gather materials. Because there are many different materials, I'll take whatever amount they can acquire. They need only try their hardest. And so long as the cost of the material isn't outrageous, I'm willing to pay the cost. Have the sect disciples come back to me for compensation." "Let me take a look." Lu Luo took the jade slip with interest and immersed his jade slip into it, his face revealing an odd expression. "No wonder you said they need only try their hardest," Lu Luo said with a shock. "Most of the materials will be difficult to find, and there are even a few items that exist only in legend. I reckon most of them can't be found in the heavenly south." "Oh, let me take a look at what you're trying to find." When Senior Martial Brother Qing heard this, he grew curious and reached out for the jade talisman. He then withdrew his spiritual sense from it with an expression of shock and said, "These are truly rare materials. Could it be that Junior Martial Brother is trying to refine a magic treasure?" Han Li smiled and said, "A magic treasure? That's about right." When he heard Han Li's vague answer, he dropped the topic and agreed to the matter, immediately arranging for the sect disciples to gather materials from the various areas of the heavenly south. With that finished, Senior Martial Brother Qing and Lu Luo glanced at one another, and Lu Luo handed over a bulging storage pouch over to Han Li. "What's this?" Surprised, Han Li unconsciously reached out from the storage pouch and gave the two a puzzling glance. "Junior Martial Brother Han, could it be that you've forgotten that you once already had the sect disciples gather auric essence and other rare materials for you? In the past few years, we were only able to gather a small piece of auric essence, but we did manage to gather all the other materials. I originally thought to give you a pleasant surprise, but I didn't expect that you would need to gather even more materials. It seems you've acquired significant skills in tool refinement." Lu Luo said with a smile. "You managed to find a piece of auric essence?" When Han Li heard this, he rejoiced and he hastily took a look at the pouch. There was an assortment of materials with a walnut-sized piece of auric essence within it. As for the other materials, they were the materials he was lacking to refine the ancient nascent soul-grade puppets. He would have made a few to take inside Devilfall Valley if he had the materials at the time. "I do need these items. Many thanks for your troubles. Their value is quite considerable, and I suppose you must have used quite a few spirit stones to acquire them." Just as Han Li was about to mention the cost, Senior Martial Brother Qing chuckled and waved his hand. These items might have cost a few spirit stones, but Junior Martial Brother Han had fought on behalf of the sect 2 times during the Mulan invasion. It is only natural to compensate you for your troubles. Please don't hesitate to take the items. In that case, I won't be polite. Han Li quickly smiled and put away the spirit pouch without further hesitation. Senior Martial Brother Qing appeared pleased that Han Li didn't refuse his offer. "Ah yes, Senior Martial Brother Qing, when I was dragged into the spatial tear, there were 2 flying swords that were left behind. Have you seen them?" The matter had just come to Han Li's mind. Since the old man was present when this had happened, he should have an idea where it was. Having anticipated this, the old man said with an apologetic tone, "I would have mentioned it to Junior Martial Brother Han regardless. In the past, those 2 swords you left behind were seized by that elder devil. When the campaign against the devil was ongoing, there was no sighting of the magic swords. It seemed that the devil wasn't able to use them because they were your own bonded magic treasure. But now there is another problem, as the whereabouts of the devil are unclear. I fear those flying swords will be difficult to find." "It's with the elder devil?" Han Li's expression changed for a brief moment, That will be troublesome, but it is no matter. They are only worldly possessions. I can make more. I imagined as such. Senior Martial Brother Cheng's expression relaxed and he said, Junior Martial Brother Han possess many flying swords. Losing 2 shouldn't amount to much. It isn't worthy of the danger of seeking out the Elder Devil. Senior Martial Brother Cheng was even more fearful of the Elder Devil than Han Li. Naturally, he also didn't wish for anything to happen to Han Li as he was crucial to the Drifting Cloud sect's rise in the cultivation world. Afterwards they chatted a bit more about sect matters before Senior Martial Brother Cheng and Lu Luo took their leave. Han Li escorted them outside his cave residence before returning inside. When Han Li returned, Silver Moon appeared in a flash of light and beamingly smiled. Master, you've acquired another piece of auric essence. Will you be able to temper another 2 swords and create the aurate sword formation once more? When Silver Moon mentioned the matter, her expression turned sullen. How could it be so simple? The bamboo cloudsworm swords were refined as sets of magic treasures and there isn't enough auric essence to refine another set. Even if I were to refine another 2 flying swords to replace those that were missing, I wouldn't be able to easily control them and they wouldn't be able to form the aurate sword formation either. I will have to recover the swords that were lost. Silver Moon worriedly said, although Master's cultivation has risen, the Elder Devil still isn't an opponent that you can fight. Han Li's eyes flickered and he sat down once more. He solemnly said, I know perfectly well. Unless I am completely certain of victory, I will not act blindly. I will only seek out the devil after I open the Heaven Void Cauldron or refine the 7-flame fan. Youngster Han, don't forget my puppets. Monarch Soul Divergence's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Although the Elder Devil may be formidable, if you can gather enough materials to refine these puppets, they should be more than enough to defend you. He seemed displeased that Han Li made no note of his puppets. Han Li faintly smiled when he heard this. Since Senior spent so much effort on these puppets, I naturally trust them to be exceptional, especially given the rare materials needed to refine them. However, Senior never mentioned the puppet refinement methods and uses. How can I rely on them? Monarch Soul Divergence snorted and proudly said, Don't goad me. Before you gather together the materials for my puppet body, I won't reveal even a sliver of information about the puppets to you. However, I will say that if the puppets are refined, they will be just as formidable as I was in my prime. Keep that in mind. No less powerful than you in your prime? Han Li felt shocked by his words and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. What? You don't believe me? Monarch Soul Divergence's voice turned cold as if annoyed. Let alone believe, I fear even Senior is only guessing their level of power since you've only developed these puppets in theory. As expected of his temperamental nature, Monarch Soul Divergence instantly let out a laugh and said, Those words are reasonable, but with my knowledge, how could I mistaken the power of the puppets that I've designed? You don't need to worry on this point. Han Li paid him no further attention and walked towards his secluded room. Although he would be attending the ceremony the next day, he wanted as much of the final strands of celestial ice flames as soon as possible. Afterwards, he would need even more time to refine his newly acquired materials so that he could later refine 2 of his nascent soul stage puppets. During his time in Devilfall Valley, he had seen the malevolent ghost puppets that Taoist Heaven Crystal had controlled. While they weren't able to last long against the Elder Devil, their true strength was on par with a common early nascent soul cultivator, an admirable display. With that thought, Han Li entered the secluded room as he grabbed onto his newly acquired storage pouch. On the morning of the next day, Han Li and his senior martial brothers joined together and made their way towards the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. Because 3 sects all used the same mountain range, it didn't take long before the 3 arrived at the 100 Possibilities Pavilion on the other side of the Dream Cloud Mountains. On the way, Han Li recalled that he had previously gone there once before when he was still assuming the identity of a low-level disciple and participated in the 3 sects sword trial assembly. 1. He found the memory to be quite funny. Just as the 3 flew out from the Drifting Cloud sect's grand formation, they were met by 3 core formation cultivators that were respectfully standing by. When they saw the 3 appear, they flew towards them. We pay our respects, seniors. We were awaiting your arrival under orders of our martial uncles. The one who spoke was the old man who stood at the 3's front. He saluted them, followed by the 2 other middle-aged cultivators at his side. Senior Martial Brother Ching smiled and calmly said, There is no need for martial nephews to be so polite. Go ahead and lead the way. Han Li looked at the old man and offered a mysterious smile. Just as it so happened, the old man was Old Man Fu, who presided over the sword trial assembly. Since cultivators had sharp memories, it was guaranteed that he recognized Han Li, but he didn't reveal this in the slightest. He may only be a core formation cultivator, but his wits were quite keen. 1. Chapter 6:18. Han Li participated in the trial to gain access to the Spirit Well Tree along with its various pill formulas. Under the guidance of Old Man Fu, Han Li and the others tread past the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's grand formation and entered the sect. Unlike last time where they descended to a plaza surrounded by mountains for the sword trial assembly, they instead arrived at the large platform built on the side of the mountain. At the center of this platform was a 5-story stone pagoda about 300 meters tall. The mountain behind the pagoda reached up beyond the eye could see and was densely filled with holes. Occasionally 100 Possibilities Pavilion disciples would dart in and out of them like bees. Old Man Fu didn't lead them to the pagoda. Instead he brought them to the top of the mountain. As they flew past the mountain, Senior Marshal Brother Qing gave Han Li an introduction. The mountain depths is a top-grade reservoir of earth-lung fire. Not only is it far more efficient for tool refinement, but it is also incredibly beneficial for cultivators with fire tribute techniques. As a result, many of their high-grade disciples actually construct cave residences deep inside it. Han Li felt his heart stir when he heard this, and his face revealed a pensive expression. In the blink of an eye, they flew over 3,000 meters high and eventually arrived at a huge isolated cave. It clearly wasn't somewhere a low-grade cultivator could travel. Apart from 2 old men, there were no other cultivators waiting to receive them. When the 3 landed at the cave's entrance, a red-haired dark-skinned old man called out to them, "Brother Qing. Fellow Taoist Lu. I've been waiting for quite a while. I hope you two haven't taken offense that I haven't personally gone out to welcome you. And this must be fellow Taoist Han. He is as young as expected. His future prospects are boundless." After a brief look at Han Li, he shouted out with alarm, Fellow Taoist Han has already entered mid-nascent soul stage?" The shriveled old man with a stern face also revealed an expression of shock. "This seems to have come as a shock, Brother Feng." Senior Marshal Brother Qing chuckled and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han had just entered mid-nascent soul stage. In the future I hope you'll be able to provide him with some guidance." When the 200 Possibilities Pavilion elders recovered from their shock, they glanced at each other and wryly smiled. Old Man Feng then replied, "Us? Give guidance? Brother Qing must be joking." Han Li saluted the two and spoke with a polite tone, "There is no need to be so modest. I merely cultivated quickly and my foundation is still unstable. In the future when there is something amiss with my cultivation, I hope you fellow Taoists will be able to clear up my doubts." When the 200 Possibilities Pavilion elders heard his reply, they gained a rather good impression of Han Li. The two invited the Drifting Cloud sect elders inside, and then the core formation stage guides took their leave. The other 100 Possibilities Pavilion elder said, "Originally, Senior Marshal Brother Pyre also wished to come to welcome you, but he is making his last preparations for the Master Recognition ceremony. I hope you 3 don't mind." "What is Brother Ding saying? Junior Marshal Brother Lu and I have known you 3 for several hundreds of years. You don't have to be so considerate. But do you think you could tell us what is this magic treasure that requires such a grand Master Recognition ceremony?" Old Man Ding betrayed a slight trace of pride on his expression and he chuckled. "It isn't an amazing treasure. It is simply something my martial brothers and I had spent 3 months refining, a Yin Yang Pagoda." "Yin Yang Pagoda? That's one of your sect's 3 signature treasures. I recall that there was no one in your sect that was able to refine it in the past 1,000 years." Senior Marshal Brother Cheng's smile was replaced with an expression of shock. "That is why we've invited you fellow Taoists to witness the Master Recognition ceremony. Although the Yin Yang Pagoda is one of our sect's signature treasures, it can't amount to much in your eyes. Let alone the Ancient Sword sect, but I heard that Senior Marshal Brother Qing acquired a few rare treasures himself." Old Man Feng chuckled and probingly asked, "As for fellow Taoist Han's sudden rise to mid-nascent soul stage, I suspect he also found something in Devil Fall Valley, right?" Senior Marshal Brother Qing shook his head with intensity. Acquired a few treasures? Brother Feng has been listening to the rumors. Although I did acquire 2 ancient treasures inside Devilfall Valley, their power is only ordinary. They can't be compared to the Yinyang Pagoda. As for Junior Marshal Brother Han's affairs, I'm not too sure on that. I also acquired no powerful ancient treasures, but rather I have many of my treasures destroyed in the valley. If it weren't for the opportunity to raise my cultivation a stage, I fear my trip would have been in vain. Of course, Hanli didn't mention the Spirit Ether Garden in detail. Fellow Taoist Han's sudden rise in cultivation must be a result of some treasures. I'd be willing to hand over all my treasures if it meant I could increase my cultivation by another stage. Old Man Feng bitterly chuckled and spoke with a tone of admiration and self-mockery. Hanli smiled but said nothing else. After they passed through a large garden with blooming white flowers, they were ushered into an exceptionally large hall. The hall was over 300 meters wide and the wall was embedded with sparkling golden crystals, each of them the size of a fist. Not only did they fill the hall with light, but they also gave it an air of luxury. "Please sit, fellow Taoists," Old Man Feng courteously said. "Senior Marshal Brother Pyre will come when he is finished. As for the fellow Taoists from the ancient sword sect, they should soon arrive as well." As soon as Lu Luo sat down, he asked, "I heard that the ancient sword sect's elder Jean had emerged from prolonged seclusion and will be coming over. Is this true?" "It is true." Fellow Taoist Jean had personally sent Senior Marshal Brother Pyre a voice transmission talisman. He said he wished to attend but... After saying that, Old Man Feng paused. "But what?" Lu Luo bafflingly asked. Senior Marshal Brother Qing also looked over with interest, but Hanli simply examined the large hall as if he weren't paying attention. "But fellow Taoist Jean will be wanting to meet fellow Taoist Han Li." Old Man Ding glanced at Han Li and mysteriously smiled at him. After all, Brother Han's reputation is resounding and is now no less inferior than that of the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators. He is also perhaps the top cultivator in our Heavenly Tao Alliance in reputation. Not to mention that he's now entered mid-nascent soul stage. What? Senior Marshal Brother Qing frowned and unhappily said, "Does eccentric Jean want to test Junior Marshal Brother Han's abilities? Has his bold temperament remained unchanged in his many years of seclusion?" "I'm not too sure of this," Old Man Ding honestly answered, "but with fellow Taoist Han's abilities, there shouldn't be anyone he holds in fear. To tell the truth, we've also never witnessed his abilities." Lu Luo's eyes flickered and he tapped the table, slowly saying, "You mean to say that this meeting is actually a new contest for ranking?" "It isn't wrong to think that," Old Man Feng said with a smile. "However, us old folks from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion haven't changed much and we won't be contending against your 2 sections. But since fellow Taoist Jean will be coming in the flesh, I imagine he will be wanting to test fellow Taoist Han's abilities. He isn't willing to hand over the title of the strongest of the 3 sects over to you. If you knew about that, why didn't you mention this in the invitation? This isn't excusable," Senior Marshal Brother Qing said with a frown. Lu Luo's expression also turned sullen. "Fellow Taoists, don't be mistaken," Old Man Feng shook his hand and calmly said, "This was only something we had guessed. Fellow Taoist Jean hasn't said anything about meeting fellow Taoist Han. In our point of view, this meeting is only to decide which of the 3 sects will be top amongst their peers. Such a meeting only occurs once in 100 years. And it stands to mention, in addition to fellow Taoist Han, there is also a new face in the ancient sword sect, fellow Taoist Brightscent. It will be good for everyone to meet each other." Lu Luo's expression relaxed after he heard this. As for Han Li, his expression remained unchanged from the very start, giving the 200 Possibilities Pavilion elders a mysterious impression of him. Senior Marshal Brother Qing quickly calmed down as well, and when he thought to ask more about the ancient sword sect, a voice transmission talisman suddenly flew into the hall in a red streak and dropped into Old Man Feng's hand. Right after, all the eyes in the room unconsciously focused on him. Old Man Feng quickly glanced at the talisman before quickly standing up. "How timely," Old Man Feng said with regret. "Please wait here for the time being. The ancient sword sect will soon arrive and I will be going out to welcome them. Junior Marshal Brother Ding will be here to keep you company." He then hurriedly walked out. Senior Marshal Brother Qing and Lu Luo exchanged a glance and they wore a heavy expression. Han Li didn't appear nervous or anxious at all. But if he remembered correctly, the Drifting Cloud sect elders were only on good terms with the child fire dragon, and had a poor relationship with all the other elders of the ancient sword sect. A short moment later, footsteps could be heard in the hall, and old man Feng entered with 3 other cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. At the very front of the 3 cultivators was a tall and sturdy old man with gray messy hair. He had a rosy complexion and smooth skin, but his bright eyes displayed a savage cruelty. And most notably of all was the pair of extraordinarily large hands drooped at his sides. They were nearly as large as half an ordinary person. Behind the old man stood a middle-aged man with a common appearance and a young woman with an air of dignity. When Han Li saw these cultivators, he could tell that the old man with the radiant eyes was most likely eccentric Jin. After all, he was the only one amongst them that was at mid-nascent soul stage and near its peak nonetheless. When the tangle-haired old man entered the hall, he swept his gaze past the other before focusing on Han Li with a trace of surprise betraying from his face. Wearing an odd expression, the tangle-haired old man slowly said, "So you must be fellow Taoist Han. I've long heard of your grand reputation, but weren't you supposed to be an early nascent soul cultivator? How could you advance an entire cultivation level so quickly?" Han Li stood up to salute him and said, "So you must be Brother Jin. I must have given you quite a surprise. I've only entered mid-nascent soul stage recently." When eccentric Jin heard him, his heart dropped. After a moment of silence, he wryly smiled and said, "As soon as I emerged from seclusion, I heard that fellow Taoist Han possessed many inconceivable abilities. Although the rumors were somewhat exaggerated, they don't appear too far off." Han Li smiled, but before he could say something else, Senior Marshal Brother Ching stood up and chuckled. He said with a cordial tone, "Fellow Taoist Jin, you've been staring at Han Li as soon as you've arrived. Why don't you sit down and have a proper chat with us?" Eccentric Jin laughed and wore a false grin, saying, "I hope fellow Taoist Ching doesn't take offense. I had no interest in seeing you. I've only come because I was curious about the illustrious reputation of your junior martial brother Han." "Is that so?" Senior Marshal Brother Ching asked with a beaming smile. "Now that you've seen junior martial brother Han, I'm sure you aren't disappointed." Eccentric Jin looked at Senior Marshal Brother Ching with a cold smile and laughed. "Of course I'm not disappointed. Rather, he even exceeded my expectations. With fellow Taoist Han, the Drifting Cloud sect will rise in prominence. However, I also heard that Brother Han wasn't truly a disciple that had emerged from your sect. Rather, he originated from Yellow Maple Valley. Even if Junior Marshal Brother Han was once related to Yellow Maple Valley, why does that matter? He is now an elder of our Drifting Cloud sect." Senior Marshal Brother Ching calmly stated. Eccentric Jin rolled his eyes when he heard this, but was interrupted by Old Man Feng before he could continue. "Fellow Taoists, let's not be too focused on conversation. Our 100 Possibilities Pavilion has acquired some spirit fruit with a pleasant scent. Please try them." With that said, he clapped his hand and a group of young female disciples waiting outside walked inside with trays of oval scarlet spirit fruits. When this happened, Eccentric Jin and Senior Marshal Brother Ching sat down, not daring to slight their host. Once the female disciples finished laying out the fruit, Old Man Feng said, "These are fire pomegranates. A disciple of our sect had collected them from an unknown area. Their flesh is sweet and juicy. If an ordinary mortal were to consume them, they would experience an improvement in sight." Han Li and the others have never seen such a fruit, and they all began to taste them. As expected, they tasted quite sweet and contained quite a bit of worldly chi in them. Han Li enjoyed them in particular and ate them in quick succession. Old Man Ding glanced at the female ancient sword sect cultivator before speaking with a smile. "This person must be fellow Taoist Bright Scent. I've heard your magic treasures were unordinary and was crafted from 10,000-year-old yellow wood. I also heard you cultivate the top-grade wood attribute cultivation art, the 100 Bloom Yang Spring Arts. Would you happen to know why hasn't fellow Taoist Fire Dragon come?" "That's right, I am Bright Scent." Senior Marshal Brother Fire Dragon had heard news that someone was selling eggs for fire crystal beasts at the Lavender Cloud Mountains, and he left the sect several months prior. "Although I've entered nascent soul stage about 50 years ago, I've very rarely met with others. Now that we've met, I hope you fellow Taoists can provide me with guidance." Although the woman didn't appear remarkably beautiful, Each and every one of her movements contained a gentle elegance and her body emitted a faint flowery fragrance. One couldn't help but gain a good impression of her. When the woman finished talking, her gaze turned to Han Li with quite a bit of interest. Han Li unconsciously frowned for a moment in response. With the fruits eaten, the three sect's elders began to chat. As Han Li's two senior martial brothers subtly contended with the others through their words, he sat quietly and only occasionally spoke. But due to Han Li's thunderous reputation, the elders of the Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Possibilities Pavilion were particularly mindful of Han Li's actions, attempting to see if they concealed any hidden meaning. Just as their chat continued, red light suddenly flashed from outside the hall, revealing a purple-robed middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and an imposing aura. At a glance, one could tell he was a man of authority. As soon as this person appeared at the hall's entrance, Old Man Feng and Ding stood up. Senior Martial Brother Pyre, the fellow Taoists of the Drifting Cloud Sect and Ancient Sword Sect have arrived. Are the preparations for the ceremony complete? The middle-aged man grunted and swept his gaze across everyone in the hall. Everything has been arranged. Fellow Taoists, let's go and attend the ceremony. At that moment, the other cultivators in the hall all stood up and welcomed him. As he was the Grand Elder of the 100 Possibilities Pavilion, they didn't dare to slight him. Brother Pyre, you've finally come, Eccentric Jean called out to him with a friendly tone. I'm not sure how much your heaven fire arts have improved. After this ceremony is over, we may as well swap some pointers. Eccentric Pyre rolled his eyes at him and snorted. Forget it. Although my heaven fire arts are quite powerful, it is still an entire level below your techniques. If you wish to gain some experience, you had best find someone else. At that moment, Senior Martial Brother Qing introduced Han Li. Eccentric Pyre was greatly shocked by Han Li's quick rise to mid-nascent soul stage and spoke to him with much courtesy. Soon after, Eccentric Pyre said nothing else and promptly invited the sect elders to attend the master recognition ceremony. As the others raised no objections, they walked out of the cave and arrived above the stone platform they had passed. At that moment, the nearby skies and mountains were completely empty apart from several hundred Foundation establishment disciples standing in front of the huge pagoda, divided into their own separate groups. And at the very front of these Foundation establishment disciples were a dozen core formation cultivators solemnly lined up side by side. About 30 meters in front of the core formation cultivators was a cauldron with strange flame-like designs engraved all over it. It was about 3 meters wide but short and shaped like a cube. But more strange of all was while there was nothing touching the cauldron, it was scarlet red and heated up the air 30 meters around it. But all of this was of little notice to all the cultivators around it. All their eyes were focused on a young man 3 meters away from the cauldron. The young man was kowtowing on a golden prayer mat as he chanted something. Because his head was lowered, it was difficult to see his face. In the blink of an eye, Han Li and the other elders dropped down in front of the crowd of cultivators. The crowd became restless and the dozen core formation disciples immediately approached the elders and respectfully saluted them. We pay our respects to our martial uncles and seniors. After paying his respects, Old Man Fu stepped forward and respectfully announced, Junior Martial Brother Wang has already immersed himself in paying his respects for nearly 2 hours. Soon he will begin to open the cauldron and conduct the ceremony. Acknowledged. You may now go back. Eccentric Pyre nodded and brought the other elders to the very front to observe the kowtowing young man. Eccentric Jean examined the disciple and said, Fellow Taoist Pyre, this is the disciple that reached core formation stage in less than 100 years? His aptitude was already outstanding and now he is taking in the Yin-Yang Pagoda as his bonded magic treasure. I suspect that in another 300 years, your sect will gain another nascent soul cultivator. Eccentric Pyre chuckled and said, Forming a nascent soul is only a matter of luck. An exceptional aptitude doesn't decide whether or not one can enter nascent soul stage. It merely increases their odds. Eccentric Jean simply smiled when he heard this. The others remained silent as well. The disciples behind them then noticed that their martial ancestor was present, bringing along many nascent soul cultivators as well. In the blink of an eye, the disciples of the platform suddenly held their breaths out of extremely carefulness and the platform became completely silent apart from the chanting of the kowtowing disciple. Han Li listened to the words he chanted and discovered that they were merely common worshipping scripts, nothing out of the ordinary. It was unknown whether the sect elders were doing this to temper his will or if this was simply an odd sect tradition. To these old nascent soul eccentrics, a year of cultivation wasn't much time. Naturally, waiting only a few more minutes until the ceremony started was an instant to them. Just as Han Li thought the time for the ceremony was close by, the burning cauldron suddenly began to tremble and release a series of clear rings before brightly glowing with light. The temperature of the cauldron's surroundings suddenly rose as a wave of red flame shot out all around it. Han Li and the other nascent soul cultivators were completely unaffected by the flames, emitting light around their bodies to block it, but the Foundation Establishment and Core Formation cultivators behind them had found the effort to be difficult. Their own barriers were unable to completely protect them against the scalding heat. As for the young disciple that was kowtowing 3 meters away from the cauldron, he rigidly blocked the wave of flames with a fire-red barrier. He eventually took a deep breath and raised his head, looking at the huge cauldron through the flames. The disciple had a delicate face and appeared to be a thin youth in his late 20s. Given the age he formed his golden core, it was no wonder why the 100 Possibilities Pavilion elders were willing to bestow a treasure as formidable as the Yin Yang Pagoda over to him. 1. A core formation cultivator from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion who presided over the Sword Trial Assembly in the past. More recently, he led Drifting Cloud sect elders to the elders' meeting ground. The time has come. Old Man Feng loudly yelled, "Lay down the formation and open the cauldron." Soon after this was said, 2 of the dozen core formation cultivators standing behind them shot towards either side of the cauldron. As for the others, they took to the air and raised a sparkling blue formation plate above their heads. A hum sounded out and a barrier of blue light appeared, enveloping most of the stage from its center. As for the 2 middle-aged core formation cultivators at the side of the huge cauldron, they wordlessly formed hand incantations as soon as they saw the light barrier appear and shot several streaks of spell seals at the large cauldron. The cauldron lid began to slightly tremble as rainbow light leaked through the openings, releasing a faint hum. Then the lid began to slowly float into the air as if it weighed 1,000 kilograms. As for the youth that was kowtowing, he now stood up and firmly stared at the huge cauldron. Suddenly, a ball of blinding white light shot out from the cauldron and soared into the sky. Without another thought, the youth gave chase in a streak of yellow light. The white light flew to the top of the barrier and knocked against it, but the blue light barrier held firm. The impact had only caused it to lightly tremble. At that moment, the youth had caught up to the white streak of light and reached out to grab it. However, the white light was very intelligent and made a sudden turn, causing the youth's face to turn gloomy as he pursued it once more. In the blink of an eye, a white and yellow streak of light was spiraling inside the light barrier like a shooting star chasing after the moon. The several hundred of Foundation Establishment cultivators stared at the scene with wide eyes. As for the nascent soul elders, they were all indifferently standing there and would occasionally speak with one another. Han Li squinted his eyes and lazily gazed at everything that was happening. It was clear that the disciple inside the light barrier had yet to refine a magic treasure of his own. Rather, he was purely relying on a top-grade flying magic tool to pursue the Yin Yang Pagoda, so it was only natural that he was behind in speed. However, this did not matter much because while the Yin Yang Pagoda was rather fast, it was quickly running out of spiritual power. It could only maintain its current speed for a few more minutes at most before the youth would easily capture it. This was precisely what the 100 Possibilities Pavilion elders had intended. If the disciple managed to grab the pagoda too quickly, the master recognition ceremony for the treasure would have been nothing to behold. With that thought, Han Li squinted his eyes once more. Although the white light was exceptionally blinding, he was able to clearly see the appearance of the treasure with his bright sight spirit eyes. The treasure appeared to be a pure white pagoda of exquisite detail that was 3 inches large. Han Li wasn't able to make out any other details about the treasure apart from this. At that moment, Han Li heard a woman's voice transmission. "Fellow Taoist Han, what do you think about the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's disciple? Do you think he can enter Nascent Soul stage?" In his surprise, he slowly turned around and found that the woman titled Brightscent had walked behind him at an unknown time. She was giving him an aloof smile. Han Li looked at the woman's face and calmly said, I share the same opinion with fellow Taoist Pyre. But if the 100 Possibilities Pavilion can acquire a bit of medicine, the disciple will have a good chance at forming a nascent soul. But it stands to mention that no matter how great this disciple's aptitude may be, he will never reach the point of fellow Taoist Han's world-shaking abilities. The woman smiled at Han Li, and an unusual expression appeared on her face as she spoke. I heard that in Devil Fall Valley, fellow Taoist Han was able to dispatch one of 2 elder devils alone. With this feat alone, your abilities are proven to be no lesser than the 3 great heavenly south cultivators. When Han Li heard this, he pondered for a moment and replied, "Fellow Taoist Brightscent, you flatter me. If it weren't for the assistance of the other fellow Taoists present, I wouldn't have been able to fight the elder devil. Furthermore, I wasn't even the one to slay the elder devil. It had died inside the spatial pocket as a matter of luck. Fellow Taoist Han is far too modest." The young woman brushed away the hair covering her face in an elegant motion and wore a mysterious coquettish smile as she spoke. "I suppose I'll drop that subject, but don't tell me that escaping from a Mulan divine sage and slaying a Jin Empire devil sect elder were just rumors. I heard that the Jin Empire devil cultivator was at the peak of mid-nascent soul stage. Is this true?" As Han Li's gaze wandered, the woman swept her sleeve and released a flowery fragrance in Han Li's expression. When he smelled it, he felt his mind relax and felt intimately close to the woman. He couldn't help but want to answer her question. Bewitchment's techniques? But there were no signs. Her eyes were clear. But her flowery fragrance does seem odd. Before Han Li condensed a nascent soul, he encountered several female cultivators that were proficient in bewitchment techniques. In nearly an instant, he discovered something odd about himself and detected the woman's hidden tricks. However, her calm spiritual chi fluctuations indicated that this was the result of the odd fragrance. Fellow Taoist Brysant knows quite a bit. Those 2 events were simply a matter of luck and aren't worth mentioning. However, I've heard a bit about fellow Taoist Brightscent from my martial brothers as well. I heard that you cultivated the 100 Bloom Yongspring arts, an intangible technique that can subdue enemies with inconceivable might. What? Brightsant's smile froze. Fellow Taoist Qing know about the might of the 100 Bloom Yongspring arts? Although many knew about her cultivation art, few people knew of its true abilities and scarcely anyone was able to cultivate it. Han Li smiled, but just as he thought about what to say, his expression changed and he suddenly raised his head to the sky. The woman saw Han Li and followed his stare, but all she saw was clear skies. The woman frowned and looked at Han Li with a trace of bafflement. However, Han Li wasn't paying the woman any attention. Rather, his expression only grew more stern. In an instant, he turned his head to eccentric Pyre and loudly yelled, "Fellow Taoist Pyre, I fear that someone has come to visit. Let's go out and welcome them." The others hastily looked around with astonishment. Eccentric Pyre appeared particularly baffled as he turned his head. "A guest? Who is it?" Han Li sighed. But before he could said anything, Eccentric Jin's expression changed and his gaze turned to where Han Li originally looked. He nervously said, "There is someone that is coming, and from his powerful spiritual chi fluctuations they should be a late nascent soul cultivator." When Eccentric Jin finished speaking, a deep and clear voice soon shook the skies. "The great truth sect's Master Sunreach has come to pay a visit. Is fellow Taoist Pyre here?" "So it is Master Sunreach. Why has such an important person come here?" Eccentric Pyre and the others glanced at each other with alarm, not knowing why one of the 3 great heavenly south cultivators have arrived. None of the 3 sects had invited him. Han Li rubbed his chin and wore a pensive expression. The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Righteous Tao didn't have a good relationship by any means, but Master Sunreach shouldn't hold any ill intent for this visit as he hadn't concealed his presence when he had arrived. This had allowed Han Li to easily sense him from a distance. "Let's go and welcome fellow Taoist Sunreach." Eccentric Pyre took the lead and quickly flew forward. The others raised no objection as they didn't believe Master Sunreach meant them any harm. As powerful as he may be, he would find it difficult to take them all on. The elders weren't able to further attend the master recognition ceremony, and they all emerged from the light barrier and made their way to the border of the sect's great formation. Along the way, Han Li sensed that Brightscent seemed to be very interested in him and would occasionally steal a glance at him. Han Li inwardly snorted as a result. If the woman kept looking for trouble, he didn't mind teaching her a lesson. When they arrived at the Grand Formation, Eccentric Pyre and his 2 junior martial brothers opened a passage through the restriction, allowing a streak of light to fly in. The light faded away to reveal a middle-aged Taoist priest possessing an otherworldly presence. As Han Li saw his flawless appearance and the long sword he wore on his back, it was obvious at a glance that he was Master Sunreach. When Master Sunreach appeared, all the present cultivators saluted him, but he quickly swept his gaze past them before focusing on Han Li. Master Sunreach grinned and called out to him with a chuckle, "Fellow Taoist Han is here as expected. Just after I left my sect, I acquired information that you were visiting the 100 Possibilities Pavilion and rushed over here." "What? Master Sunreach has come to find me?" Han Li pursed his lips and wore an odd expression. "That's right," Master Sunreach said with a smile. "This humble Taoist had pressing matters to attend to in the state of Xi, but I didn't think I'd hear that Brother Han has made a safe return. As soon as I heard this, I rushed over to have a chat. It seemed when I was looking for information at few market cities, there were people that recognized me. But surely fellow Taoist Sunreach didn't rush to seek me out just to chat?" Han Li puzzlingly asked. "The matter will take some time to explain." Master Sunreach let out a long sigh before wearing a friendly face. He then said with a courteous tone, Fellow Taoist Han and I have a few matters to talk about. I hope you won't mind." Eccentric Pyre forced a smile and said, "Since Brother Sunreach has come to see fellow Taoist Han, there is no problem of course. We'll simply wait at the side." Against one of the 3 greatest cultivators in the heavenly south, even the arrogant eccentric Jean couldn't utter his complaints. Naturally, Eccentric Pyre didn't wish to offend him either, and he called out for the other cultivators to descend to the ground. Senior Martial Brother Qing and Lu Luo exchanged a glance before a trace of confusion appeared on their faces. But given that Senior Martial Brother Qing had once witnessed Han Li's abilities before, he felt no worry for Han Li and promptly descended. Han Li looked at the cultivators that had landed on the ground before turning to Master Sunreach. "What does Brother Sunreach want to talk about? From how serious you appear, I am rather interested." Master Sunreach casually waved his hand, creating a soundproof barrier around them. Then after examining Han Li, he chuckled and said, "Before I talk about the matter, I must thank fellow Taoist Han for dealing with the original soul of the Elder Devil in Devilfall Valley. If the 2 devil souls combined, I fear the entire heavenly south would have been put at risk." Han Li smiled in response and asked, "Does fellow Taoist Sunreach wish to ask about the whereabouts of the Elder Devil's original soul?" Master Sunreach was stunned for a moment and quickly regained his composure, saying, "Fellow Taoist Han is truly intelligent. Yes, that was precisely one of the things I wanted to ask." "Master Sunreach doesn't have to worry about it," Han Li quickly replied. "Through a matter of luck, the original soul of the Elder Devil was cleanly exterminated inside the spatial pocket." Master Sunreach let out a long sigh and said, "Then I am relieved. The soul fragment should have sensed that the original soul had perished, and from the punishment it received in this land, it shouldn't be returning." After hearing this, Han Li curiously asked with a tone of doubt, "Brother Sunreach, the soul fragment occupying the devil body was so powerful that even 3 late nascent soul cultivators weren't able to slay it? Didn't fellow Taoist already experience the true might of the Elder Devil's abilities?" "Yes, but I heard that the devil consumed many nascent souls after escaping the valley. Could it be the devil's restored strength was so powerful?" Han Li asked with astonishment. "So fellow Taoist Han still doesn't know about it?" Master Sunreach solemnly said, "When we fought the Elder Devil, it had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its cultivation had increased to a whole new level, obtaining power comparable to an early deity transformation cultivator. Were it not for the fact we trapped it in a grand formation we had prepared beforehand and had a dozen of mid-nascent soul cultivators supporting the formation, I fear we wouldn't have been able to deal with the devil. And even with that support we had suffered a massive loss in vitality. We had used a successive chain of secret techniques to slay 2 of its heads in a single breath as well as 3 of its arms, but in the end, it still managed to flee." When Han Li heard this, he felt his blood run cold. Given the fearsomeness of the devil, it was no wonder you feared that it would fuse with its original soul. If it were any more powerful, there would be none in the heavenly south that would be capable of stopping it. But that won't come to be. Fortunately, the devil ran to the Jin Empire. Now that devil is there to deal with. Master Sunreach said with a beaming smile. Han Li glanced at Master Sunreach and could faintly sense a trace of schadenfreude in his words. It appeared he didn't have a very high opinion of the Jin Empire. Han Li then changed the topic and said, since Master Sunreach mentioned the Elder Devil was only one of the things he wished to talk about, what other important matters do you want to talk about? That's right, the matter of the Elder Devil was only a passing question. Master Sunreach looked at Han Li and happily said, I had sought fellow Taoist Han for a different matter altogether. But first let me congratulate you on your rise to mid-nascent soul stage. Many thanks for your excessive praise. It was only a result of chance, Han Li politely said. I heard from fellow Taoist Wei that Brother Han possesses a magic treasure created from gold lightning bamboo and is capable of producing the legendary divine Devilbane lightning. Is this true? Once that was said, Master Sunreach's expression turned solemn. Han Li narrowed his eyes in alarm and suddenly turned silent. He didn't know why he was asked this question, but after a moment of thought, he decided that since the divine Devilbane lightning was no longer a secret, there was no further point in concealing it. He eventually nodded and said, that's right. I have several magic treasures created from divine Devilbane lightning. Please speak of the matter directly. I am not fond of speaking in circles. Good. Master Sunreach appeared overjoyed and said, in that case, you were exactly who I was looking for. As for the reason why, I cannot speak of the matter here in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble. I can only tell fellow Taoist Han that it involves the entire cultivation world of the Heavenly South, in particular the huge nameless whirlpool that had recently appeared in the endless seas. Han Li unconsciously raised his brow when he heard this. Although he didn't know what Master Sunreach had meant, it definitely wasn't anything good and he immediately grew suspicious. I cannot make any sense of those words. Why is it that you wish to seek me out? And why do you need divine Devilbane lightning? Master Sunreach glanced at the others down below and proposed, I merely passed by the Dream Cloud Mountains on the way to something important. As a result, I cannot stay here for long. But how about fellow Taoist Han make a trip to the 7 Spirit Islands in the near future? Wei Wuya Devil Concord and I will be there. We'll all be able to give you a detailed explanation together. The 7 Spirit Islands? Are those the 7 islands that appeared near the whirlpool? Han Li asked with a frown. That's right, these 7 islands surround the whirlpool and possess spirit veins of incredibly rare quality. As a result, we've resided on the islands these past few years. Once that was said, he sighed and wore a helpless expression. Han Li was stunned and his mind began to churn. From what Master Sunreach said, it seemed the 3 great heavenly south cultivators weren't very willing to reside on the 7 spirit islands. He wasn't arrogant enough to bluntly decline Master Sunreach's invitation at the very first mention of it. Let alone the 3 great heavenly south cultivators themselves, he was even more unwilling to become enemies with the vast superpowers they represented. However, Han Li was unwilling to visit the 7 spirit islands while he was still ignorant of matters and he unconsciously hesitated. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Han. Seeing Han Li's hesitation, Master Sunreach offered an explanation. There is no harmful intent with the invitation, nor will we put you in any danger. We simply want to make use of your divine Devilbane lightning. Even if I didn't invite you in half a year, all the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators in the Heavenly South will receive invitations from the 3 great Heavenly South cultivators to meet at the 7 Spirit Islands. If fellow Taoist Han helps us with this, he won't need to go later. After a moment of silence, Han Li answered with a reluctant tone, since Master Sunreach has said this, it seems the matter is truly important. In 3 months I will pay a visit to the 7 Spirit Islands. Master Sunreach frowned and asked, 3 months? The matter is quite important. Could fellow Taoist arrive sooner? I fear that won't do. Han Li shook his head and said, I've only just returned the Drifting Cloud sect and I have my own important matters to attend to. I cannot immediately depart from the sect. After some hesitation, Master Sunreach agreed. Fine. 3 months will do barely. My companions and I will be waiting for you when the time comes. And to tell the truth, you may even reap some profit for yourself and gain some benefits for your sect. Han Li's eyes wandered. Before Han Li could make sense of what had Master Sunreach said, He had already bid his leave and loudly yelled a few words of farewell to the cultivators down below before flying out of the Great Restriction and leaving the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. Han Li felt somewhat confused about the last words he said about profit. However, he wasn't able to come up with an answer for the time being and tossed the matter to the back of his mind. At that moment, Han Li was facing eccentric Jean while floating above one of the mountains surrounding the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. The rest of the cultivators were observing at a neighboring mountain peak. Must we truly compete in a battle? Fellow Taoist Jean should know your chances of victory aren't very high. After hearing this, eccentric Jean said with a solemn expression, I am the ancient sword sect's Grand Elder. I cannot silently surrender my sect's superior standing and our greater share of the mountain's resources. It also stands to mention that I am rather curious about the abilities of the famous cultivator who only condensed a nascent soul a little over 30 years back. If I am defeated, there will be no future need for ranking contests between our sections. Our ancient sword sect will yield to the drifting cloud sect from then on. Fine. Since this is what Brother Jean wants, I will respectfully comply. Han Li smiled and without another word he raised his hand, summoning a fist-sized ball of blue flames above his palm. Eccentric Jean didn't speak any further as well. He opened his mouth and spat out 3 streaks of golden light. They were 3 identical golden swords only about an inch long. In the blink of an eye they began to revolve around his body and suddenly extended to foot-long streaks of light. When Han Li saw these flying swords, the blue fireball in his hand wavered before suddenly rupturing. A half-foot bird of blue flame burst out from the fireball and released a clear cry. Go! Han Li shouted, pointing at eccentric Jean. The blue flame bird unfolded its wings and shot forward in a streak of blue light. When eccentric Jean saw this, anger suddenly appeared on his sullen face. Han Li didn't release any magic treasures, but simply sent a single firebird to attack. He was looking down on him far too much. But eccentric Jin's anger was soon replaced with a smile and he quickly formed incantation gestures to activate his most formidable sword technique, intending to win the battle in a single blow. Each of the 3 golden streaks revolving above his head cried out with draconic roars and suddenly disappeared to be replaced by a golden thread. Not only was it extremely thin but it was also 10 meters long. Then golden light successively flashed in front of eccentric Jean, followed by more and more golden threads. In the blink of an eye, over 100 golden threads densely gathered in front of him. They shined brilliantly in a beautiful display. Sword thread transformation. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes and astonishment appeared on his face. Although he knew eccentric Jean was a sword cultivator, being able to create so many sword threads in an instant was something rarely heard of. He was truly deserving of his title as Grand Elder of the ancient sword sect. When the spectating cultivators saw eccentric Jean make use of this ability, their expressions revealed shock. The 100 Possibilities Pavilion elders couldn't help but speak amongst each other. Spring thread execution. The older the wiser. He wants to finish the battle in a single decisive blow. I suspect fellow Taoist Han will suffer a bit from his carelessness. As for the middle-aged cultivator that arrived with eccentric Jean, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Lu Luo appeared slightly shaken, but senior martial brother Qing and Lady Brightscent were completely unperturbed. At that moment, eccentric Jean loudly yelled and released a string of spell seals onto the sword threads in front of him. Spirit light wildly flashed and the sword threads weaved a huge golden net before moving to envelope the blue flame bird. The golden net was over 40 meters wide and the flame bird was only half a foot long. To the spectators it appeared as if the bird would be destroyed with excessive force, but what followed came as a huge shock to them. As soon as the blue flame bird and the golden net made contact, an eruption sounded out and light wildly flashed. A lotus of blue light emerged from the flames and began to slowly turn and unfold its petals. The countless golden sword threads attempted to cut the lotus flower down, but all of their attacks were repelled. They simply caused the light surrounding the lotus to ripple. The cultivators who were familiar with the incisiveness of the spring thread execution were dumbstruck by the sight of this. Eccentric Jean was particularly struck with disbelief and furious alarm when he saw this and hastily commanded the sword technique with his hands. The several sword threads released a series of flashes before growing even thinner and glowing with blinding radiance. Then they begun another assault onto the blue light, cutting through the lotus surrounding light and making its way to strike directly at the center of the flower. But then the lotus petals began to bloom. A cold blue mist of light began to scatter around the lotus and enveloped everything 60 meters around it in a blinding radiance. Eccentric Jean immediately felt the connection to his flying sword sever. Reeling from the absence of his sword's presence, he looked over in shock. A short moment later, Eccentric Jin's expression turned extremely unsightly. The lotus had already disappeared without a trace, only to be replaced with a huge glacier of blue ice. His 3 flying swords were sealed inside, incapable of making the slightest movement. Not good. Eccentric Jean cursed and slapped his storage pouch, summoning a white jade pendant into his grasp. But before he could activate it, he suddenly heard thunder from behind him. In Eccentric Jin's shock, he instantly thought to fly to the side, but the light protecting him was easily shattered in an instant. Immediately after, a palm glowing with blue flames pressed against his shoulder, and he immediately felt half his body turn cold and lose sensation. Fellow Taoist Jean. From the way I see it, our battle has already come to an end. What do you think? Eccentric Jean grew sullen at being completely restrained in a single move, but he promptly said, as expected, fellow Taoist Han's abilities are great. I concede defeat. Brother Jean was going easy on me. Han Li smiled and lightly slapped Eccentric Jin's shoulder before withdrawing his hand. With the slap, Eccentric Jean felt his shoulder warm up and return to normal. He then hastily turned around in alarm and saw Han Li calmly standing 3 meters away from him. At an unknown time, a pair of silver wings with lightning arcing off of it had appeared on his back. Eccentric Jean let out a long sigh. Han Li's amazing ability to use glacial power with such subtlety was truly beyond belief. However, he had heard that Han Li's main magic treasures were a set of flying swords, and it appeared that his main cultivation art wasn't ice-attributed. He found it incredibly that a secret technique Han Li casually made use of to be so powerful. Youngster Han, you made good use of my advice. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled from the back of Han Li's mind, but it is a pity that your main cultivation art isn't ice-attributed given how well you can control the celestial ice flames. Please don't joke around, senior. Although the celestial ice flames are powerful, it isn't to the point that Junior should change his cultivation art. Han Li calmly responded and withdrew his thunderstorm wings. Then he flew to the huge glacier in a streak of azure light. With a casual wave of his sleeve, azure mist shot out and dissolved the blue ice, condensing it back into a sparkling blue lotus flower. The lotus then flew back to Han Li and disappeared as it entered his forehead. As for Eccentric Jin's 3 golden swords, they regained their freedom and flew back to him with a weakened appearance. Although they were only sealed in the blue ice for a short while, their spiritual nature had been weakened, much to Eccentric Jin's gloom. At that moment, Han Li floated down to the mountain where the other cultivators were watching. From restraining Eccentric Jin's flying swords with the lotus of celestial ice flames to using the thunderstorm wings to restraining Eccentric Jin directly, Han Li's easily acquired victory had taken only a single instant, much to the disappointment to the spectators wishing for a grand battle. However, this display caused them to hold Han Li's abilities in fear. Han Li's refusal to use a magic treasure only further demonstrated the gap in power between him and his opponent. When Han Li landed on the mountain, the cultivators all warmly welcomed him despite whatever they truly had in mind. Fellow Taoist Han's abilities are as profound as expected. It is exactly as rumor had it. Congratulations to the Drifting Cloud sect for becoming the #1 sect on the Dream Cloud Mountains. The ones speaking were naturally the elders of the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. Although their ranking had sank to the bottom, they didn't seem to care in the slightest. Rather, they spoke with great enthusiasm. As for the middle-aged man from the Ancient Sword sect, his expression grew unsightly, but with respect to Han Li's display of power, he could only force a smile despite not managing to congratulate him. As for Lady Brightscent, she appeared completely unperturbed apart from a momentary display of shock. Of course, Senior Marshal Brother Qing and Lu Luo were overjoyed by this outcome. This battle likely cemented the Drifting Cloud sect's position over the other 2 sects for the next 1,000 years. The nascent soul elders were now crowding around Han Li and asking him about the abilities he had just used. Appearing as calm as ever, Han Li simply gave a few brief words about the celestial ice flames and thunderstorm wings. Of course, the others didn't dare to further pursue the topic. A short moment later, eccentric Jean also floated down from the sky. At this point, he had recovered his composure as if the battle hadn't occurred and smiled as he chatted with the others. This calm composure caused Han Li to feel a slight trace of admiration towards him. With the division of the Dream Cloud Mountains resources changed, the eccentrics began to exchange their own cultivation experiences and began to trade rare materials that they had no use for. While small-scale trades didn't capture Han Li's interest, he had learned much from their experiences, particularly a few things he had overlooked during his own cultivation. This had convinced Han Li that he may as well participate in these meetings in the future as they could prove greatly beneficial towards his own cultivation. With a majority of the day passed by, the meeting came to an end. Han Li then took the initiative to ask for a tour of the 100 Possibilities Pavilion's Earth Lung Fire reservoirs. Surprised, eccentric Pyre agreed. When Han Li saw the unfathomably deep vein of Earth Lung Fire, he couldn't help but sink into his thoughts. After a long while passed, the visiting cultivators each bid their farewells and departed from the 100 Possibilities Pavilion. Han Li and his senior martial brothers flew back in the direction of the drifting cloud mountains, but on the way, Lu Luo continuously spoke in high spirits with senior martial brother Qing about the spirit stone mines and areas that produced other rare resources. These areas belonged to both the ancient sword sect and 100 Possibilities Pavilion, but soon a portion of them will be handed over to the drifting cloud sect. Although senior martial brother Qing wasn't as excited as Lu Luo, he was also in a very good mood. Han Li wasn't interested in the topic and simply smiled as he heard the two speak. But just as they were about to arrive at the sect, senior martial brother Qing suddenly turned to Han Li and said, "Junior martial brother Han, this is all thanks to you. Having our sect be the #1 sect in the state of Xi had been the dream of our sect elders for many generations. Now that this has been accomplished, I can consider my life to be fulfilled. As I have discussed with you both before, I plan to pass away in meditation. As for the position of the sect's Grand Elder, how about I hand it over to junior martial brother Han?" Grand Elder. When Han Li heard him, he was dumbstruck. "That's right," senior martial brother Qing said with a beaming smile. "I won't hide this from junior martial brother Han. When you were only at early nascent soul stage, I had thought to appoint junior martial brother Lu as Grand Elder and have you support him. But now that you've entered mid-nascent soul stage and displayed such grand abilities, winning over much prestige for the sect, the title of Grand Elder rightfully belongs to you. Junior martial brother Lu has no complaints with this, as the title should be bestowed to the strongest cultivator in the sect." After a moment of silence, Han Li replied, "Many thanks for senior martial brother's kind intentions, but I cannot accept the role of Grand Elder. Junior martial brother Han doesn't need to be so modest." Lu Luo wryly chuckled and said, "You've already assumed the role in everything but name. You can't think of having me, an early nascent soul cultivator, be the Grand Elder of the #1 sect in the state of Xi. It's not that I'm refusing out of modesty. I am simply unwilling to hold that title. Senior martial brothers should know that I am a cultivator who is wholeheartedly dedicated to the path of cultivation. For me, the less things to distract me from cultivation the better. With that in mind, how could I serve as the head of the sect? In the future I will be in secluded cultivation for long periods of time and will be too preoccupied to lead the sect. And the most important point is that I only joined the sect recently. Let alone the low-grade disciples, but I find the core formation martial nephews to be completely unfamiliar. I am completely lacking in this regard. I will be fine as an common elder, but the position of Grand Elder should belong to senior martial brother Lu. But junior martial brother Han. Senior martial brother Qing frowned and thought to continue when Han Li suddenly interrupted him. With a stern expression, he gravely declared, "If you pursue this matter any further, you will force me to leave the drifting cloud sect." Senior martial brother Qing exchanged a glance of dismay with Lu Luo at Han Li's unwavering rejection and loss of courtesy. He then said, "Very well, since brother Han have said this, we'll save this topic for another time." Han Li's expression calmed and he slowly said, "Although I will not accept the title of Grand Elder, I will still look after the sect under the position as a sect elder. If nothing unexpected happens, I will be sure to strive my hardest to have the sect continue to thrive for the next 1,000 years. Senior Marshal Brother Qing could only wryly chuckle and change the topic to what Master Sunreach wished to talk about with Han Li. Han Li didn't conceal this from him and gave a brief summary on what he said. At the end he said, from Master Sunreach's words, there seems to be a relationship with the 7 Spirit Islands and the huge whirlpool. Since they're neighboring the state of Xi, have you heard anything exceptionally strange? Exceptionally strange? Not at all. The current rumors floating around are mostly be true. When the huge whirlpool and the 7 Spirit Islands emerged, we dispatched a group of disciples to personally investigate as they were close to Dream Cloud Mountains, and we found that it didn't differ much from the rumors. Han Li sighed and said, since that's the case, it seems I won't find out until I go meet them. I hope it is as Master Sunreach had said. With the support of the divine Devilbane lightning, there shouldn't be any danger. Lu Luo worriedly added on, no matter how it is said, Junior Marshal Brother Han had best be careful. Given that all 3 of the great Heavenly South cultivators are meeting together, that matter can't be ordinary. I will take note, of course, Han Li said with a smile. However, I don't believe they'll put me through anything too strenuous. If he could control it, he would be able to roam the realm mostly unobstructed. About half a month later, Han Li emerged from his meditative state and opened his eyes. He then extended his finger with a flick, summoning a small ball of blue flames in a crackle. He stared at the blue flames with tightly closed lips. Then he flicked his finger and the flames flickered before taking the form of a slim snake. The flame snake tightly wrapped around his finger. Go, Han Li muttered. The flame snake then grew a pair of fiery wings and quickly shot towards the ceiling of the room. It began to spiral in the air close beneath the ceiling before nimbly fluttering throughout the room. Han Li silently observed the movements of the fire snake, and after the time it took to finish a cup of tea, he pointed at it. Bang! The fire snake ruptured and scattered blue embers shot towards Han Li in a gust of wind before disappearing into his body. At that moment Han Li smiled and muttered, it appeared the celestial ice flames became far quicker after being refined. At the start it took me half a year to refine a single strand, but the same amount of flame only took me half a month. Han Li then tilted his head in thought and slapped the storage pouch. He summoned a small cauldron in his hand in a flash of azure light. It was only several inches wide, but it was intricately and exquisitely designed. Han Li stared at the heaven void cauldron with a pensive expression before tossing it into the air. The cauldron then roiled for a moment before floating in the air. Han Li rubbed his hands together, igniting a fist-sized ball of blue flame above his palm. Then he placed his other hand over the ball of flame and suddenly shot a stream of blue flames from both of his palms, striking the ball of blue flames and causing it to quickly expand. A short moment later, the fireball grew to the size of a head and began to pulse in size. Despite the violent roiling of the flames, it didn't release even a trace of heat. Han Li raised his head and looked up at the small cauldron, and with a mental command, the ball of flames suddenly struck it. A strange scene resulted. The small cauldron didn't rupture from the strike, but rather fused together with the ice flames. Enveloped inside the raging ice flames, the heaven void cauldron began to slowly turn. Han Li coldly stared at the small cauldron and squinted his eyes. Soon after, he released his spiritual sense and immersed it within the heaven void cauldron, closely examining to see if anything about the cauldron changed inside the ice flames. As time slowly passed by, Han Li's frown became more tense. Even when enveloped with the refined celestial ice flames, the cauldron didn't reveal the slightest change. Han Li lowered his head in thought before suddenly raising it to stare at the heaven void once more. His eyes shined with blue light as he channeled the entirety of his spiritual sense into his eyes. Not long after Han Li activated the bright sight spirit eyes, his expression began to stir as if having discovered something. He raised his finger to the heaven void cauldron and released several thin threads of azure spiritual chi that soon disappeared from sight. In a flicker of blue light, the ice flames began to surge around the cauldron, causing it to expand from its original size of several inches to 3 meters wide. Clear carvings of landscapes, animals and other aspects of gentle nature could be seen on its surface. When Han Li saw this sudden transformation, he calmly stood up and beckoned to it, having it move a meter in front of him as it floated in the air. After examining it a moment more, Han Li passed his hand through the icy flames and pressed it against the cauldron. As a result, the icy flames surged and swept up into a tornado around it. Followed by the sound of dragon cries, a 3-meter-long flood dragon of blue flames emerged from the tornado. It shook itself with delight before suddenly disappearing into the cauldron. At that same moment, the cauldron's faint copper exterior instantly turned blue. The various animals on its exterior suddenly began to shine with light and seemed to come to life, roaming across its surface in an incredible display. Han Li was unfazed by the sight of this and quickly pierced the cauldron with several azure threads from his palm, pouring in an unending stream of spiritual power. When a large quantity of spiritual power was absorbed, the cauldron began to hum. As Han Li gazed at the cauldron, blue ancient characters began to appear and float across on the cauldron's surface, and in a flicker of light, they began to gather 3 meters in the air to form a strange spell scripture. Han Li raised his head to look at it and unconsciously slowed the infusion of spiritual qi into the cauldron, causing the characters to suddenly dim before disappearing. In his alarm, he hastily resumed the flow of spiritual qi, causing the scripture to appear once more in a faint blue light. The scriptures weren't long and only reached about 1,000 characters in length. When Han Li read through it, his face initially revealed happiness, but his smile soon turned bitter. The scripture was easy enough to understand. It was the method to control the heaven void cauldron. The scripture clearly stated that there were 2 conditions to control the cauldron. The first would be to refine the celestial ice flames. The second condition was a kind of ancient technique known as the artifact imprint techniques. These techniques were established to control divine spirit treasures and other equivalent treasures. Each and every divine spirit treasure passed down from antiquity has their own specific artifact imprint technique. These specific techniques were incapable of being exchanged between their respective treasures as each one had their own characteristics and abilities. As a result, there is a clear divide between ordinary ancient treasures and divine spirit treasures. Only ancient treasures that had an artifact imprint technique could be considered divine spirit treasures. And it was only after their respective command technique was cultivated that they could be sealed within one's body and could be slowly tempered. Of course, divine spirit treasures aren't able to be fused with one's spiritual sense unlike common treasures. Rather, they are closer to devilish artifacts in this regard. In order to gain influence on the treasure's spiritual nature, one had to use artifact imprint technique as the treasure was housed in their body. As a result, the divine spirit treasure's spiritual nature will gradually shift to become suitable to the user's spiritual sense, eventually reaching the stage where one could wholly unite with their treasure and use it to its fullest extent. And given the fantastical might of divine spirit treasures, it reduces its wielder to a supporting role while in use due to the strain it puts on the user's spiritual sense. As a result, it isn't something that can be casually used such as one's own bonded magic treasure. Rather, it requires opportune timing to use but would allow its user to easily defeat their opponents. In summary, the trade-offs for a divine spirit treasure's amazing power was the inability to use it immediately, requiring its owner to use its respective artifact imprint technique to mold the spiritual nature of the divine spirit treasure, as well as some difficulty in using it during combat. The scripture above the heaven void cauldron had explained this in simple terms, and Han Li felt quite a bit of joy from this. But after he read the incantation, his expression turned unsightly. Although the incantation itself was rather simple, it comprised of 3 layers. The first layer of the incantation required the cultivator to be at mid-nascent soul stage. As for the second and third layers, they required the cultivator to be at late nascent soul stage and the deity transformation stage respectively to cultivate. As a result, he would only be able to use only a small portion of the heaven void cauldron's power after he cultivated the first layer. Greatly disappointed, he withdrew his hand and ceased pouring spiritual power in the cauldron, causing the scripture to immediately fade away. Han Li stared at the huge cauldron in front of him with a gloomy expression. Although he didn't know how much strength was a small portion of the cauldron's power, Han Li didn't have high hopes for it. Would it be able to compare with the aureate sword formation and purple apex flames? After a moment of silence, Han Li sighed once more and decided on refining the first layer of the cauldron's artifact imprint technique. This would allow him to store the Heaven Void Cauldron within his body, allowing him to later nurture it. With that thought, Han Li swept his sleeve, sweeping up the huge cauldron in a jet of azure light and instantly shrinking it back to its original size. Then with the cauldron grasped in his hand, he put it away into his storage pouch in a flash of light. With that done, Han Li sat cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. The first layer of the artifact imprint technique appeared in his mind and he began to silently comprehend it. The technique wasn't very complicated, taking Han Li only about a month's time to fully comprehend it. However, the scripture didn't state that how long he would have to temper the Heaven Void Cauldron. Fortunately, the artifact imprint technique worked on its own. So long as the divine spirit treasure was kept in one's body, his spiritual sense gradually influenced the treasure's spiritual nature. 2 months later, Han Li emerged from seclusion. Comprehending the artifact imprint technique was far quicker than he had anticipated, allowing him to seal the Heaven Void Cauldron inside his body. As for his remaining time, he was using the materials that senior martial brother Qing had given him as well as the puppet remains from Heaven Void Hall to refine a single nascent soul-grade puppet. This wasn't a result of not having enough materials, but the remarkably high failure rate of refining the nascent soul stage puppets. He originally had enough materials to refine 4 puppets, but he only succeeded in creating a single one, much to Han Li's regret. Needless to say, Monarch Soul Divergence's puppet body needed more and higher-grade materials to create. The success rate of creating the puppet body was sure to be even worse, so it was possible that he would need to collect several times as many materials for additional attempts. When he mentioned this matter, Monarch Soul Divergence proudly explained that the refinement method was something that he had created himself and that there was no need to worry about that as he simply wouldn't fail. If he truly failed, then the fault would most likely be in the refinement method itself. Having heard that he wouldn't have to collect even more materials, Han Li sighed with relief. Now that he emerged from seclusion, he first paid Nan Gongwan a visit in the restricted area and observed the curse's condition, then returning to his cave residence and spending several days refining many medicine pills greatly useful for Mu Peeling's core formation. Afterwards, Han Li bid farewell to senior martial brother Qing and Lu Luo before heading to the 7 Spirit Islands to meet with Master Sunreach. Although senior martial brother Qing and Lu Luo were occupied with the acquisition of new sources for the sect, they had personally sent off Han Li from the Dream Cloud Mountains, causing Han Li to smile. After Han Li left the Drifting Cloud sect, he took north in a streak of light. The 7 Spirit Islands were to the north of the state of Xi. It was reported that if one flew a day across the endless sea, one could see the huge whirlpool and the 7 Spirit Islands. A week later, Han Li found himself on the edge of the endless seas, but before he could see the 7 Spirit Islands, he had already sensed an astonishing change in the sea. Although the sea water was as murky as ever, it was now a slight tint of blue. And with his spiritual sense, he was able to detect small fish and other life in the waters. The fearsome sea beasts that originally lived in these waters were nowhere to be seen. And the most notable of all was the massive change in the nearby spiritual qi. After flying for half a day, Han Li eventually sensed a huge spiritual qi source from a distance away as well as 7 smaller spiritual qi fluctuations nearby, the so-called 7 Spirit Islands. Greatly curious, Han Li couldn't help but fly faster. When he could faintly make out a few dots on the sea, he saw a small groups of cultivators floating in front of them. They comprised 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators with 1 Core Formation cultivator acting as their leader, a woman in palace robes. Han Li didn't conceal any trace of himself and met the group of cultivators directly head-on. Naturally, they welcomed him as soon as they saw him. When the woman in a palace robes saw Han Li, she deeply bowed to him after a brief moment of surprise. She respectfully said, "Greetings, Senior, I am a disciple of the Harmonious Bond sect. I've received orders from my superiors to block off this section of the sea. Might I ask you what brings you here?" Not responding to her, Han Li frowned and muttered, "Block off? It seems fellow Taoist Sunreach was correct. There truly is a problem here. Could it be that you're Senior Han for the Drifting Cloud sect?" After the woman took another look at Han Li's face. "That's right, I'm Han Li. Master Sunreach had invited here. Will you have to make a report before I can enter?" When the group of cultivators heard Han Li's name, they were thrown into turmoil. As of current, Han Li's reputation has reached a stage of fame was known to the entire cultivation world of the Heavenly South. In their alarm, the group of cultivators revealed expressions of awe. Not daring to slight him, the woman in palace robes quickly said, "Since it's Senior Han, there is no need to make a report. Senior Sunreach already gave the command to let you pass. This junior will be bringing you to Spirit Turtle Island." Han Li nodded with an emotionless face and said nothing else. The woman then called out to the cultivators behind her and had them remain behind before guiding Han Li. They flew towards a black dot in the distance, an island that spanned about 30 kilometers. Knowing it was the first time Han Li arrived at this place, the woman carefully explained, "Senior Han, this is Spirit Phoenix Island, the base of the Harmonious Bond sect. It is neighboring the Spirit Turtle Island, which is the base of the Great Truth sect." Han Li glanced at the location that the woman pointed out and found that the island was still too far away to see. However, he was able to sense a huge spiritual source in a different direction, releasing clear and astonishing spiritual chi fluctuations. The source of this immense quantity of powerful spiritual chi must be the rumored whirlpool. Han Li pondered as he followed after the woman into the distance. About 2 hours later he arrived at Spirit Turtle Island. This island was slightly larger than Spirit Phoenix Island and its outline did resemble a turtle as suggested of its namesake. When the two had drawn close to the island, the woman had sent out a voice transmission talisman, causing a wild streak of light to welcome them when they arrived. When Han Li saw this familiar light, he stopped and sent a voice transmission from a distance. "Is that you, fellow Taoist Sunreach? You flatter me by welcoming me personally." Master Sunreach widely smiled when he heard Han Li and replied, "He, fellow Taoist Han is someone who keeps their promises. It is only right for me to do so." Afterwards he flew until he was only 100 meters away. The light then disappeared to reveal the Taoist priest's silhouette. Han Li smiled and saluted him. Master Sunreach instructed the woman to return and then he turned to Han Li and smiled. "Fellow Taoist Han, follow me to my cave residence. I've already informed fellow Taoist Wei. As for Devil Concord, he is occupied with his own matters and can't come." "That's fine. Let's go." Han Li didn't raise any objections and the two immediately set off. On the way, Han Li swept his spiritual sense past the entire island and he unconsciously frowned. The island had a very rich spirit being that spanned about 5 kilometers. There were only a few cultivators on the island, but each of them possessed high cultivation, contrary to Han Li's expectations that there would be low-grade cultivators on the island. This was cause for doubt as well. Not long after, Han Li followed Master Sunreach into the newly formed cave residence. The cave residence was located in an unremarkable stone mountain and was very cleanly cut. Han Li followed Master Sunreach into a large hall and they both took a seat. He then offered Han Li some tea and they began to talk. The old Taoist seemed to avoid mentioning the reason he wanted Han Li to come, instead telling Han Li about the nearby seas as well the sects occupying the 7 spirit islands, as well as a few unaffiliated cultivators he should be aware of. It appeared that Master Sunreach didn't plan to tell him anything until Wei Wuya arrived. Han Li felt unhappy by this, but he revealed none of this and continued his chat with Master Sunreach. After the time it took him to finish a meal, Wei Wuya arrived at the cave residence, and Master Sunreach went out to welcome him and bring him into the hall. Of course, Han Li greeted Wei Wuya when he saw him. When Han Li saw his face, he noticed that Wei Wuya's skin was flawless and his complexion was healthy. He seemed to recover from his wounds from Devilfall Valley and appeared quite vigorous. Han Li found this odd. To the best of his knowledge, Wei Wuya should have suffered an immense loss of strength from Devilfall Valley. Since he had recovered so quickly, it seemed he had used quite a few precious medicines. Wei Wuya quickly took a seat and asked, "Brother Sunreach, have you spoke of the matter with Han Li?" "Of course not," Master Sunreach said with a calm expression. "This is something that is better said with both of us. Since Brother Wei has come, it would be better for you to start. I'll just be providing some additional details." After some thought, Wei Wuya agreed, "That's fine. This matter can't be further delay or disaster will befall us." Disaster. When Han Li heard this, interest lit up on his face. It appeared this matter was quite important. "Fellow Taoist Han, I'll make the long story short. The matter is related to the Elder Devil." Wei Wuya's words greatly shocked Han Li. In his alarm he said, Isn't the elder devil fleeing due to its heavy wounds? That's right. However, doesn't fellow Taoist feel that the giant whirlpool has appeared at an opportune time? Wei Wuya solemnly said, the whirlpool appeared in the endless seas as soon as the elder devil fled. We even found some concrete evidence near the whirlpool. Fellow Taoist Han should know that in the final stages of the pursuit of the elder devil, it slaughtered a few cultivation clans as well as a few small sections. We later discovered that these clans and sects all were rumored to possess devilish artifacts. As a result, the devil had managed to acquire 3 of these devilish artifacts. There was also a secret area near the huge whirlpool where we discovered the remains of one of the stolen devilish artifacts as if directly shattered by the great force. As a result, we suspect that the elder devil had arrived here in the endless seas before we managed to surround it and drive it away. After muttering to himself for a moment, he probingly asked, "Is there something amiss with this whirlpool? You wouldn't be taking this matter so seriously if that wasn't the case, even if the devil caused it." "Brother Han speaks truly," Master Sunreach said with a bitter smile. "If this whirlpool only released spiritual qi, we wouldn't give it much consideration. The crucial problem is that this so-called whirlpool is actually the center of a huge formation that had been sealed long past. The 7 islands are only a portion of the spell formation. Fellow Taoist should now know how serious this matter is." Sealed spell formation? What is this huge spell formation trying to seal? Han Li's expression vastly changed. Although he didn't know precisely how large the formation was, he could imagine its immense scale given the distance between the 7 islands. Wei Wuya answered, "We have an idea of what this formation is, but I won't go into the specifics. All that matters is that formation has something to do with the Elder Devil realm as well as the Elder Devils. I'll have Brother Sunreach explain the rest. After all, it was he who first dived to the bottom of the whirlpool and saw what was there." "What is there for me to say? Did you not see it when you arrived?" Taoist Sunreach calmly asked. "At the bottom of the huge whirlpool, there is an endless, unfathomable amount of devilish qi. It is being suppressed by the immense amount of pure spiritual qi of the whirlpool, likely a result of the huge formation. If this erupts, a huge calamity will be sure to fall upon the heavenly south, warping the entirety of its worldly spiritual qi. And even worse is what else we suspect to lie underneath the sea as well. It is certain to be closely related to the devilish qi." Wei Wuya said with a tone of helplessness, "But now that fellow Taoist Han is here, he should have seen it as well. The core of the grand sealing formation has already been destroyed, and the whirlpool is releasing its spiritual qi bit by bit. Eventually, there will come a day where it will no longer be able to suppress the devilish qi. When the devilish qi releases, it will taint at least half of the heavenly south continent and make it so that it is uninhabitable by human cultivators. Since Brother Han's drifting cloud sect is so close to the endless seas, it will be sure to be affected." When Han Li heard this, he was dumbfounded. With a raised brow, he indifferently said, "Since you 3 great cultivators have summoned me here, you should have a method to resolving this problem before it becomes a disaster. If you don't have anything in mind, I am helpless in the face of this. The huge eruption of devilish qi would prove greatly damaging to the drifting cloud sect and the rest of them, and the devilish and righteous Tao wouldn't fare much better. Only the 9 Nations Union would be able to escape the devilish qi due to their distances from the endless seas, but the lingering effects would be sure to affect them as well. The loss of cultivable qi in half the continent would be sure to stir up war between many sections. After we discovered this great danger, we immediately began to research it so that we may prevent this calamity. As a result, we discovered something related to the sealing formation that was somewhat beyond belief. This matter has something to do with the Great Jin Empire." With that said, he glanced at Master Sunreach with an odd expression. "The Great Jin Empire?" Han Li asked in alarm. "Does fellow Taoist Han know where we found those records?" Master Sunreach wryly smiled and spoke with a helpless tone. "You mean?" As something came to Han Li's mind, he wore an astonished expression. "It seems fellow Taoist Han guessed it," Master Sunreach wryly smiled. "The information we acquired on this ancient sealing formation was found from secret ancient record that was hidden away in my sect countless years ago. My sect was originally a branch of one of the 3 great sects of the Great Jin, the Grand Truth sect. In addition, we were sent to the heavenly south in order to watch over the ancient sealing formation. Your sect originated from the Great Gene? Han Li couldn't help but ask in surprise. That's right, Master Sunreach sighed. However, this was something that had occurred countless years ago. Apart from a few particular ancient cultivation arts, our sect has no connection to our originating sect. This would have remained hidden, but because of our current situation, I unintentionally discovered an ancient record mentioning this inside our sect's hidden area. Han Li pensively asked, Fellow Taoist Sunreach, does the ancient record mention the ancient sealing formation or the method to destroy the calamity that lies beneath it? Master Sunreach solemnly said, although the record mentioned that the seal was extremely important and was our eternal responsibility to guard it, the record didn't mention any specific details. Fortunately, it did mention the rough composition of the sealing formation. After we gathered a small group of spell formation masters and spent several years in research, we found a method to restore the spell formation. Wei Wuya then added on, but not only does this method require a large number of high-grade cultivators, it also requires a single person to enter the depths of the devilish qi and place a formation plate at a certain place. This was why we wished to find fellow Taoist Han. Only fellow Taoist Han's divine devilbane lightning will be able to prevent the devilish qi from corrupting your body. When Han Li heard this, he frowned. But after a moment he asked with a relaxed expression, It seems you've been researching this method for a while, but I've only recently returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. How did you plan on placing down the formation plate in the depths of the devilish qi while I was still missing? When Wei Wuya and Master Sunreach heard this, they couldn't help but exchange a glance. It seems we can't conceal anything from you, Master Sunreach said with a smile. We did originally gather many mighty devil-warding treasures and had them placed on a cultivator who practiced an evil-warding technique. But when we had this cultivator probe the devilish qi, it was far too formidable and the chances of failure were far too large. There was less than a 50% chance of succeeding. However, it will be different with fellow Taoist Han's divine devilbane lightning. Since the lightning is renowned to be able to restrain devilish qi, this task should prove easy to you. So it was like that. Han Li faintly smiled and then with bright eyes he said, It is true that this task should prove to be easiest for me out of everyone in the heavenly south, but before that I'd like to take a look at the fearsomeness of the endless devilish qi. I don't wish to do something that is bound to fail. This is only natural. As of current, Devil Concord is keeping watch over the devilish qi beneath the giant whirlpool. It would be better for you to take a look now. After all, the sooner the devilish qi can be sealed, the better it will be. Master Sunreach agreed without thought. Wei Wuya also nodded and raised no objections. When Han Li saw this, he felt somewhat at ease. Since this matter didn't seem to be a trap, there most likely shouldn't be a problem. The three then immediately departed from Master Sunreach's cave residence and directly headed west towards the direction of the giant whirlpool. After flying for over 50 kilometers, they eventually arrived over an area of sea covered in a mist of white light that have a large cloud of rainbow light swirling above it in the sky, appearing like an upside-down whirlpool. There was an almost indiscernible and odd connection between the white mist and rainbow cloud. When Han Li saw this, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. With his spiritual sense, he was able to sense that both the mist and rainbow light contained large quantities of pure spiritual qi. This exceeded what a top-grade spirit vein could produce. So this is the giant whirlpool. Han Li muttered. Master Sunreach pointed to an area and said, That's right. Devil Concord should currently be on a nearby reef. Let's go and talk to him. Then Han Li swept his spiritual sense in that direction to find a large black-robed man sitting 5 kilometers away. When Han Li released his spiritual sense, Devil Concord suddenly opened his eyes and coldly looked in Han Li's direction before standing up. Then his body blurred and he appeared in the air. At that moment Han Li and the others were already flying over. When Master Sunreach grew closer, he stopped and happily called out, Fellow Taoist Concord. Fellow Taoist Han has arrived. It seems we'll be able to soon restore the sealing spell formation. Oh. It is good that fellow Taoist Han has agreed to help us. With the divine devilbane lightning he will be sure to instantly succeed. Devil Concord didn't smile and simply looked at Han Li with a cold disregard. Han Li was a bit surprised to see this, but when he thought about the matter he couldn't help but smile. As the divine devilbane lightning was specialized in restraining devilish qi, it would also prove devastating to cultivators practicing devilish arts. Given that Devil Concord was the top cultivator of the Devil Dao, this wasn't a matter that could be happily accepted. Master Sunreach's amiable meeting with him was most likely to prevent Devil Concord from showing him any hostility. Han Li inwardly shook his head. Although he felt somewhat gloomy over the matter, he didn't take it to heart. With his current cultivation, even if Devil Concord attempted to kill him, he'll have more than enough power to defend himself. However, Han Li strongly believed that Devil Concord wouldn't be prone to do something so foolish in the first place. When Wei Wuya informed Devil Concord that Han Li was going to take a look at the devilish qi, Devil Concord simply frowned before nodding in agreement. Then under the guidance of the three, Han Li headed towards the giant whirlpool. A short moment later, the giant whirlpool clearly entered Han Li's view. The whirlpool was about 1 kilometer wide. And strangely enough, it didn't splash with seawater, but rather emitted strands of pure white spirit qi. The resulting spiritual qi gathered into a mist above it and underneath the shining sunlight, making for a beautiful sight. Han Li took a deep breath of the damp sea air and felt his heart shake when he sensed the nearby pure spiritual qi. If it releases this much spiritual qi for each day it existed, it must possess a truly astonishing quantity. Because he wasn't able to see the depths of the whirlpool from up above, Han Li's body glowed with light and he flew to the center of the whirlpool, hoping to take a closer look. But when Han Li arrived above it, he felt a huge attractive force weighing down on his body, forcefully pulling him inside the whirlpool. In his alarm, he had light violently flashed from his body, immediately covering it in a layer of azure light. By relying on his profound cultivation, he was able to immediately stabilize himself. Then with relief, he looked downward with blue light shining from his eyes. At that moment, the three great cultivators watching Han Li wore an expression of alarm. Wei Wuya turned his head to the side and spoke with a heavy tone. Brother Sunreach, I recall that my sect's mid-nascent soul Elder Ma also flew above the whirlpool, but he dropped over 30 meters before he was able to stabilize himself. That was reported to me as well, Master Sunreach said with a shocked expression. The attractive force of the whirlpool is quite strong. Even we were caught off guard and were swayed by it. Wei Wuya clicked his tongue and revealed a trace of admiration. That's right. In the past, I sensed that fellow Taoist Han's cultivation was a bit strange since it was clearly deeper than ordinary cultivators. Now that he entered mid-nascent soul stage, his magic power has become even purer. I truly don't know what is his primary cultivation art. It is truly fascinating. This is quite unclear, Master Sunreach hesitantly said. Although there are top-grade cultivation arts that can greatly increase a cultivator's magic power, they are either incredibly difficult to cultivate or contain some major flaw. It is unknown which kind of cultivation art fellow Taoist Han practices. Devil Concord remained silent, but his expression turned gloomy. At that moment Han Li's figure blurred and in flash of azure light, he reappeared at the side of the three great cultivators. Han Li calmly said, "This whirlpool obviously possesses an astonishing spiritual qi and an immensely powerful attractive power. I don't know how deep it is nor what danger lies within. Because of the huge distance and dense spiritual qi, our spiritual sense isn't able to delve deeply. If we wish to monitor the devilish qi, we can only enter its depths to take a look. Although we'll be able to resist the attractive force with some deliberation, it would be best for fellow Taoist Han to use some treasures when we descend. Additionally, there are many small whirlpools down below that will be dangerous if you're dragged inside. How about I go down below with you?" Master Sunreach proposed. Delighted by his offer, Han Li's apprehension completely disappeared. "Then I will have to trouble you. It would be great for you to accompany me." Han Li and Master Sunreach promptly turned into an azure and a white streak of light respectively, disappearing into the whirlpool without a trace. Only Wei Wuya and Devil Concord remained, and the two silently stared at the whirlpool in complete silence. After some time had passed, Devil Concord turned his head and asked, "Brother Wei, what do you think about the drifting cloud sect's fellow Taoist Han?" Wei Wuya faintly smiled and slowly replied, "What do I think of him? What do you mean?" Devil Concord snorted and coldly said, "Why is fellow Taoist Wei asking when you already know the answer? Don't tell me you don't fear what he could become? Since he's already entered mid-nascent soul stage at such a young age and possesses such mighty abilities, By the time he reaches late nascent soul stage, we will no longer have our current standing in the heavenly south. Wei Wuya glanced at Devil Concord and mysteriously smiled. Hee hee. My point of view is a bit different from yours. So you're of a different opinion? You may as well say it. Could it be you have the confidence to suppress him after he reaches late nascent soul stage? Suppress? Why would I want to do that? I am the oldest of the 3 great cultivators of the heavenly south. I only have over 100 years more to live before I perish. Even if he were the reincarnation of a true immortal, he wouldn't be able to reach late nascent soul stage in 100 years. And even if that's the case and he suppresses the entirely heavenly south, what does that have to do with me? After hearing this, Devil Concord said, Brother Wei is willing to allow one person to forcibly wrest away the power you took such effort and care to obtain? If you were to make an alliance with me, I may even make a few concessions to you. I'm not interested, Wei Wuya bluntly responded with a smile. Doesn't Brother Concord feel that it is a bit too late to take action? I might be tempted if you made this offer while he was at early nascent soul stage, but now his abilities are no weaker than ours despite being at the same stage as us. I have no interest in making an enemy of a cultivator on the same level as my own, neither do I wish to doom my sect to disaster. Brother Concord had best remember that existences on our level are very difficult to extinguish. Even with an ambush and assistance, it still won't be enough. Of course, if you were able to create an entrapment similar to what we used to deal with the Elder Devil, that would be a different story. Wei Wuya then added on, but from the way I see it, you should avoid doing any underhanded tricks and provoking his wrath. After all, this person could potentially unify the heavenly south in the future. Don't forget the mighty deity transformation stage cultivators that had unified the heavenly south in the past. When Devil Concord heard him, he sank into thought and said nothing else. Meanwhile, Han Li and Master Sun Reach delved about 10 kilometers deep into the whirlpool. Under the heavy pressure of the spiritual qi, the two were unable to quickly fly to the bottom and could only slowly descend. Han Li already took out his blue light shield and had it cover his body in a layer of blue light. At that moment, over 30 streaks of golden light began to quickly swirl around his body, taking him even deeper into the whirlpool. As for Master Sunreach, he delved down with ease. By depending on a single white flying sword to revolve around his body, he was able to easily cut through the layers of white spiritual qi in the whirlpool and followed at Han Li's side. Han Li felt a trace of admiration when he saw this. As he expected, late nascent soul eccentrics were unique existences. With that thought, Han Li then swept his surroundings with his spiritual sense. He was only able to spread it about 40 meters below before being repelled, preventing him from seeing any further. As for his bright-side spirit eyes, they were able to see a little over 100 meters below, but all he saw was white mist. However, his bright-side spirit eyes would occasionally spot any spiritual qi whirlpools when they appeared, allowing him to avoid them with ease. Of course, Master Sunreach noticed how nimbly Han Li avoided these hidden whirlpools of spiritual qi prior to their appearance, causing him to feel rather impressed and even more strongly about winning Han Li over to his side. Master Sunreach wasn't surprised in the slightest by Han Li's action. Han Li didn't say anything further and his silhouette blurred several times before appearing with the tip of his foot touching the light barrier. Then a foot-long streak of azure sword qi shot down and instantly pierced through the light barrier and traveled into the devilish qi before disappearing without a trace. Han Li revealed a bit of surprise, but he soon realized something. The light barrier was only effective against devilish qi. He wouldn't need to expend any effort to make an opening through it. With that thought, the golden sword streaks revolving around him began to sing with thunder and began to spark with arcs of golden lightning, creating a giant net of lightning around him. As of current, his understanding and grasp of divine Devilbane lightning have reached a realm beyond comprehension. With his hands forming an incantation gesture, the net of lightning quickly shrank and wrapped around his blue light barrier in the blink of an eye, creating a huge ball of lightning around him. As for his flying swords, they shanked to the size of several inches under his command and quickly flew into his sleeve. With that done, Han Li silently sank through the light barrier and entered the devilish qi without any resistance. Thunder loudly rang out and black devilish qi began to lash out around him, but the rings of thunder dispersed the devilish qi as they continuously swarmed around him. Han Li made no immediate movements. He simply stood in place as he observed the divine devilbane lightning disperse the clouds of devilish qi. As a result, the devilish qi quickly restored its original form and rushed around him once more. Han Li frowned and his heart sank after he saw the rate at which the divine devilbane lightning was being consumed. He tilted his head in thought before delving deeper into the devilish qi. As of current, Han Li had no mind to spread his spiritual sense past the light barrier. The concentrated devilish essence of the qi below could corrupt a cultivator's spiritual sense, inflicting immense harm on anyone foolish enough to do so. His only option for the time being was to use the bright sight spirit eyes to gaze into the pitch-black depths. However, they were only able to look about 10 meters deep before he could see no more. After sinking about 600 meters deep, Han Li paused and looked around him. Then a short moment later he immediately returned up. When Master Sunreach saw Han Li appear, he smiled at him and said, "The divine devilbane lightning is clearly powerful. You were able to stay inside for such a large period of time without the slightest damage. It is deserving of its grand reputation." "It wasn't much," Han Li calmly replied. "Since the devilish qi isn't under anyone's control, it is easily scattered. Let's return and have the discussion up above." Master Sunreach promptly nodded in agreement. Then Han Li withdrew his golden lightning and summoned his flying sword before flying back to the surface. When the two arrived at the surface, Wei Wuya calmly asked them, "How was it?" "With fellow Taoist Han's divine devilbane lightning, you should be free to move inside the devilish qi." After a moment of thought, Han Li answered, "I already gave it a try, but before I agree I have to first ask you where you want the formation plate. If the location is too deep inside the devilish qi, I fear that my divine devilbane lightning will not be able to last." Devil Concord then proposed, "Let us return to the cave residence to discuss the specific location. The formation plate is still in the hands of those formation masters. Let us first go retrieve the plate and then have the discussion then. After all, the formation plate wasn't easily created, so we cannot lose it in the process." The others raised no objections to Devil Concord's suggestion to move the discussion elsewhere, and the group headed towards Spirit Turtle Island. Han Li asked Master Sunreach for a sealed room to spend the night meditating as they waited for the other two to retrieve the formation plate from the spell formation masters. Then on the morning of the next day, Han Li received a sound transmission talisman from Master Sunreach and promptly appeared at the main hall. Han Li walked in with a raised brow, noticing that the three great cultivators were already seated and talking to one another. When Wei Wuya saw Han Li arrive, he called out to him and summoned a faint red jade slip on the table with a flip of his hand. "Fellow Taoist Han, please take a seat. This is the location that you must place the formation plate according to our research of the ceiling formation." "Oh, let me take a look." With a wave, the jade slip shot into his hand and then he took a seat before immersing his spiritual sense into it. A short moment later, Han Li's face stirred and he withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip, wearing a gloomy expression on his face. Han Li tossed the jade slip back on the table and raised his head, coldly saying, "Fellow Taoists, do you plan on having me go on a one-way journey to place the formation plate so deep into the abyss?" Devil Concord calmly replied, "How can fellow Taoist Han say that? Although the location for the formation plate is a bit deep, with the divine devilbane lightning protecting you, it shouldn't pose a problem." "Is that so?" Han Li glanced at Devil Concord and said with an angry tone, "Does Brother Concord believe my reserves of divine devilbane lightning are infinite? Or do you simply wish for me to not return after I place down the formation plate? You mean to say that you don't have enough divine devilbane lightning to last the trip back?" Wei Wuya asked with a frown. "From what I remember, fellow Taoist Han controlled quite a large quantity of lightning during his battle with the Elder Devil. It shouldn't pose much of a problem. Could it be that you didn't delve too far deep into the devilish qi?" Han Li asked with an odd expression. Wei Wuya yelped. "Fellow Taoist Han means to say." Devil Concord's eyes flickered but he remained silent. As for Master Sunreach, he lowered his head in thought. Han Li knitted his fingers together and held them at his chest before he explained with an indifferent tone. "At a certain depth it is clear to see that the devilish nature of the qi becomes even stronger and it exhausts the divine devilbane lightning at a greater speed. I've reached this conclusion after delving a kilometer deep into the abyss. Although I do possess a bit of divine devilbane lightning, I will not be able to delve 10 kilometers deep into the devilish chi and make it back. Wei Wuya tensely frowned and turned to Master Sunreach, asking, "So it was like that? Brother Sunreach, you delved the deepest into the devilish chi out of the three of us. Is this true?" "It's true," Master Sunreach sighed and nodded in agreement. "When I delved deeper into the devilish chi using my secret techniques, I felt my magic power drain at a faster rate. I originally believed that Han Li wouldn't notice and was thinking about warning him." When Devil Concord heard this, his expression changed and he said, "In that case, our original plan to have a cultivator enter the devilish chi depths with devil-warding treasures would fail. Although they would be safe at the beginning, there is danger of becoming corrupted once they delve too deep." "That's right," Master Sunreach said with a wry smile. "That's why I wasn't very interested in that plan. But since fellow Taoist Han was still missing at the time, I didn't raise any objections as there were no other alternatives." Han Li observed their tone of voice and expressions with indifference, but he grew somewhat gloomy. He was unable to tell whether the three truly knew of it or if they decided to keep the matter hidden. Regardless, he wouldn't easily agree to them. Then the room was filled with silence. It was clear that it would be a death sentence to have someone place a formation plate this deep in the depths of the devilish chi. Telling Han Li to do it for a virtuous cause would be an even less likely matter. Although the four present realized that half the heavenly south would be affected by the release of the devilish chi, none of them were interested in sacrificing themselves in preventing this as they already cultivated to such a high stage. If worst came to worst, they would flee from the heavenly south altogether. They will be able to easily find a place for themselves in the world with their level of cultivation. And apart from Han Li, there was no one else that could delve deep enough to place the formation plate, causing the three great cultivators to look at each other in dismay. Then Han Li's eyes wandered for a moment before speaking with a relaxed voice. "I am also aware that this matter is quite serious and that you all find yourselves facing a dilemma. As such, I have an idea I wish to try." When Master Sunreach heard this, he hastily said, "What's your idea? Please tell us." Wei Wuya and Devil Concord felt this spirits roused and hastily turned to Han Li. "It's rather simple. I believe I am able to reach the designated location for the formation plate with the divine Devilbane lightning, but I will not have enough to safely return. As such, you will need to hand over the devil-warding treasures you've gathered over to me so that I will last longer in the devilish chi. However, since this method does pose quite a bit of danger to me." With that said, Han Li paused as if hesitant to continue. With joy on his face, Wei Wuya hastily said, "That will be no problem. So long as you can place down the formation plate, we'll lend fellow Taoist Han all of the devil-warding treasures we've acquired. Of course, we won't have you brave this grave danger for nothing." Master Sunreach suddenly smiled at Devil Concord and said, "Brother Concord, what do you say?" Devil Concord was stunned when he heard this, but after some hesitation he nodded. "Indeed, if you accomplish this, we plan on handing over one of these islands over to fellow Taoist Han." "You would present one of the islands to me?" Han Li's narrowed his eyes. "That's right," Master Sunreach said with a friendly voice. "To tell the truth, we planned on dividing the islands between 7 great sects, but a majority of those sects belonged to our 3 superpowers. There is one island that is difficult to divide. We originally planned on handing it over to fellow Taoists Long Han and Feng Binghuan, but it turned out that the two are in seclusion. As such, we've decided to hand it over to a small, unremarkable sect. Now that fellow Taoist Han is here to brave the danger, we will hand over the island to your Drifting Cloud sect. Surely no one will raise any complaints over this. Is that so?" Han Li said with amazement. After all, from what he heard, not only did the islands have outstanding spirit veins, but they also have several rich spirit stone mines and other rarities. After some thought, Han Li then worriedly asked, "Since the 7 islands were a section of the Grand Formation, won't they sink back into the ocean when the formation is restored?" "Don't worry," Wei Wuya answered. "The method we're using to restore the formation differs from the original use to create the sealing formation. Naturally, we won't waste the islands by having them sink back into the ocean. And the cultivators occupying the islands will also be duty-bound to look after the sealing formation." After muttering to himself, Han Li replied, "Since you 3 have made such heavy promises, I'll have to give it a try, but after this matter is settled, I don't wish to be further involved in this." Wei Wuya heartily laughed and agreed. Placing the formation plate is already considered a great service. Leave the rest to us. Although Master Sunreach and Devil Concord both had different ideas originally, they grew at ease for the time being. At that moment, Wei Wuya took out a white circular object from his storage pouch and handed it over to Han Li. Han Li took a glance at it. It was a palm-sized formation plate that was meticulously carved from white jade. It flickered with spiritual light and was engraved with several complex talisman characters. Han Li's hand glowed with azure light for a moment, transferring it into his storage pouch in the blink of an eye. All right, now everything is ready except for one last thing, Wei Wuya said with a pleased expression. When does Brother Han plan on taking action? Naturally, the quicker the better, Han Li grimly answered. I already rested the night and restored the magic power I earlier consumed. If you fellow Taoists have the devil-warding treasures on hand, I will place the formation plate right away. Who knows what could happen to the devilish qi if we delay? The three great cultivators raised no objections to Han Li's suggestion. As for the devil-warding treasures they managed to difficulty acquire, they all carried them on hand and each took them out, giving them all to Han Li. A jade scepter with a flood dragon head, a fire-red trigram mirror, a set of sparkling gold armor and a small black flag. Han Li promptly tested the efficacy of the four treasures and found that they were exceptional. 3 of the treasures were Yang Flame treasures and would prove very useful in dealing with the devilish qi. As for the black flag, it was a famous Devil Dao treasure. According to Devil Concord, the flag was originally used to ghostly winds, but it is also capable of absorbing devilish qi. Han Li looked at the flag with doubt and fiddled with it before finally placing it in his storage pouch, much to the shock of Devil Concord. After Han Li put away the treasures, the cultivators left Master Sunreach's cave residence and head out in the direction of the giant whirlpool. 4 hours later, Han Li appeared alone at the bottom of the whirlpool. When Han Li looked at the devilish qi below the light barrier, he silently made a fist and thunder rang out, instantly covering his body in several dense arcs of golden lightning, weaving a net of lightning around his light barrier. As Han Li looked at the golden lightning, his mouth twitched, forming a trace of ridicule. Despite how cunning the 3 great cultivators were, they couldn't have imagined that he originally possessed 72 flying swords created from gold lightning bamboo. According to his estimates, he would have enough to make 2 trips and still have enough to spare. This task didn't pose the slightest danger to him at all. On one hand, he had done this to haggle over the rewards as Master Sunreach had previously informed him that there were possible benefits. On the other hand, he had done this to avoid the 3 from realizing how much divine Devilbane lightning he possessed. In the future, the only things that could pose a threat against Han Li in the heavenly south would be the 3 great cultivators and the Mulan divine sages. He had no choice but to deceive them. 1. The strongest cultivator pair in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. They are mid-nascent soul stage Dao companions that can match a late-nascent soul cultivator when joined together. Like the last time Han Li delved into the abyss of devilish qi, he was protected in a net of divine Devilbane lightning. Soon, the rings of thunder grew softer as he delved deeper, and soon the golden lightning could no longer be seen. On the surface of the ocean, the 3 great cultivators were talking with one another as Han Li delved deeper. Brother Sunreach, do you feel that fellow Taoist Han truly doesn't have enough divine Devilbane lightning to make the entire trip? Will his lightning be consumed too quickly to have any remaining for the trip back? Wei Wuya asked with his hands behind his back. Does Brother Wei mean to say that my previous words were false? Master Sunreach's expression sank and he appeared displeased. Wei Wuya chuckled and said, Please don't misunderstand me, I didn't mean that at all. I simply asked because I felt that fellow Taoist Han agreed far too easily. Master Sunreach's expression relaxed and he said, If that's the case, I'm not too sure myself. However, I consumed greater amounts of magic power the deeper I delved into the abyss of devilish qi. I imagine one would need an astonishing amount of divine Devilbane lightning if they wish to make a whole round trip. I don't believe fellow Taoist Han can accomplish this with his lightning alone. Perhaps he has something else that can withstand the devilish qi for a time. That is quite possible. After all, there are an endless number of mysteries and wonders in the cultivation world. But regardless of how it is said, it will be good if this calamity could be smoothly resolved. Wei Wuya spoke with a smile and took a glance at Devil Concord. The large black-robed man had his arms crossed as he glanced down at the whirlpool, his face emotionless as he remained silent. For the time being, silence filled the air. 10 kilometers deep into the devilish chi, a light barrier surging with golden lightning was floating motionlessly. Han Li was inside it, solemnly reading through the jade slip that detailed where the formation plate should be placed. A short moment later, Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense from the jade slip and looked around. His surroundings were completely devoid of light, not surprising as he already reached the farthest depths of the devilish chi abyss. Han Li frowned and opened his mouth, spitting out an inch-long golden sword. In a flicker of golden light, the small sword flew out of the light barrier with a layer of thin lightning covering the body of the blade. It circled around him before revolving above his head, turning into a strange inch-large golden ring of light. Han Li formed an incantation gesture and pointed at the ring of light above his head, ordering it to suddenly stop and shoot out in a streak of golden light. He then closely followed after it in a blur. He flew a meter across the abyss before the small golden sword suddenly shot downward and released a muffled bang. The flying sword had pierced into something. A trace of joy appeared on Han Li's face and arrived 3 meters above where the sword had landed. In the pitch-black darkness, all he could see was the faint light of the small sword flickering with lightning. It had pierced into a huge flat rock. Han Li muttered to himself for a moment and pressed one of his hands against his light barrier. The net of lightning surrounding the barrier suddenly surged with blinding light and released several dense bolts of golden lightning that quickly revolved in the nearby area, turning into several golden pythons. As a result, the golden pythons cleanly swept away all the devilish chi in the nearby area, illuminating the huge rock underneath. Han Li examined it for a moment and revealed shock. This wasn't a rock but rather the floor of an altar. It appeared to stretch beyond the range of the golden lightning. He was amazed. The area that the formation masters wished to bury the formation plate was unexpectedly remarkable. Han Li commanded the golden pythons to quickly envelop the rest of the altar, revealing its general appearance. It was a square building that stretched out about 100 meters. All of the characteristics and engravings on the stone walls illustrated that it was a building created by cultivators from antiquity. After Han Li viewed his surroundings, he waved to the sword embedded in the floor and it returned to his sleeve in a golden streak. He then flew towards the center of the building and after a short moment, it began to flicker with white light. His heart stirred at the sight and he sped up, eventually clearly seeing what laid at its center. It was a shattered stone tablet. Only a small portion of its foundation remained standing upright with the rest of its fragments scattered around. Han Li's eyes wandered around the stone tablet as he observed it. Although it was shattered, he was able to see a few worn talisman characters that he couldn't understand. It was unknown what kind of material it was carved from as it would only occasionally sparkle with a faint white light. Could it be a rare material on par with the gold lightning bamboo? Han Li thought. Soon he reached out towards a fist-sized piece of the stone tablet and his hand glowed with azure light before summoning it into his grasp. The stone piece was gray and unremarkable. If it weren't for the traces of spiritual light, Han Li wouldn't have found anything particular about it. Han Li looked at it several more times and his brow stirred before he suddenly exerted great strength into his grasp. As a result, a strange scene occurred. The stone wasn't crushed to powder as Han Li thought. Instead, it flickered with white light and suddenly turned soft, allowing his fingers to sink deep into the stone. Han Li felt his heart jump. He frowned and asked Monarch Soul Divergence, "Senior Soul Divergence, do you know what this is?" "No, I've never seen it before," Monarch Soul Divergence said with a lazy tone, "but this is no surprise. There were so many rare materials used during ancient times, it is impossible for someone to know them all. You may as well let me research that piece. I am idle and have little better to do." Then without another thought Han Li tossed the stone piece into the bamboo tube behind him. Light flashed from the bamboo tube and a mist of white light sucked the strange stone inside of it. Han Li quickly turned his attention to the shattered stone tablet. It hadn't been long since it was shattered, and it appeared that when the spell formation was damaged, the stone tablet had shattered as well. With that thought, Han Li collected the rest of the stone fragments in a sweep of azure light. He then flicked his fingers and launched over 10 streaks of azure sword light at the stone foundation, wishing to take the rest of it with him. A series of booms sounded out, and to Han Li's surprise, the sword qi wasn't able to cut through the stone. It didn't seem to have any effect. How strange. Han Li yelped in alarm and hesitated for a moment. He no longer paid attention to the rest of the stone tablet and launched several streaks of sword qi in a different direction. Although he had enough divine Devilbane lightning to sustain for a while longer, Han Li didn't dare to linger too long in such a dangerous place and began to place down the formation plate. A series of muffled explosions sounded out, followed by the appearance of a 3-meter-deep hole at the side of the stone tablet. With a wave of his hand, white light flickered and an exquisite formation plate appeared. Han Li shook his hand without the slightest hesitation and sent the formation plate into the hole in a streak of light. Grimly staring at the formation plate, his two hands then formed a hand incantation and the formation plate began to shine with even greater light. Soon, the formation plate released a clear ring and a thick beam of white light shot out towards the sky, only to disappear without a trace. Han Li felt at ease. Since the formation plate was functioning as expected, he had clearly found the right place. With that thought, Han Li swept up an azure gale with a wave of his sleeve, completely burying the hole with rocks. He then released a spell seal and muttered an incantation before melting the pile of rocks to seal the hole completely in a smooth layer. The hole now appeared as if it never existed. Han Li walked around the large hole to make sure that nothing appeared out of the ordinary, and he nodded with a satisfied expression. With that done, he released several spell seals, striking the nearby golden lightning pythons. With pangs of thunder, the lightning pythons faded away into specks of light and the devilish qi began to quickly roil as there was no longer anything holding it back. Han Li pondered to himself before the lightning flashed around his light barrier, preparing to rush back up to the ocean surface. At that moment, Monarch Soul Divergence's voice echoed through his spiritual sense. "Youngster, wait a moment." Han Li stopped in surprise and asked, "What does Senior have to say?" Since this is the center of the ceiling formation, it is also the densest area of devilish qi, and since it has been suppressed since ancient times, it is possible several devil essence diamonds have formed here. According to ancient records, they were a material used to refine precious devil Dao treasures. You should see if you can find them nearby. Devil essence diamonds? An odd expression appeared on his face. Then after some thought he slapped his storage pouch and took out a yellow jade scepter with a wolf's head. This was the ancient treasure that originally housed Silvermoon. Although its artifact spirit was missing, it was still capable of using simple earth movement techniques, but not to the superb skill that Silvermoon was capable of. With a soft shout, Han Li's light barrier doubled in size and a streak of white light flew out from his sleeve. It circled around him and turned into a small white fox. "Since time is limited, let's split up to find the devil essence diamonds." Han Li quickly spoke and tossed a ball of golden lightning towards the small fox. With a ring of thunder, the ball of lightning wrapped around the fox in a net. "Keep in mind that the lightning will not last long," Han Li solemnly warned. "Once it shows signs of weakening, immediately return and then we'll head back up." "Yes, Master," Silvermoon replied in her usual bright voice. "However, I do not know what devil essence diamonds look like." Before Han Li could reply, Monarch Soul Divergence answered, "Devil essence diamonds are pitch-black gems that contain astonishing devilish qi. They will be easily recognized." "That will do then. I'm heading off." Silvermoon nodded and her fox body flashed with silver light before disappearing into the ground. Han Li didn't remain still either. With a wave of the jade scepter, a layer of yellow light appeared around his light barrier and he sank into the floor without a trace. For a time no one could be seen above ground. Time slowly passed by and the platform was completely quiet, but was now shrouded in pitch-black devilish qi. The endless darkness resembled what one would imagine of the underworld. Not long after, golden light flashed as Han Li emerged from the ground. He looked around him and a trace of worry appeared on his face when he saw that Silvermoon wasn't there. Then he turned his attention to his hand and relaxed his grasp, revealing an exquisite pitch-black gem. It appeared to be the size of his thumb. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and said, "As I expected, there are truly devil essence diamonds here. Your luck is quite good." This was an item that ancient Devil Dao cultivators could only dream of. It was incredibly rare even during times of antiquity. Is that so? This item is so precious? Han Li took a closer look at the gem and narrowed his eyes to examine it. The gem didn't shine with even the slightest light. Instead, its serene darkness gave a bewildering sensation to Han Li, as if his consciousness was being sucked inside it. Han Li felt his heart tremble and quickly withdrew his gaze, not daring to look any longer. At that moment, silver light shined from underneath him. A silver fox wrapped in faint golden light shot out from the ground and quickly entered Han Li's light barrier. If you took any longer, I was going to personally come and find you. I expected that you would have returned earlier than I did. Could it be that you found something? With a wave of his hand, he swept up the small fox into his arm. Without saying a word, Silver Moon spat out 3 pitch-black gems, undoubtedly devil essence diamonds. Good. Delight appeared on Han Li's face and Silver Moon gave what appeared to be a smile before disappearing into his sleeve. Han Li took the 3 gems along with his own and placed them into a single jade box. We can't stay any longer, Han Li muttered. Soon, the golden lightning around him trembled and a large boom sounded out. He began to slowly rise to the surface. Han Li's speed was slow throughout his ascent. After a quarter hour, he finally arrived at the barrier of white light. During his entire journey, he hadn't made use of any of the devil-warding treasures that the 3 great cultivators had given him. Han Li eventually passed through the light barrier, suppressing the devilish qi, and withdrew his divine devilbane lightning entirely. But then Han Li didn't immediately return to the surface. Instead, he looked down and slapped his storage pouch, taking out a damaged dark green flag. Silver Moon yelped and said with amazement, This. Isn't this the ghost-sifting banner? 1 appears in Chapter 789 when Han Li fights against the devil cultivator that cursed Nangong Wan. Although the devil heads and Yin ghosts attached to the banner were cleanly destroyed, the banner itself is a rare Devil Dao treasure and is still intact. From what I've heard, it is able to absorb ghost qi in order to restore itself. Devil Concord's flag had reminded me of this. Devilish and ghostly qi are both worldly Yin qi and have a certain level of similarity. And given the pure devilish qi here, it is perfect to test whether or not the flag can be restored. It doesn't matter if it fails. Han Li spoke calmly and blue light began to brightly glow around his hands, wrapping around the small flag. Afterwards, the flag flew into the devilish qi in an azure streak. The ghost-sifting banner was engulfed by the countless threads of devilish qi and the azure light surrounding it was cleanly devoured. When Han Li saw this, he grasped his hands in an incantation gesture and pointed at the green flag below. The lifeless ghost-sifting banner suddenly glowed with green light and it violently grew under Han Li's command. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a torn 3-meter-tall banner. It appeared to still be damaged from its battle against the Orit sword formation. When Han Li sifted through the consciousness of the Yin-sifting sect elder, he also acquired the method to control the banner. This and the many other banners of its kind were legacy treasures passed through many generations of the Yin-sifting sect. Of course, this meant that the banner didn't require blood to recognize a master. Although it was classified as a magic treasure, it could be used by anyone after some refinement. Han Li chanted an incantation at that moment, and a meter-large hold suddenly appeared in front of the flag, containing gusts of Yin winds within it. Then the dense devilish qi that gathered around quickly streamed into the hole at a violent speed. Han Li rejoiced at the sight. The banner was able to absorb the devilish qi as he expected. As the banner absorbed the qi, it began to restore itself at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. Not long after, the banner appeared to be in flawless condition, but its original green color was now tainted black. Han Li's eyes wandered across the banner as it consumed the devilish qi all around it. He was somewhat surprised that it continued to absorb the devilish qi after restoring itself. He didn't expect for it to consume the qi like a bottomless pit. In addition, he discovered that the more devilish qi it absorbed, the more black light began to cover the green parts of the banner. When Han Li saw this, a trace of surprise appeared on his face, but he continued to calmly observe this from a distance. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the ghost-sifting banner finally released a series of hums and the hole it summoned in front of it disappeared. The banner was now entirely covered in dazzling black light. At that moment, Han Li pointed at the black banner and it quickly shrank back to its original size. It then shot up in a black streak of light and entered Han Li's grasp. Han Li quickly examined the banner in his hand and nodded with satisfaction before putting it away. In the future he would have to find an opportunity to test its might. Because he had tarried for too long, Han Li didn't dare to delay any further and promptly had his tens of flying swords revolve around him, breaking through the dense spiritual qi above him, allowing him to ascend to the surface. As the three great cultivators waited above the whirlpool, they appeared calm, but their expressions betrayed a slight trace of fear, as if worried that Han Li had failed in his task. But then Han Li shot out from the whirlpool in a streak of azure light and they all felt great relief at the sight. "Fellow Taoist Han, how did it go? Did you succeed?" Master Sunreach beamingly asked. "I've fulfilled my task. The formation plate is securely placed." Han Li replied with a smile. "Good. Allow me to test it." Wei Wuya summoned a formation plate identical to the one Han Li buried before slapping his storage pouch. He held the formation plate in one hand and formed a hand gesture with the other. Then he muttered a cryptic incantation and the formation plate in his hand began to shine with white light, releasing threads of rainbow light in a gorgeous display. "Good," Wei Wuya said with a friendly grin. "You've properly installed the formation plate. We can immediately send invitations to the other cultivators to come and restore the spell formation. With the formation plate set down, we won't need to worry about the devilish qi suddenly bursting. We owe much to fellow Taoist Han's achievement. Since the matter is settled, I must bid my farewell. I have a few important matters to handle. I'll return these treasures to you." After this was said, Han Li returned the 4 devil-warding treasures to the 3 cultivators. The 3 great cultivators received the treasures and couldn't help but look at each other with dismay at Han Li's wish to suddenly depart. "There is no need for fellow Taoist Han to be so impatient," Master Sunreach urged. "How about he stays at our 7 spirit islands for a few days? Many thanks for Brother Sunreach's kindness, but I cannot afford to delay these affairs." Han Li shook his head, his face revealing a trace of regret. "Since Brother Han has urgent matters occupying him, we won't keep you here any longer. Have a smooth journey." Wei Wuya sent him off with a salute. "Then I will take my leave." Han Li then cupped his fist to the 3 cultivators and covered his body in blinding azure light before brilliantly streaking across the sky. Half a month later, Han Li returned to the Drifting Cloud sect. After informing his senior martial brothers about the spirit island that was given to the sect, he prepared to enter seclusion. This time Han Li wasn't cultivating magic power but completing the refinement of his second nascent soul. Not only would this greatly expand his abilities, but it would also grant him another life. What was originally the wood spirit nascent had now reached the stage of assimilation and was on the verge of becoming his second nascent soul in entirety. Of course, Han Li first observed Nangong Wan's condition before entering seclusion for a few years. After experiencing several grand events recently, the heavenly South cultivation world had finally entered another period of peace, and the many sects and clans took the opportunity to nurture their disciples and hone their strength. Four years after Han Li entered seclusion, Silver Moon was in her human form respectfully waiting outside the sealed seclusion room. On the day before, she received a voice transmission from Han Li while she was nurturing the spirit medicines with the green liquid, and she was now waiting on Han Li to emerge from the room. She didn't have to wait for long. The stone door eventually began to groan and slowly open. However, when she raised her head and gazed inside, she didn't catch sight of Han Li. Instead, she saw a black wind that suddenly blew out from the room. Then with a muffled chuckle, the 3-meter-large black cloud made its way towards Silver Moon. Silver Moon paled and took several steps back in her alarm as she looked at the black cloud in shock. Then the black cloud came to a sudden stop and softly shined with light as if made from black silk. "This is..." Silver Moon's mind began to stir. The black cloud suddenly condensed into an inch-large black-green nascent soul and it said, "How is it? It should be considered a success for my second nascent soul to have reached this stage. Congratulations on Master's achievement." Silver Moon sweetly smiled and curtsied at the nascent soul. Apart from the nascent soul's slightly smaller size, it appeared exactly the same as his original. A familiar voice sounded out. "It has come as a surprise that I was able to complete my second nascent soul so quickly. However, it does feel a bit strange now that it's done." Han Li then walked out from the secluded room. At that moment, the black-green nascent soul grinned before flying a circle around Han Li and landing on his head. Silvermoon took a good look at Han Li and smiled. It is only natural to feel a bit odd after acquiring a second nascent soul. But with a bit of time, Master should become accustomed to it. Oh. From your tone of voice, it seems you know something about having a second nascent soul. Did you remember something? Han Li curiously asked. After a pause, Silvermoon answered, "It isn't very clear to me. I don't know why I said it. Perhaps I knew about a similar technique in the past." Han Li nodded when he heard her explanation and said nothing else. Then, the nascent soul sitting on his head summoned a small flag with a wave of its hand and began to play with it. It was the ghost-sifting banner that had absorbed the devilish qi. When Silvermoon saw this, she couldn't help but look at the nascent soul in surprise, asking, "Could it be that your second nascent soul cultivates a devil Dao art?" It is only natural that the second nascent soul should cultivate something exceptional, but it cannot cultivate a new technique alone since it doesn't have its own body yet, so I am using my own body and the ghost-sifting banner's devilish qi to have it cultivate a few of the profound Yin art transformation techniques. As for whether or not I will grant it a body, I've yet to decide, Han Li said with a frown. Once it has its own body, there is a possibility of backlash and betrayal. I must be careful about it. He then patted his head and in a flash of black light, the nascent soul entered his skull without a trace. Han Li's spiritual sense allowed him to clearly see within him. Both his main and second nascent soul were sitting cross-legged across from one another in his dantian and were meditating. Silvermoon tilted her head and said, "It is right for Master to be cautious. I've never heard of the profound nascent formation arts before, and other cultivation incarnation techniques are generally a division of attention. As for higher-grade incarnation techniques such as the Mulan Divine Sage Xianxia, 1. They are grand abilities that are employed through a forceful division of your primal soul. Hehe. Their incarnation techniques don't make them stronger. They are only either for survival or producing superior numbers, but they can be considered formidable techniques regardless." Alright, enough of that for now. Did anything happen while I was in seclusion? Once that was said, he beckoned to Silvermoon and walked into the main hall. Silvermoon closely followed after him with soft steps and said, "A year after Master entered seclusion, Lady Mu succeeded in her core formation. As per your instructions, I gave the copulation essence arts to her along with some medicine pills suitable for a core formation stage cultivator. As for Lady Nangong, she remains safe within the restricted area while the demon beast core is further weakening the soul seal curse day by day. I reckon that even without the curse's removal method, it should be dissolved in another 100 years. Of course, that is simply my own speculations. Master should go have a look for himself." Han Li rejoiced after hearing the good news, but just as he was about to ask about other matters, Silvermoon added, "There is also one other thing I must report to Master. The 6-winged frost centipedes have been continuously fed the rainbow skirt grass over the years. They should have grown and laid eggs, but for some unknown reason, their growth had slowed to a standstill, having only molted once and showing no further signs of reproduction." Molted. When Han Li heard this, he stopped walking and revealed an odd expression. Silvermoon bit her lip and slowed her steps. "That's right. After they molted, they became far more powerful. Additionally, they became irritable as if they were about to molt once more. Let me take a look at them." Han Li frowned and then changed direction, walking towards the passage that led to the insect rooms. A short moment later, Han Li had arrived. He walked towards one of the insect rooms and looked inside. Before he could clearly see the centipedes, he felt a gust of glacial qi that blew past him. All he saw was a thick layer of sparkling ice covering the entire insect room. There were also several various-sized mounds of ice with thick holes dug into them. Half-feet-long snow-white streaks were currently roaming around them. Having already imprinted Han Li as their master with his blood, they immediately recognized him when he appeared. They grew restless and immediately pounced in Han Li's direction, grabbing onto the walls closest to him. With a wave of his hand, Han Li opened the restriction to the room with a mental command. Several inch-large masses of white light floated towards him. He nimbly grabbed one of them with his hand and brought it to his face. It was a larva with a skin completely snow-white. Apart from the 2 small protrusions from its back, it appeared exactly the same as when he last saw them. Han Li looked at the larva in his hand and muttered to himself for a moment. Silvermoon stood at his side in silence. At that moment Han Li extended his finger and brought it to the larva's mouth. With a crackle, blue flame appeared on his fingertip. The centipede larva opened its mouth and spat out a thin thread of glacial qi towards the blue flame. Suddenly, the blue flame surged several times its size before being completely wrapped by the qi. Han Li then slowly closed his eyes as if attempting to sense something. It seems your words held true. They have become far more powerful after they molted. There isn't much difference between reproduction by cannibalism and continuous molting. Han Li opened his eyes and then vanished the blue flame with a flick of his finger. It doesn't come as a great surprise why they aren't continuing to devour one another, Han Li continued. These ancient insects are all fantastical oddities. Perhaps they are only able to reproduce several times, or if the rainbow skirt grass simply causes changes in their body. In any case, it is no problem as long as we can further mature them with the green liquid. Master's words come as a relief. Silvermoon sighed and then sweetly smiled, displaying a bewitching charm. Han Li ignored this and instead made his way to the main hall as he sullenly said, "During my seclusion I've become well rested. Let's make the trip to the Great Jin Empire. Whether it be to dispel the baleful qi present on my body or find rare materials, the journey is absolutely necessary. And regardless of how effective the ancient flame toad's demon core is at dissolving the soul seal curse, I am still worried of something unexpected happening to Wanner. It is best that I pay a visit to the sifting sect and find the incantation to dissolve the curse. I've also already cultivated a second nascent soul to brave any dangers that I may find in the Great Jin." So it was like that. But with Master's abilities, there should be seldom few cultivators capable to matching him. Silvermoon said with a smile. Hee, there are many miraculous and fantastical treasures in the cultivation world. There is nothing that is certain. Also, I am already at odds with the Devil Dao cultivators of the sifting sects. If they discover that I've arrived, there is be certain to be trouble. It is better to tread on the side of caution. I'm going to first take a look at how Wanner is doing before going to see Senior Marshal Brother Cheng. Then I will see if I can gather any more of the missing materials for the puppets and 7-flame fan. If everything goes smoothly, we can set a departure date after half a month. Yes, Master. I also wish to see what the Great Jin is like, as it's renowned to be the holy land of cultivators. Once that was said, the room became quiet once more. Half a month later, an azure streak shot out from the Dreamcloud Mountains and flew south. Not long after, a few well-informed cultivators received information that the Drifting Cloud sect's renowned Elder Han had left the Dreamcloud Mountains to go on a distant journey. The specifics were unknown. It was possible he was roaming the Heavenly South or had left it entirely. After the news was spread around, the Heavenly South grew restless before growing calm once more. Han Li's departure hadn't been followed by any further events. The Dreamcloud Mountains Ancient Sword Sect and 100 Possibilities Pavilion still treated the Drifting Cloud Sect sincerely and didn't make any moves against them, allowing them to hold the position as the top sect in the state of Xi. As years slowly passed by, cultivators passed away from reaching the end of their lifespan and new characters emerged from the gaps left behind. The cycle of the Heavenly South cultivators began one more. As for Han Li, any trace of him had disappeared from the Heavenly South. For over 100 years there had been no word of him. One of the Milan's late nascent soul cultivators. First seen in chapter 746, he is capable of creating clones of himself. Once that was done, the lower aptitude cultivators were sent back to their tribes to receive their support there. As for the high aptitude cultivators, they were accepted as disciples by the high-grade immortals and were personally nurtured. But before one could receive personal instruction from high-grade immortals, they must go through the spirit release rites. There were only about 70 endless sky temples spread throughout the plains, but each of them were the heart of the regions they were located and had thousands of variously sized tribes surrounding them. Since there was only one temple in the region, the largest sects resided closest to it, and as a small sect, the Grey Heron tribe resided in an area farther away. Their journey to the temple would take 3 months at the very least. Helpless, they could only depart 4 months ahead of time. On the previous day of spirit release he had already established his tribe, but he wasn't able to gather enough tribute for the temple, so he could only watch the opportunity pass him by. As a result, Lu was unwilling to allow this chance to miss his tribe again. He even reduced the rations of the tribe and cut on other costs for the sake of this day so they could acquire an immortal for their tribe. However, they had to bring the tribute through wide expanses of grassland, an extremely dangerous task for mortals like them. After all, the tribute consisted of materials useful towards immortals and even more precious towards mortals. If they weren't careful, they could be robbed, even by an immortal. This was a common occurrence whenever a day of spirit release approached. It was better for the tribes closer to the temple, as none dared to be too imprudent in its proximity, but it proved extremely dangerous for tribes farther away. It was once said that the tribute from a mid-grade tribe, a 1,000-year medicine herb, was leaked and made known to many. As a result, a high-grade immortal from a larger sect plundered it. Of course, the immortals of the temple were angered by this and dispatched an immortal to investigate this matter, but it was unknown if anything came of it. With such events having happened, Lu been extremely worried ever since he left his tribe. Although he was carrying the tribute, he didn't have the protection of an immortal. As the day of spirit release approached, immortals from many tribes were occupied with matters from the temple. Even if one had spirit stones, the immortals were too busy to accept. Occasionally there would be wandering immortals, and the larger tribes nearby would rush to hire them at great cost. Weaker tribes couldn't hope to compete. With that thought, Lu sighed and glanced behind him again. 4 of the 8 carriages carried tribute, all of them pulled by the most meticulously chosen steeds in the tribe. These carriages were also crafted from the hardy red birch wood. Of course, to make sure that they wouldn't catch any attention, the carriages' exteriors were ragged and worn. Even with these measures, they had encountered a small pack of feral wolves and nearly lost one of their members. In order to escape the wolves, they had to abandon the 2 slowest carriages. Although the 2 carriages didn't carry anything particularly costly, they did hold enough food for 2 months. It seemed that they would have no choice but to make a temporary stop in 2 days. There should be a nearby valley where men rarely tread, but there may be some wild bison or other game to hunt. With that thought, Lu stroked the hardwood bough that hung from his saddle. What happened? A young woman at Lu's side yelped in alarm. The woman was 15 years old and was named Xian. She was a relative of Lu and was one of the few people in the tribe who possessed spirit roots. It was only natural for him to dote on her. Lu hastily raised his head in alarm and saw waves of azure light in some dense shrubbery ahead of him. Lu's heart trembled. As the leader of his tribe, he was naturally familiar with the light released from immortal techniques. Could it be they wished to act against a group as destitute as his? Lu's heart sank and he raised his hand, ordering the group behind him to stop. When the others saw the azure light ahead of them, they instantly grew cautious from alarm. Lu firmly grasped onto his horse's reins and had it come to a stop. He then began to think of a plan to defend themselves. But after a short moment, Lu felt that there was something amiss. The azure light in the shrubbery continuously flickered, but there were no immortals or any techniques that emerged from it. Lu's eyes brightened and he hastily examined the shrubbery. The dense shrubbery were about as tall as a person and couldn't be clearly seen through. Lu's gaze wavered and he suddenly shouted, "Tu Meng! Go over there and take a look to see whether or not there is an immortal there." "Yes, tribe elder." A young man with a sturdy and formidable appearance descended from his horse and carefully approached the shrubbery that was 60 meters away from him. When the azure light was only 20 meters away, he hesitated and his feet came to a stop. "May I ask for the name of the immortal here? We are the Grey Heron tribe and we wish to pay our respects in front of your true appearance." The youth spoke with a clear tone of respect. However, the light in the shrubbery continued to flicker and no response was given. Tu Meng couldn't help but to look at Lu. Lu lowered his head in thought for a moment before silently nodding. The youth then gathered a bit of courage and walked forward with silent steps. When he arrived in front of the shrubbery, he gritted his teeth and parted the wild grass in front of him. "Ah!" In that instant the youth Tu Meng parted away the grass and shouted in alarm before he quickly recoiled several steps back, falling on his back. He appeared thoroughly shocked. "What's going on?" The Grey Heron tribe members were shocked by this sudden turn of events. There were even a few members that drew their blades in case. Don't blindly take action. Tumeng, what happened? Yinglu still retained his calm. He saw that the youth was still uninjured and was only frightened. Tribe head, there is an immortal there. He looks. Before the youth could finish, the azure light suddenly disappeared from the shrubbery and he was interrupted by a cold snort. Then a silhouette walked out in strides and asked, "Looks like what?" Yinglu and the others hastily looked over in shock. The man who appeared from the shrubbery was wearing white robes and had an ordinary stature. However, he was covering his head with a peculiar blue cloak that concealed his face. There were bulging pouches at his waist and he carried a foot-long wooden box on his back. "I pay my respects, immortal. I am the leader of the Grey Heron tribe, Yinglu. May I know your esteemed name?" When Yinglu saw him appear, he immediately dismounted from his horse and deeply bowed towards the white-robed man, not daring to offend him. His tribe members followed suit as well. The white-robed man examined Yinglu's party before coldly replying, "My surname is Han. The Grey Heron tribe? I've never heard of it before. I was cultivating inside the thicket. What have you come here for?" "So it is immortal Han. We truly had no idea you were cultivating here. We hope you will forgive us for any offense we may have caused. May we ask which tribe worships you, sir? Perhaps I may be acquainted with that tribe." Yinglu felt relieved when he heard that the immortal didn't have the mind to attack them. The white-robed man's eyes flickered and he indifferently said, "I've only recently finished my apprenticeship and I haven't attached myself to a tribe." "Ah. So Sir Immortal is unattached. Since you are here alone, you must be going to the temple. It is the day of spirit release, something that only happens once every 20 years. Surely Immortal Han won't be missing it." When Yinglu heard that the immortal was still unaffiliated, his tone became even more respectful. "That's right," the white-robed man answered. He then looked at the carriages behind him and curiously asked, "Are you heading to the temple to present tribute? I don't see any immortals following you. Our Grey Heron tribe is small in size. We've yet to hold an immortal in our ranks. As such." Yinglu respectfully explained his situation. He immediately determined that the immortal's words were true. Why else would he act so curiously? With that in his mind, Yinglu suddenly felt a few lingering thoughts brought to the forefront of his mind. "Since you came across me unintentionally, I will forget this matter. Leave." After a moment of hesitation, the white-robed man waved his hand at them, indicating them to depart. Yinglu had originally feared this white-robed man, but now he resolved himself to have him stay. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly smiled and said, "Sir Immortal, since you also wish to visit the temple, would you be interested in entering the hire of the Grey Heron tribe? If you accompany us to the temple, we are willing to give 20 spirit stones to you." "Hire me?" The white-robed man appeared surprised. "That's right," Yinglu replied with an honest expression. "Since Sir Immortal is going to the temple regardless, he may as well come with us. With no immortal guarding us, I fear that we won't be able to safely reach the temple. After all, there are far too many dangers on the road. It would be too slow to travel with you mortals. And 20 spirit stones is..." The white-robed man appeared hesitant. Yinglu bitterly smiled and said, "So long as Sir Immortal agrees, I am willing to give 25 spirit stones. I'll be honest. Our Grey Heron tribe isn't large. This is the limit that we can offer you." The white-robed man smiled in response. 25 spirit stones is a good amount, but don't you want to ask me of my rank before naming your price? Perhaps I am only at the 3rd or 2nd layer of chi condensation without the ability to protect you." Yinglu forced a chuckle and said, "Sir Immortal is joking. Although I don't have any spirit roots, I've gained much experience in my time in the Holy War. The light you released isn't something that a 3rd-grade chi condensation immortal could produce." Without further consideration, the white-robed man said, "Good. Since you are so sincere, I will journey with you. However, I will be taking half of the spirit stones first. Once we arrive, you can pay me the other half." "Of course, here are the spirit stones, Sir Immortal." Yinglu was happy with his reply and patted his robes before taking out a small pouch. He then picked out a number of spirit stones and promptly handed them over to the white-robed man. After the white-robed man took the spirit stones, they disappeared in a flash of light. This caused some of the youths to yelp in surprise. What? You've never seen a storage pouch before? The white-robed man asked in surprise. Sir Immortal, these youths haven't had much experience with immortals. Lu said with slight embarrassment. So it was like that. The white-robed man nodded in understanding and then glanced at the carriages with some hesitation. As Lu had many dealings with immortals in the past, he immediately shouted, "Quickly prepare the best carriage for Immortal Han and allow him to meditate. Hurry." When the youths heard their leader, they awoke from their daze and completely unloaded one of the carriages and put the cargo onto the other carriages. Once the carriage was completely unloaded, the white-robed man faced Lu and said, "Thank you for your consideration. I will be resting on the carriage. Just call out to me if anything happens. And since I'm already fasting, there is no need to disturb me during peacetime." "Of course, I will keep it in mind." Lu bowed and widely smiled. The white-robed man nodded and promptly approached the carriage in strides, but after taking several steps he suddenly turned to the youth Tu Meng and coldly said, "Did you see my face? I don't want rumors to spread, so you had best keep it to yourself." The white-robed man didn't say another word and then climbed on the carriage, closing the curtains and blocking everything from view. Tu Meng's face turned deathly pale. Although the white-clothed man had already entered the carriage, the youth was still repeatedly shaking his head. Lu loudly shouted, "Since we've acquired an immortal, we may journey with ease." Everyone set off. He then turned to the young woman at his side and said, Shan, follow the immortal's carriage. If he has any commands for you, follow them. Serve him well." When the young woman heard this, she happily agreed, knowing what he meant. As the other youths drove the carriages forward, they whispered to each other spiritedly. Although there had been immortals that handled affairs on the tribe's behalf, they immediately departed once they were finished. They didn't have the opportunity to see or speak with an immortal. They were naturally curious. Hidden inside the covered carriage, the white-robed man was sitting cross-legged without motion. "Youngster Han, it seems the technique you used on that soaring tribes member had scared him quite a bit. Perhaps he might have nightmares on this in the future, hee." An aged voice filled with schadenfreude spoke from the back of the white-robed man's mind. The white-robed man ignored his statement and asked, "Is the pestilence demon's soul lock technique truly effective, senior? I don't wish to become a monster that only knows slaughter before I find a method to dispel this baleful qi." "Be at ease," the old voice lazily said. "Although this secret technique was something I founded to dispel the backlash from the Great Development Technique, it is equally useful towards restraining baleful qi. However, I must warn you that the pestilence demons possessing your body aren't only restricting your baleful qi, but they are restricting your cultivation as well. Your current cultivation is at most at the level of mid-foundation establishment stage, but you must remember not to rashly use your magic power by any means." The white-robed man sullenly said, "That goes without saying, of course, but I didn't think the baleful qi backlash would occur far quicker than you had anticipated. And its violent nature was far worse than I've heard." The aged voice snorted and said, "It wasn't that I guessed incorrectly, but that you had to fight with other cultivators before you managed to dispel your baleful qi. You even heavily damaged your vitality to the point of near death. It is only natural for the baleful qi to backlash. As for its violent nature, it is only to be expected from how deeply it has accumulated on your body. Were it not for the fact you are helping me refine my puppet body, I would be disinterested to help you." Needless to say, these two were Han Li and Monarch Soul Divergence. It had now been half a year since Han Li left the Drifting Cloud sect. After he left the Heavenly South, he directly entered the Milan Plains and carefully concealed his cultivation and identity. At the start, it went smoothly and he assumed the identity as an unaffiliated cultivator, safely entering many Milan tribes and even exchanging cultivation experiences with a soaring tribes cultivator. But after he crossed most of the plains and arrived in the south, wanton calamity struck down upon him. In a wasteland far from the soaring tribes, he had routinely released his gold-devouring beetles and was about to prepare his strongest batch of beetles for reproduction when a mid-nascent soul-stage soaring tribes elder came across Han Li while he was chasing down a demon bird. The soaring tribes elder was also controlling a single fully mature gold-devouring beetle at the time. 1. Because the rainbow skirt grass was so convenient to use and mature, Han Li had grown careless as nothing happened to him in the past when he used it. Without any high-grade concealment spell formations placed down, the Soaring Tribe's elder saw Han Li's beetle swarm in plain sight. When the Soaring Tribe's elder saw the 10,000 gold-devouring beetles floating above Han Li, he nearly passed Han Li by in shock. He promptly ignored the demon bird and immediately demanded Han Li to follow him to see some kind of holy woman of theirs. Han Li couldn't agree to such conditions and immediately set out to kill him. He promptly used several grand abilities along with his second nascent soul, resulting in the destruction of the cultivator's physical body. But Han Li then gloomily discovered that the Soaring Tribe's elder cultivated a very strange technique. He was able to split his nascent soul into 7 divisions, each of them skilled in evasion techniques. During a moment of carelessness, Han Li allowed one of them to escape. It was then that Han Li realized that he stirred up the hornet's nest. Not daring to linger for even a moment, he flew south throughout the night. But by using some unknown method, Han Li suddenly found many Soaring Tribe's nascent soul cultivators pursuing him several days later. Even one of the Soaring Tribe's 4 late nascent soul cultivators were present. Han Li repeatedly fought several battles and slew several high-grade cultivators, but the late nascent soul cultivator amongst them struck a heavy blow against Han Li while he was distracted. Were it not for the myriad-year spirit milk and the blood shadow evasion, he feared his life would have been forfeit. Although he managed to temporarily evade pursuit through these measures, Han Li suddenly discovered something immensely troubling affecting his body. Perhaps as a result from the loss of strength and injuries from the constant battles, the baleful qi on his body broke out and began to undergo backlash. Fortunately, he was able to see this ahead of time with his immense spiritual sense and used secret techniques to forcefully suppress it. This made his bad situation even worse. Helpless, he could only ask Monarch Soul Divergence for guidance out of this perilous situation. As an old eccentric that had lived over 10,000 years, Monarch Soul Divergence immediately gave Han Li the Pestilence Demon's Soul Lock Seal to temporarily seal the baleful qi. However, the consequences were immense. Before he could find a method to dissolve the baleful qi, he would need to seal the demons of pestilence along with his baleful inside of his body. This would contain a majority of his baleful qi at the cost of most of his cultivation. If he rashly made use of his magic power during this time, the baleful qi and pestilence demons would backlash. Han Li was fully aware of the consequences of this technique and hesitated in using it. But as he evaded pursuit, the baleful qi in his body underwent backlash with far greater intensity than before. In a moment of desperation, he hastily landed in the shrubbery and without the time to even place down a protective spell formation, he employed the Pestilence Demon's Soul Lock Seal with frantic need. When Ying Lu had arrived, Han Li was in the final stages of employing the technique. The youth Mu Ting parted the shrubbery just as Han Li's face wore the appearance of one of the 5 pestilence demons sealed inside of him. It was incredibly gruesome, giving the youth much cause for fright. The youth currently believed the ghost face to be Han Li's true appearance. With that thought, Han Li couldn't help but wryly smile. Although I am temporarily able to restrain the baleful qi, a vast majority of my cultivation was sealed. It is fortunate that I am escorting these mortals to an endless sky temple. Nothing should happen along the way. Han Li muttered. Monarch Soul Divergence coldly chuckled and said, although your cultivation is sealed and you aren't able to use your ancient treasures and flying swords, you can still use your gold-devouring beetle and second nascent soul. However, you did give the nascent soul grade puppet you refined to your senior martial brother Lu before you left, and you also gave a majority of your core formation stage puppets to that concubine of yours. Those puppets would be rather useful right now. Han Li indifferently said, I didn't know when I'd be able to return to the heavenly south, so I had left the puppets behind in case of contingencies. Even if senior martial brother Qing will soon perish, Lu Luo will have the nascent soul stage puppet to assist him. And Mu Peeling will be safe with the tortoise puppets I've given her. Otherwise, I would have felt ill at ease heading towards the Great Gene. In that case, don't complain about any dangers you encounter. Monarch Soul Divergence said with disapproval. After a moment of silence, Han Li's expression stirred and he asked, is there any way to temporarily dissolve the Pestilence Demon Soul Lock after it is placed? My gold-devouring beetles and second nascent soul shouldn't have any problem dealing with core formation opponents, of course, but it will be dangerous if I run into an enemy at nascent soul stage. I don't know how long it will take before I can find a method to dissolve my baleful qi. Temporarily dissolve the seal? Monarch Soul Divergence paused for a moment before slowly replying, it might not be possible for others, but it could be possible with the many treasures in your possession. However, the cost will be steep. What cost? So long as it doesn't affect my future cultivation, I will accept the cost. It will be better than losing my life at a desperate moment. In that case, it will be quite simple. Each time you wish to dispel the seal, it will require 2 drops of the myriad year spirit milk. I'll give you another set of secret techniques to release the pestilence demons and temporarily allow the baleful qi. According to present circumstances, your magic power will be restored for about 2 hours. After that time passes, the spirit milk will be completely devoured by the pestilence demons and your magic power will be sealed once more. And each time the seal is released, the baleful qi will take over a portion of your soul. After a certain number of times, even the pestilence demons will not be able to restrain the baleful qi backlash. Although myriad year spirit milk is precious, it isn't as precious as my own life, but aggravating the baleful qi backlash won't be good by any means. Will this cause any future problems after I dispel the baleful qi? There will certainly be problems after releasing the baleful qi. Under your current circumstances, I reckon that you will only be able to lift the seal 5 of 6 times before the pestilence demons lose control. It is up to you to weigh what there is to gain and lose. There isn't much to think about, Han Li said with decisiveness. I will only use it during matters of life and death. How about Senior pass the technique on to me? I will only say the incantation once, so remember it properly. Monarch Soul Divergence then uttered the incantation for the technique. Han Li closed his eyes and committed the incantation to memory. Han Li opened his eyes and calmly said, all right, it appears this technique isn't very difficult. I should be able to use it after a few days of comprehension. Of course, it is but a common method of removing seals. But youngster Han, do you truly plan on following these mortals to the Endless Sky Temple? Monarch Soul Divergence curiously asked. Surely you would know that this event of theirs will attract many soaring tribes cultivators. Has Senior heard of the proverb that the most dangerous areas are actually safest? If I wholeheartedly wished to conceal myself, I am confident that I would be able to stay hidden for some time, but with the baleful qi winding around my body, I would need to urgently hurry to the Great Jin Empire. As for my pursuers, they would be looking everywhere for lone travelers such as myself. In that case, it'd be better for me to mingle among the cultivators near the temple. Since there are many cultivators there, it would be impossible for my pursuers to look at them all. And given that I've already lived several months in the Mulan Plains, I am confident I'll be able to disguise myself as a low-grade cultivator. In any case, the temple just happens to be in the direction of the Great Jin. It seems I was just being meddlesome as you already have a plan. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and then said nothing else. When Han Li heard this, he sighed and immediately asked, Silvermoon, how are you faring? In that last battle you also sustained heavy injuries. Many thanks for your concern, Silvermoon replied with a faint voice. Since I am an artifact spirit, wounds don't affect me much, but my fox suffered significant damage and can't be used to assist master for a time. Feeling relieved, Han Li gently replied, it will be no matter. In the future I will act carefully, so there should be no need for you to take action. Take your time to recover. Yes, master. After strenuously forcing out an answer, Silvermoon spoke no more. With a grimace, Han Li wryly chuckled in his mind. Han Li quietly meditated for a moment more in the carriage before brushing his hand past the storage pouch, producing a foot-long jade box in his hand. Several white sparkling talismans were stuck onto the box as if sealing it. Han Li then stroked the talismans on the jade box with his fingers with a wavering expression. 1. As previously stated in Chapter 742, gold-devouring beetles were also nurtured and used by the soaring tribes. On the day Han Li struck down the flesh body of the soaring tribe's mid-nascent soul cultivator, a portion of cultivator's nascent soul managed to escape, but the fully matured gold-devouring beetle that was under his control were left behind. Familiar with the characteristics of the beetle, Han Li easily captured it alive with his second nascent soul and restrained them in a jade box. He originally planned on waiting for a safe time before examining the differences between the mature gold-devouring beetles and his own, but given his current drop in cultivation he needed to deal with the insect as soon as possible. If the abilities of the mature gold-devouring beetle was far greater than what he originally anticipated and it broke out of its restrictions, it would be hugely troublesome with his current cultivation as he wouldn't be able to restrain it. With that in mind, Hanli took a deep breath and suddenly flipped his hand, producing several variously colored formation flags in his palm. With a flick of his fingers, the formation flags scattered and formed a restriction barrier enveloping the carriage. Hanli placed the jade box on his knee and slowly closed his eyes. Black light flashed and a black-green nascent soul appeared from the top of his head. The nascent soul rubbed its hands together and summoned the jet-black sifting banner into its grasp. Because he handed over the flag over for his second nascent soul to refine, it was the soul magic treasure that was able to escape the restraints of the pestilence demon's soul lock seal. Gold-devouring beetles couldn't be harmed with heat or cold and were impervious to blades. The only method he had currently that could kill them were the essence devil heads formed from the banner. Their refinement method was something he had acquired from the soul of the sifting sect elder. Of course, wiping away the soul imprints on the fully matured gold-devouring beetle wasn't something that could be done in a short amount of time. In truth, if the gold-devouring beetle's master had perished instead of being severely weakened, he wouldn't have dared to make an attempt. He was incredibly cautious of the mature gold-devouring beetle and placed down several restrictions as a result, fearing that they run rampant. Then the black-green nascent soul waved its small flag above its head and a foot-long cloud of devilish chi appeared above it. The nascent soul leapt forward and disappeared into the cloud before the cloud sank downward and wrapped around the jade box. The sound of the soft buzzing within the box suddenly grew louder and fervent. The devilish cloud wrapped around the jade box began to roil and the buzzing became sharp and deafening, but Hanli was indifferent. With his hands grasped in an incantation gesture, his body remained still. Under these restrictions he had no fear of the buzzing alerting the Grey Heron tribe outside. He simply drew out the beetle's primal soul. The difficult refinement process had started. The Grey Heron tribe members were greatly interested in Immortal Han, but ever since he entered the carriage he hadn't emerged. Clan leader Lu had particularly forbidden anyone from disturbing the Immortal's cultivation, much to the disappointment of many of the youths. 10 days later they found a pack of wild goats across the canyon and hunted quite a bit of them. And after half a month nothing out of the ordinary had happened, much to the relief of Lu. After another few days they arrived at a very safe place for rest. The endless sky temples would use magic power to quickly set up temporary encampment nearby, specifically as rest stops for any tribes passing through. Once the day of spirit release passed, these rest stops would be immediately dissolved. As Lu thought this, a sound suddenly appeared from above and he unconsciously raised his head to take a look. It was a streak of blinding white light streaking past them. A faint silhouette could be seen within the light, and it disappeared an instant later. When Lu and the youths saw this, an uproar broke out. Lu frowned and felt somewhat apprehensive. From his experience in the past sacred war, those streaking lights were produced by high-grade immortals. This strange scene was rarely seen. High-grade immortals only flew across the highest of places where mortals could rarely see them. If he remembered correctly, in the past few days he saw 4 streaks of light flying at a low altitude. Could it be that something important happened in the past few days? Was a tribe robbed of their tribute? Despite the puzzlement he felt, the old man felt relief. With high-grade immortals patrolling the skies, they should be safe for the time being. After some further consideration, Lu loudly called out the escort behind him and urged them to gain more speed. Unbeknownst to Lu, the white light had actually scoured a perimeter of 50 kilometers at a low altitude before heading off south. And a streak of red light not far away flew in its direction. When the 2 streaks of light encountered one another, their light disappeared to reveal a middle-aged man wearing faint yellow fur clothes and a beautiful woman in her late 20s wearing palace robes. The middle-aged man took the initiative to salute the woman and said, "So it was Immortal Xiao. I didn't discover anything on my side. How about you? Brother Li, does it look like I found anything?" The woman spoke coldly with a grimace. The middle-aged man sighed with an anxious expression and said, "In the last few days, We already searched an area of 1,000 kilometers only to find no trace of him. Even if his concealment techniques were brilliant, we should definitely be able to find traces of him with our cultivation. How about we interrogate the tribute carriages traveling down below? It seems Immortality is truly tempted by the reward, but is the venomous dragon pill worth your life? The woman said with a cold laugh. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before asking with bewilderment, "What is that supposed to mean? Could it be that Immortal Xiao isn't tempted by the reward?" The woman didn't directly respond and indifferently asked, "When Brother Li received the mission, what did those nascent soul-grade elders tell you?" After some hesitation, the middle-aged man honestly replied, "My superior told me that there was a foreign nascent soul cultivator that is trespassing in our endless sky plains. He also grievously injured one of our elders. As such, he must be captured alive. Given that he is injured, it should be possible for core formation cultivators like us to capture him." The woman snorted and a mocking smile appeared on her face. "Brotherly, because you've come late, you don't know much of the situation. If it were me, I absolutely wouldn't want to find this foreign cultivator. Since Cultivator Xiao has spoken as such, there must be a reason. Could you tell me why?" The middle-aged man asked with a solemn expression. After a moment of silence, the woman sighed and said, "We've known each other for many years. I will tell you the truth and prevent you from foolishly throwing away your life. I arrived earlier and heard some information about this foreign cultivator from one of the elders. It is true that this foreign cultivator is at nascent soul stage and is grievously wounded, but the one who personally dealt the blow wasn't any nascent soul cultivator, but the one of the Grand Immortals." "What? A Grand Immortal was the one to injure him?" the man asked in shock. "That's right. I also heard the Grand Immortal was only able to launch a successful sneak attack on the foreign cultivator when he was surrounded by many other elders. Before this, he had already killed 3 nascent soul-grade immortals. It was said this person possessed extremely vicious abilities and that he was unfazed by the attacks. Even under heavy injury, he was able to escape the Grand Immortal through the use of a secret technique. From the way I see it, this foreign cultivator is likely on par with our Grand Immortal. In that case, he will be able to easily slay 2 measly core formation cultivators like us, no matter how injured he may be. I don't wish to forfeit my life over a venomous dragon pill." The woman's face turned sullen as she continued, "And from the way I see it, the nascent soul immortals that dispatched us are most likely leaving us to die. Didn't they employ a soul-guiding technique on each of us before they sent us out? They said it was so that they can find us when we're in danger, but they're most likely just using us to scare him out of hiding. Then when we fall, they will use the soul-guiding technique to track him down." The middle-aged man felt his breath run cold and he spoke out in furious alarm. "They would actually treat us like cannon fodder? How will we handle this?" "It is quite simple," the woman said. "Didn't we already look through the area? There is no need to go any further. Since we can report back to our superiors, there will be no further exposure to danger. If someone else has found the foreign cultivator, that will be fine. And it won't matter if no sighting of him was found either. Then when the day of spirit release arrives, all immortals will be heading to the temples to pay their respects. We will be summoned there as well." After a moment of hesitation, he decisively said, "From your words, you mean to say that while the venomous dragon pill is valuable, I am more likely to lose my life in the process. Many thanks for the explanation, Immortal Xiao." The woman smiled and said, "Good. Since that has been resolved, let's go rest at the temple encampment for a bit. In the past few days, many tribes had brought forth their tributes. Perhaps we'll be able to find something we need ahead of time. Then we can conduct another search periodically every few days as we look through the tributes." Of course, the middle-aged man raised no objections. Soon after, the red and white streaks of light flew directly south. In a completely sealed room, there was a 3-meter-tall offering table surrounded by a dozen of various colored formation flags. The flags glowed with light and formed a temporary spell formation. On the table, there was a dark green formation plate surrounded with waves of green chi. The figure of a nascent soul could be faintly seen sitting cross-legged within the smoke and appeared to be breathing the smoke in and out as if it were cultivating something. At the corners of the sealed room, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged who each held a dark green spell flag in their hands. The flags were all pointed at the circular plate at the center of the room, and they released faint threads of green smoke that slowly spread towards the plate. This strange scene almost appeared as if painted. The room was completely silent. After an unknown amount of time, the four old men appeared to have grown tired, and the nascent soul within the green mist became more stable and clearer to see. The red-haired old man sitting in one of the corners put away the flag and stood up, cupping his fist to the other three in the room. "I can't thank you fellow Taoists enough for your hard work. After a few more days, Junior Marshal Brother Gui will be able to recover." Once this was said, the other three also put away their spell flags. The pale beardless old man among them hastily returned the salute and chuckled, saying, "There is no need for Brother Hun to appear overly courteous. I've known Brother Gui for many years. Using a bit of my strength for him is only natural." The red-haired old man then took a brief glance at the nascent soul sitting cross-legged and sincerely said, "Regardless of how it is said, my junior martial brother and I will always remember this kindness." The pale old man chuckled and said, "Don't be so formal, fellow Taoist Hun." The red-haired old man's expression sank and he sullenly said, "That's right. We've been trapped here since the very beginning to assist Immortal Gui over the loss of his nascent soul. We don't yet know if there was more information on the foreign cultivator. We all know how incredibly rare it is for gold-devouring beetles to lay eggs. It is truly hard to believe there are others in this world capable of controlling over 10,000 of them. Since I was late to arrive, I didn't join the battle to trap the foreign cultivator. He must have been fearsome since he took down 3 nascent soul stage immortals." When he said this, the other 3 exchanged a glance and revealed faint dread on their faces. The pale old man sighed and said, "How could there be such a fearsome person? In addition to his gold-devouring beetles, he can also release purple flames and golden lightning. Of the first group of nascent soul immortals to block his path, there were 2 who perished as a result of these 2 techniques. The golden lightning trapped one of the immortal's nascent soul, and the purple flame easily destroyed it. As for the second immortal, he would have died no matter how careful he would have been. Not only that, but he also controls fearsome magic treasures," the plump old man added on with a fearful expression. "He has a strange set of gold azure flying swords that number around 60 or 70, all of them incredibly sharp. There were many treasures destroyed by those swords. Not to mention that wicked pair of wings on his back that are capable of lightning movement without an incantation, making him nearly impossible to catch." Brother Hun may jest over the matter, but when the 7 of us surrounded him at the time, we felt our backs drenched in sweat from an immense fear of death. Just as we were on the verge of retreating for the time being, one of the Grand Elders fortunately responded to our summons on time, and he launched a sneak attack on the foreign cultivator and heavily injured him with the elemental immortal rest palm. After the foreign cultivator was injured, he instantly transformed into a crimson blur and broke through the encirclement. We attempted to use our spiritual sense to find him, but we couldn't find a single trace of him. The Grand Elder explained that this person has already fled hundreds of kilometers away, and we were unable to pursue him as a result. The red-haired old man wore an unsightly expression and asked, "Could it be this person is actually a famous top-grade cultivator from one of the grand sects of the Great Jin Empire? It is no wonder that only one of Junior Marshal Brother Gui's 6 Essence Soul divisions was barely able to escape him. There is no need for Brother Hun to worry. You should know the might of the elemental immortal rest palm. Even if that person escaped from this land, the strike should have greatly damaged his cultivation. There's no need to fear him. Furthermore, the guest that accompanied the saintess from the Great Jin is residing in a nearby Endless Sky Temple. If that person is a cultivator from the Great Jin, the guest should know of his strange abilities. We will be able to better deal with this cultivator after we figure out how to deal with him. Even if this person is truly a cultivator from a powerful sect from the Great Jin, the Grand Elders won't let him go after killing so many of our nascent soul immortals. Besides, his methods of breeding such a vast number of gold-devouring beetles must also be investigated." The pale-faced old man spoke with a tone of resentment. It appeared he had suffered quite a bit in his battle with Han Li. "I hope that is the case," the red-haired old man muttered, "but fortunately the cultivator's gold-devouring beetles haven't yet fully matured. Otherwise he would have forced even the 4 great elders to retreat if he would have released 10,000 of them." When the other old men heard this, they exchanged a glance and could only bitterly smile. As soaring tribes immortals, They naturally knew the might of fully mature gold-devouring beetles. Just as the old men in the room felt at ease, the nascent soul sitting cross-legged in the green mist suddenly let out a piercing shriek, and its hands held its head as it rolled around in great anguish. Its body appeared as if on the verge of dissipating. Not good. Everyone quickly take action. The red-haired old man immediately shouted in alarm. When the other old men saw what was happening, they knew matters had turned for the worse, and they quickly summoned the spell flags once more. Under the control of their spell seals, for clouds of green mist shot towards the center of the room and enveloped the nascent soul in an attempt to restore it. Time slowly passed by as the four old men mustered their might, and the screaming from within the green mist lessened. After a moment more, the nascent soul was calmly sitting cross-legged once more as it attempted to absorb the green mist with all of its strength. After an unknown amount of time, the nascent soul softly spoke as if attempting to catch its breath. Many thanks for your great assistance. I am fine, now. You may stop. When the four old men heard this, they felt a wave of relief and ceased their casting. To tell the truth, they had been straining themselves after doing this for so long. Although they were still able to push themselves to continue, their vitality and strength would suffer as a result. The pale old man couldn't help but ask, "Brother Gui, what caused your nascent soul to disperse once more? This is extremely dangerous." The nascent soul gritted its teeth and said, Fellow Taoists, please don't worry. Nothing else will happen. It's just that my link with my gold-devouring beetle was severed. My spiritual sense was affected." The red-haired old man felt his heart drop, and he asked in alarm, "What? The gold-devouring beetle had perished? How had he done this? Mature gold-devouring beetles are nearly invulnerable. How could they be easily destroyed?" After a moment of thought, the pale old man said, "This isn't anything odd. Without Brother Gui to personally command them, their destruction was inevitable. After all, there are a few top-grade Devil Dao techniques able to directly strike at their souls without striking at their body." "Oh. In that case, this person must be a Devil Dao cultivator," the fourth shriveled old man hesitantly said. "But when we first fought against him, a majority of his techniques didn't appear to come from the Devil Dao." When that was said, the many cultivators looked at each other in dismay as silence filled the room. Meanwhile, in a faraway place, Han Li was taking a deep breath inside the carriage. He felt quite a bit of relief in his heart. After half a month of continuous effort, he eventually managed to wipe away the soul in the mature gold-devouring beetle and absorbed it into the Ein-sifting banner. During this time, the Grey Heron tribe didn't disturb him even once, much to Han Li's unexpected delight. Of course, he was completely ignorant that he had nearly exterminated the owner of the gold-devouring beetle in the instant he destroyed the souls. He waved his hand and grasped at the black devilish chi in front of him. In a gust of wind, a small black flag flew out from the mist and into his hand. The remaining black mist roiled and transformed into a black-green nascent soul. It was holding a huge sparkling golden beetle in its hand. Below the nascent soul was a white jade box with all of its seals removed. Han Li fiddled with the small flag in his hand and swept his gaze past the golden beetle. The beetle was half a foot long and had a pair of vicious inch-long fangs along with a fiendish appearance. It was several times larger than Han Li's own gold-devouring beetles. However, the beetle was completely soulless and lacked any vigor. After some thought, he reached out to the Ein-sifting banner, and a fist-sized ball of green light flew out, revolving once in front of him before dropping down. The soft green light appeared exactly the same as the mature gold-devouring beetle, but it was smaller and its body was tainted black with shining scarlet eyes. "Go!" Han Li pointed at it, and the gold-devouring beetle's soul shot into its original body in a streak of black light. Crimson light immediately flashed from the huge golden beetle, and it unfurled its wings before flying around Han Li's second nascent soul. With a happy expression on his face, Han Li muttered, "If I guessed correctly, it should be fine if I treat this insect as a refined demon corpse. Although its power is far less than the original, it should still be exceptionally powerful. If I wish to truly control it, I will have to refine it with devilish chi once through." Under these current circumstances, being able to unleash such a ferocious insect will be very useful in protecting his life. As Han Li's heart stirred, The small flag in his hand grew several times in size, and the matured gold-devouring beetle revolved once around him before landing on the banner. Black chi surged around the banner, and then the beetle disappeared without a trace. Soon after, Han Li unceremoniously tossed the banner towards his black-green nascent soul, and it opened its mouth with a laugh, absorbing the een-sifting banner into its body. Then in a flash of light, the nascent soul flew onto the top of Han Li's head and disappeared from sight. Han Li took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He began to comprehend the incantation to dissolve the pestilence demon's soul lock seal in case of future mishaps. But then his expression stirred and he turned his head to the sky. Although his cultivation was sealed, this hadn't affected Han Li's powerful spiritual sense. If he were correct, a soaring tribe's cultivator had flown above the Grey Heron tribe's escort once more. He found this quite interesting. This soaring tribe's cultivator was clearly looking for him. Over the last 2 weeks they would fly above the carriage every 3 days or so, but they would rush away each time. They didn't ask any questions to the mortals in the escort either, saving Han Li the effort of using any of the concealment techniques he prepared. Although he felt puzzled by this, Han Li was happy with their search methods and promptly closed his eyes once more. At that moment, Ying Lu loudly shouted to the rest of the escort, "Muster yourselves. In 2 days we'll arrive at the designated temple encampment. When we get there we can rest safely for a few days." Temple encampment? When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred. After muttering to himself for a moment, he paid this no further mind and focused again on comprehending the incantation. Half a day later, Han Li sensed a nearby escort from another tribe. The escort didn't appear very large, but they did have a dozen more members than the Grey Heron tribe's escort. From the direction they were heading in, they should meet with the Grey Heron tribe in about 2 hours. But because they appeared harmless, Han Li hadn't mentioned it to Ying Lu. About 2 hours later, the 2 escorts ran across one another, causing quite the disturbance. Both sides scrambled into formation, but it turned out that Ying Lu and the leader of the Red Wolf tribe's escort were old friends. The two were overjoyed by their meeting and decided to travel together. The Red Wolf tribe's leader, a large man with a full beard, glanced at Ying Lu's carriages and curiously asked, "Brother Ying, do you have an immortal with your tribe? Is he on a carriage?" Ying Lu didn't answer but asked, "Your tribe's immortals aren't on your carriages? Did you bring them on the journey?" "Immortals?" The large man glanced at Ying Lu with slanted eyes and muttered, "There was only one, and he was an unaffiliated immortal that I only acquired by abandoning my pride and paying him at great cost. Could it be that you have 2 immortals?" As the two were friends, he spoke without reserve. "2." Ying Lu sighed and said, "I only have one, of course. I've only managed to barely have him agree to protect us on this journey as well." The two then bitterly laughed with a sense of mutual suffering. Ying Lu then added on, "All right. We are now only a day away from the encampment and nothing else should happen. But after that we will pass by the territory of a large tribe along the way. It will be best to be a bit careful. How about we travel together with a few other small tribes along that way? It will be safer, not to mention that we have an immortal in our ranks." The large man hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I give this some thought? The last time I joined together with many small tribes, I was drawn into trouble because one of the tribes was carrying some incredibly precious goods. Brother Ba's fears are something that rarely ever happens." Ying Lu shook his head in disapproval and said, "The odds of small tribes like ours to carry something precious are far lower than our chances getting robbed regardless." "Fine, I'll give the matter some further thought," tribe leader Ba replied. At that moment, the 2 tribes' escorts were traveling together and were having friendly chats with one another. The particularly beautiful women of the 2 tribes were being crowded around by the young men, and they would occasionally give off a clear laugh. Since these women were picked to present the tribute, they were naturally among the most beautiful in the tribe. It was no surprise that the men amongst them were filled with excitement. When Ying Lu heard the laughter, he couldn't help but shake his head and thought to tell them to quiet down for fear that they would offend the immortal in the carriage. But then, a strange shriek cried out from above and was clearly heard by everyone in the 2 parties. When Ying Lu heard this, his expression vastly changed and he turned to glance at tribe leader Ba at his side. The large man's expression appeared unsightly as well and was filled with terror. "Everyone, get down from your horses and hide." Ying Lu hurriedly cried out, "They are simian vultures. Quickly call for Immortal Han to come out." At that moment, tribe leader Ba loudly cried out to his own tribe, "Hide in the carriages. Quickly call out Immortal Feng to deal with these demon birds." At the very name of the simian vultures, the tribes were thrown into a flurry. All of them dismounted from their horses in terror, with some even tumbling down from their horse. Then they lied on their stomachs or hid into the carriages as they looked to the skies with pale complexions. There were 3 black dots in the sky that grew larger to the eye as time passed by. In nearly an instant they could be made out to be 3 demon birds. They had the head of an ape and the body of a bird. Their wings spanned 6 meters long and they had a pair of fur-colored ape arms on their body. They loudly bellowed with blood-curdling screams, inciting terror in anyone who heard them. Although simian vultures were only grade 2 demon birds, they were far more cruel and intelligent than other demon beasts of their rank. Not only were they extraordinarily strong and capable of splitting metal with their claws, but their bewitching cries were effective even against early Foundation establishment cultivators, let alone any mortal. Normally, it was rare for one to appear in the plains, but now that 3 have appeared, the mortals in the escort had completely lost themselves to fear. A cold snort sounded out from one of the Red Wolf tribe's carriages and a blue-clothed silhouette shot out in a flash of red light. As he floated in the air on an embroidered scarf, he disdainfully said, "What is there to panic over? Are they not simply grade 2 demon beasts?" Yinglu couldn't help but look at this person in alarm. This immortal also wore an azure cloak over his head and his voice sounded young. "Immortal Feng, please be careful. There are 3 simian vultures." Tribe leader Ba loudly shouted with a distressed voice. When tribe leader Ba employed Immortal Feng, he knew the cultivator was at the early Foundation establishment stage. According to this, he would have a bit of difficulty dealing with only a single simian vulture, let alone 3 of them. This left tribe leader Ba in much distress. As for Yinglu, he hastily turned his sights on one of his carriages as he laid on his stomach. He saw another man who was also wearing an azure cloak. The man was standing on top of the carriage and was looking at the sky. Yinglu felt somewhat at ease at the sight of Immortal Han. So long as his cultivation wasn't too low, the 2 immortals may stand a chance of warding off the 3 simian vultures if they joined hands. At that moment, the 3 simian vultures naturally saw the appearance of the blue-robed immortal floating in the air. They hadn't known there was an immortal among the escorts and knew that he would be difficult to deal with, but they were reluctant to abandon their prey. They hesitated for a moment and began to circle in the air about 300 meters away from them. "Looking to die?" The blue-robed man snorted after seeing that the simian vultures wouldn't retreat. Irritated, he raised his hand and simultaneously released several talismans, instantly forming 3 3-meter-long fire serpents that pounced towards the vultures. The fire serpent technique. Han Li couldn't help but to yelp in alarm after seeing this. Although the fire serpent technique was only a low-grade spell technique, the talismans for this technique were quite costly for a Foundation establishment cultivator to casually make use of. This caused Han Li to narrow his eyes, feeling a bit of interest towards this cultivator. However, he soon frowned and inwardly sighed. Although the 3 fire serpents were powerful, the 3 vultures could easily avoid them at such a large distance. It appeared the blue-robed man had a very shallow understanding of the fire serpent technique and didn't know how to command them to pursue an enemy when they evaded, wasting the talismans only to incite the vultures. The biggest of the vultures let out a fierce cry and the 3 of them simultaneously spread out their wings to dive directly towards the blue-robed cultivator. When the blue-robed man saw that the fire serpents didn't have any effect, he blankly stared for a moment before catching sight of the 3 vultures rushing towards him. Then in a panic, he rushed to took out a small shining white sword and began to hastily utter an incantation to have it strike at the vultures. Han Li felt even more disapproval at the sight of this. Given that the vultures were already attacking, it was better to first place a protective barrier on one's body. Wasn't it suicidal to conduct a magic tool to attack instead? It was obvious this cultivator wasn't experienced in battle, but the small sword was a high-grade magic tool. Seemed he had a bit of backing. The blue-robed man uttered the incantation with great practice and completed activating the magic treasure by the time the vultures had arrived. In a flash of light, the small sword transformed into a meter-long streak of white light and struck at the vulture at the middle with immense speed. The vulture knew that it found itself in a perilous situation and blurred in an attempt to dodge, but it was too late. It could only hold out one of its claws to block the white streak. The white streak was only stalled for a single moment before a blood-curdling scream sounded out. The black claw was easily sliced through by the sword streak and blood splattered through the air. However, the other two demon birds had already arrived over the blue-robed man's head, their four claws reaching out towards the top of his head. The blue-robed cultivator turned pale with fright and hastily commanded his flying magic tool to shoot back in order to avoid the two simian vultures' attacks. He had clearly underestimated them. As Grade 2 demon beasts, the vultures were bound to possess some ability. Before the two vultures fully descended, they released a piercing shriek. When the blue-robed cultivator heard this, he felt both his body and mind shaking as if he were struck by a hammer and swayed several times. Then a wind carrying a fishy scent blew down above him and the blue-robed cultivator yelled in fear, his complexion turning completely pale. At that moment, two muffled booms sounded out. Two fist-sized fireballs had shot out and struck the two incoming vultures. Red light shined from the explosions and raging flames enveloped them, heating up the nearby air with its blistering temperature. The simian vulture's howls came to a sudden stop. The blue-robed cultivator was delighted at having just escaped death. He then quickly commanded the magic tool to return to him and shot 40 meters away before taking out a talisman and slapping it on his body. With a yellow light barrier appearing on his body, the blue-robed cultivator felt safer, now realizing that spell techniques were different in practice and reality. His inexperience had nearly resulted in his death. With that thought, he couldn't help but look downward with surprise to see Han Li, who was also wearing an azure cloak. Of course, the blue-robed cultivator knew it was he who saved his life. The fireballs that Han Li released with his foundation establishment cultivation weren't enough to slay the Grade 2 demon beasts. The two simian vultures shortly flew out of the flames with an even more grotesque appearance. The vultures had most of their features burned away and no longer paid the blue-robed cultivator any attention as they were now flying in Han Li's direction. As for the vulture with its claw chopped off, it was now rushing towards the blue-robed cultivator with scarlet eyes. Han Li looked at the two huge birds and unconsciously wrinkled his brow. He then slapped one of the pouches at his waist and released two streaks of white light, each of them containing a half-foot-long snow-white centipede. The two centipedes were far smaller than the simian vultures, but they appeared to buzz with excitement as if holding no fear of them. As soon as the centipedes were summoned, they rushed to meet the vultures head-on, but the vultures' ape heads contorted in fear and hurriedly flapped their wings to stop their charge. After smelling the insects with their nostrils, they even attempted to flee in fear. The scent of ancient exotic insects wasn't something that low-grade demon beasts dared to approach. However, the two centipedes possessed no intent to allow them to run free. They released a monstrous screech and opened their mouths, spitting out white glacial chi that rushed forward with intense speed. The vultures could only let out a miserable scream before they were submerged by it. The centipedes then flew forward in a gust of wind and entered the glacial chi without any hesitation. When Han Li saw this, he paid no further attention to the battle on his side and turned to look at the blue-robed cultivator. The blue-robed cultivator was controlling the small sword as sweat drenched his body. As for the injured simian vulture, it was still putting up quite a fight and appeared just as vicious as when it was healthy. It was deftly running in circles around the blue-robed cultivator in a brown blur, incessantly cawing, and would occasionally attack at the light barrier with its single claw. The constant attacks on the light barrier left the blue-robed cultivator distraught and incapable of wholeheartedly focusing on the battle. Although the flying sword was powerful, its master was far too unaccustomed to using it. He was able to injure the vulture initially when he caught it off guard, but he now could barely keep track of it. As for his other talismans, they were beyond the abilities of the blue-robed cultivator. It was already difficult to control the sword magic tool. It would be impossible to further divide his attention. If nothing else happened, he would soon suffer defeat and perish. A cold glint flickered in Han Li's eyes as he saw the simian vulture turning several times in the air. Just as he pondered whether or not he should help, the vulture sensed something and let out a caw before stopping to chase the blue-robed cultivator. It then unfolded its wings and traveled over 40 meters away in an instant. This scene came as a surprise to both the blue-robed cultivator and Han Li, but Han Li simply snorted. He unceremoniously raised his hands and a red thread shot out. The vulture's figure suddenly stopped in the air before smashing into the ground, motionless. Although he had only entered the endless sky plains recently, Han Li had heard of the extreme grudges the simian vultures could hold. As he didn't wish for any problems to occur in the future, he decided it would be best to cut the problem short while he could. Han Li's sudden attack came as a surprise to the blue-robed cultivator and he shouted out in alarm, "A flying needle! Use flying needle magic tools." Han Li glanced at the blue-robed cultivator and calmly asked, "What? Is there anything strange about that?" He waved his hand towards the vulture's corpse and a red streak shot back into his hand. It was an inch-long sparkling silver needle that glowed with red light. "Of course not, it's only..." Before the blue-robed cultivator could continue his explanation, he was interrupted with two muffled thuds. Two sparkling white blocks of ice fell to the ground and left meter-deep holes where they landed. Inside these ice blocks were both of the simian vultures, wide-eyed and obviously dead. As the blue-robed cultivator stared in shock, a white light flashed from the blocks of ice and two streaks of light flew out, circling around Han Li before landing on his shoulder. The blue-robed cultivator dryly swallowed and asked, "Your esteemed self cultivates spirit insects?" Han Li stroked one of the centipedes on his shoulder and said, "That's right. I am the one who nurtured these two glacial snow centipedes." Glacial snow centipedes weren't something that Han Li fabricated. They were a true exotic insect and after maturity, they appeared similar to the current form of the six-winged frost centipedes. If one wasn't experienced with exotic insects, they wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Much to Han Li's surprise, the blue-robed cultivator eagerly said, "Would fellow Taoist be willing to part with the flying needle and the spirit insects? I will purchase them at a great cost." Han Li was taken aback for a moment and then smiled, saying, "Is fellow Taoist joking? These insects have already recognized me as their master and you might not be able to afford my price for the flying needle. Spirit stones are no matter. I will accept any price you state." The blue-robed cultivator spoke in an overbearing tone without thinking the matter through. His heart was stirred from the sight of the needle slaying the simian vulture in an instant. When Han Li heard this, he narrowed his eyes. After examining the blue-robed cultivator for a long while, his expression grew sullen and he coldly said, "Apologies, but this needle is very convenient for me to use. For the time being I cannot sell it. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. If I also had such an incisive magic tool, I might not be willing to sell it either." The blue-robed cultivator responded with disappointment, then with a flicker of his eyes he asked with a calm tone, "My name is Feng Yu and I have yet to properly thank you for saving my life. Might I ask for your esteemed name?" "My surname is Han. How about we put everyone in order first?" Han Li indifferently said. "In order?" The blue-robed cultivator was stunned for a moment before glancing around. At an unknown time the mortals had come out of hiding and were standing up. However, all of them were crowding 30 meters away from the cultivators with expressions of reverence. The leaders from both the tribes were the only ones standing close to them. They appeared somewhat excited, but Ying Lu appeared particularly happy. Ying Lu had clearly saw the three simian vultures were slain entirely by immortal Han, who he had hired along the way. This immortal's grand abilities were found beyond what he had expected, much to his delight. It seemed that he alone would be enough to keep them safe on the journey. Han Li called out to the tribe leaders and commanded, "Deal with the demon beasts. Bring me their claws and tail feathers. As for the rest, you may use them as you wish." According to the rules of the plains, the slayer of the demon beast had a claim over all of its parts. Although these materials were meager and of lesser quality, they were naturally valuable to a foundation establishment cultivator and Han Li couldn't ignore them under his current identity. "Yes. We will follow your orders," Ying Lu said with delight. The flesh of the simian vulture might be worth nothing to an immortal, but they were very valuable in the eyes of mortals and could be traded for many things. Tribe leader Ba also acknowledged the order with a respectful tone. Then the two let out a series of yells and the burly youths of the tribes walked out to deal with the corpses of the vultures. The one slain by the flying needle was easy to prepare, but the frozen vultures needed to first be shattered. If immortal Feng is unharmed, Then how about you return to your carriage and rest? I feel somewhat tired as well and will be heading back first. Han Li spoke to the blue-robed cultivator with an indifferent tone and then walked back towards his carriage without waiting for a response. Han Li's indifferent attitude left the blue-robed cultivator at a loss. He had originally planned on making friends with him after seeing his incisive magic tool and spirit insects, but Han Li had unexpectedly cut him short and departed, leaving him in an awkward position. From the kindness of having been saved by Han Li and the strength he revealed as well, the blue-robed cultivator couldn't retort. After a long while he could only sigh and resentfully return to his carriage. Unbeknownst to the blue-robed cultivator, Han Li was sitting cross-legged in the carriage, silently looking at him as he departed. Master. That person has quite a bit of backing. Why has Master separated himself from him? Silver Moon's baffled voice appeared in his mind. After resting for a time, Silver Moon had finally recovered enough strength to speak without effort. That person isn't from the soaring tribes. What? How does Master know this? Han Li's sudden statement came as a shock to Silver Moon. Take a look at this. Han Li suddenly opened his hand and summoned a ball of blue light into it. It was the image of a jade pendant engraved with ancient characters. These are ancient characters from the Great Gene, Silver Moon said, shocked. In fact, I reckon that nothing would have happened to him even if I didn't act. The jade pendant Feng you carried on his body is a top-grade magic tool. Every time the demon bird would draw close to him, it would automatically release a series of spirit waves to protect him. He concealed it at his waist with only a meager layer of fabric, and I was able to clearly see it with my bright sight spirit eyes. They most likely belong to a noble clan in the Great Gene. Silver Moon grew pensive and said, That's right. From ancient records, the Feng of Ning was a noble clan that extensively made use of its grand name. It seems our fellow Taoist Feng should be fellow Taoist Feng instead. But where is this Ning anyways? Is it the state of Ning in the 36 Gene Empire territories? Or is it the West Ning province in one of its 108 provinces? Or is it from some common city named Ning? Because Han Li wished to go to the Gene Empire, he acquired many ancient records relating to it. He didn't find her earlier statements surprising because he knew Silver Moon had looked through many of them as well. Regardless of what Great Gene clan he is a disciple of, his appearance in the endless sky plains is a sign of trouble. As such, the less contact I have with him, the better. As of current, our priority is departing from the plains and finding a way to dissolve the baleful qi on my body. With that said, he closed his eyes. Silver Moon chuckled and agreed, That's about right. Since this person is only at early foundation establishment stage and possesses a protective magic tool on that level, he must be an important character to the Feng clan. But since he had now concealed himself in an escort for the tribute of a small tribe, there is certain to be some trouble following him. Soon after, Silver Moon kept quiet as well. A while later, several of the youths eventually managed to break through the huge chunks of ice trapping the simian vultures with large hammers, and they were able to properly butcher the 3 simian vultures. Afterwards, they gave the most precious of the materials, the claws and tail feathers, over to Han Li. The parts left over were divided amongst the 2 tribes. Of course, because Han Li was the immortal that the Grey Heron tribe invited, they received the majority of the remains. While tribe leader Ba didn't acquire much, he was happy nonetheless as they acquired an unexpected harvest despite the fact that his tribe's immortal hadn't killed any of the beasts. Inside the Red Wolf tribe's sealed carriage, the blue-robed cultivator took off his cloak to reveal a pale face. Apart from overly thin lips, he appeared rather handsome. At that moment he wore a cold expression and he patted around his neck before finding a golden chain that had a silver key linked to it. The key was thick as a finger and several inches long. Mysterious designs were engraved on it along with a golden character, Feng, too. After staring at the key, Feng Yu revealed a strange expression. Then his face wavered between excitement and pain before ultimately wearing a gloomy expression. He let out a long breath before carefully putting away the key. After confirming that no one could see the key as it hung on his neck, he closed his eyes and began to restore the magic power he had just consumed. Not long after they finished cleaning the carcass of the last simian vulture, the 2 tribes began to set forth once more. This time, none dared to wantonly speak in loud voices. Although the battle against the vultures didn't last long, it had shaken many of the soaring tribe's youths. Those with spirit veins felt particularly excited and wished they could fly over to the temple immediately so that they may acquire the vast power of an immortal. The following day was uneventful, but as Han Li was comprehending the incantation to dissolve the pestilence demon's soul lock seal, the so-called temple encampment had entered the range of his spiritual sense. Out of fear that there would be high-grade immortals stationed near the encampment, Han Li didn't dare to sweep his spiritual sense close by, but he did faintly mix spiritual chi fluctuations, indicating there were many low-grade cultivators nearby. Han Li's eyes wandered but his face remained expressionless. After traveling 10 kilometers, both the tribes let out a cheer. Han Li's expression stirred and he swept his sleeve, opening the carriage's curtains. He saw flat plains around them and a large black dot in the distance. Blue light flickered in Han Li's eyes and he was able to clearly see what was the black dot. There was a wall 12 meters tall formed from thick stone and logs. At the back of the wall, there were lofty tents the soaring tribes were fond of and a few crude wooden buildings. Occasionally, soaring tribes' mortals would roam around them, causing the area to appear rather lively. Amongst the tents and wooden buildings, there was a faintly seen hall made from a single huge stone surrounded with sparsely few buildings. A few peculiarly dressed cultivators would occasionally walk into the hall. As Han Li's gaze wandered across this so-called encampment, he would spot huge stone pillars erected across its perimeter. These stone pillars glowed with dazzling light, and they were 100 meters tall and thicker than the width of a person. This was clearly a large-scale spell formation placed by the Endless Sky Temple to protect the encampment. There were also no cultivators flying inside the encampment, so it was clear to see the spell formation restricted travel by air. After sizing up the town, Han Li had no further interest in and closed the curtain. 2 hours later, Han Li's party had arrived at the entrance of the encampment. There weren't any guards to speak of and the group entered as they pleased. Ying Lu and the tribe leader Ba had a brief discussion before separating and heading off in their own direction. Inside the encampment, Han Li was able to clearly see everything with his spiritual sense. It was exactly as he saw in the distance, chaotic. Fur tents and wood buildings were scattered everywhere and only the main roads were clear. It was clear that apart from the stone structures, the buildings were only temporary shelter for the tribes that were passing through to offer tribute. However, those that needed to rest here were all the small tribes that had to travel the farthest. Larger tribes didn't have the need to travel farther as they resided near the temple. As a result, a vast majority of these tents and wooden buildings appeared entirely ordinary, with a few that even had patches on them. Only the wealthiest tribes among them had a few slightly larger tents with a few minor decorations. It was clear to see these small tribes weren't very wealthy. After difficultly finding an empty area in a remote corner of the encampment, the Grey Heron tribe began to set up their tents. Han Li walked out from the carriage and indifferently observed their actions. Ying Lu hesitated for a moment before he walked over to Han Li and spoke with a respectful tone. "Immortal Han, it is quite disorderly here. I fear it isn't suitable for the peaceful cultivation of a great immortal such as yourself. There is a resting area specialized in housing immortals. How about Immortal Han rest there for the time being? In 2 days we will resume our journey. I will then. In 2 days' time I will come find you." Han Li nodded and then took off in the direction of the tallest structure in the encampment, a huge 2-story stone hall. There were cultivators that would occasionally enter and leave. It was clear this was the building Ying Lu had mentioned. After walking a short distance, Han Li arrived in front of the stone hall. The entrance had 2 15-meter-tall sculptures to either side of the entrance, flood dragons with the head of a bull. Han Li took a brief glance before passing it by. Although he was confident his disguise as a soaring tribe's cultivator was perfect, he felt ill at ease for being near so many other soaring tribe cultivators. If there were any nascent soul cultivators nearby, it could end badly for him. It would be better for him to leave the encampment and find some place nearby. Then in 2 days' time he would continue to travel with the Grey Heron tribe. By the time they arrived at the Endless Sky Temple, the rumors about him should have subsided and he'll then resume his journey to leave the plains. Although it will still be quite some time until he could enter the Great Jin Empire, the journey would go smoother if he were careful. With that in mind, Han Li calmly walked out from the encampment and took out a small sword before using it to fly in a streak of light. About 30 kilometers away, Han Li stopped above an unremarkable field of scattered stone. He swept his gaze around him and descended upon a 20-meter-tall boulder. He sat cross-legged on it before releasing his spiritual sense around him, sweeping the perimeter for 10 kilometers to find there was no one around him. He then turned around and flicked his fingers to the huge boulder in front him. A wave of azure sword chi cut through it and created a 6-meter-wide hole inside of it, just enough for a person to enter. Han Li sat down cross-legged to test the hole and felt the interim shelter was to his satisfaction. He then walked 30 meters in front of the huge boulder and took out a set of formation flags. Over 10 streaks of light shot out and an invisibility spell formation was placed around the boulder. From the outside, the huge boulder completely disappeared from view. Han Li entered the spell formation in a blur and completely vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had already passed. Han Li was silently meditating in his cave, comprehending the incantation that Monarch Soul Divergence had given him. The process went far smoother than he had anticipated and he was close to finishing it, much to his delight. As he pondered about a problematic portion of the incantation, his brow stirred and his mind snapped out of meditation. He opened his eyes with a flabbergasted expression. 1. The blue-robed cultivator gives his name as F&G instead of F&G. They are partially homophones apart from their change in tone. See above. It is engraved with his clan name. Silver Moon didn't raise any objections to his words. Then Han Li closed his eyes and continued to sit in silence. A while later Han Li let out a yelp and shock appeared on his face. This time, Silver Moon tactfully remained silent as Han Li tightly frowned before having sudden changes of expression. Senior Soul Divergence, if I remembered correctly, you said there were many techniques to dissolve my baleful chi. Is it true that most of these techniques are Buddhist? That is true, Monarch Soul Divergence lazily replied. Confucians and Taoists also have many of their own techniques to dissolve baleful chi, but none are as effective as Buddhist techniques. As Han Li's expression wavered, he said, then is it true that the most obvious property of Buddhist techniques is that a majority of them release a 7-colored light when they are activated? That is right. But have you discovered something? Monarch Soul Divergence asked with a curious tone. Han Li lowered his head and muttered, in that case this person might be useful. This could be an opportunity. Monarch Soul Divergence grew somewhat annoyed that Han Li wouldn't answer his question. Just as he thought to ask more about it, Han Li resolved himself and set forth, riding a magic tool out of his cave in an azure streak. This action came as a surprise to Silver Moon and Monarch Soul Divergence. But after seeing Han Li act with such haste, they could only save their questions for later. Han Li quickly arrived at a small forest rarely seen in the endless sky plains. It spanned about half a kilometer and was made of sparse and short trees. At the center of the forest, there was a patch of empty land that spanned about 30 meters wide where the two previous cultivators resided. The blue-robed cultivator was lying face down on the ground. He was motionless and had a black bloodstain on his back. While it was unknown whether he was still alive, a gorgeous 7-colored light covered his body. There was also other person nearby, a purple-robed old man with eagle-shaped eyes. He was striking at the light barrier with a fire-red flying sword. Although the 7-colored light barrier was unordinary, it had already begun to wildly shake and flash with light as it had no master controlling it. Han Li didn't conceal his sudden approach, alerting the purple-robed old man below. In the old man's shock, he swept his spiritual sense past Han Li and relaxed after finding that he was only a Foundation establishment cultivator. The old man then surged with killing intent and raised his hand, launching a remarkable fast black streak at Han Li. It was a tri-pointed stake wrapped in black chi. Han Li coldly snorted and stroked the top of his head. Then a black-green cloud flew out from it and transformed into a meter-long hand, swiping at the approaching black streak. The purple-robed old man was shocked when he saw this. Before he realized what was happening, the tri-pointed stake was caught with ease and in an instant he felt his connection severed. Then the giant hand began to fly downwards. In the old man's shock, he flusteredly formed incantation gestures, ordering the red flying sword to protect him. But suddenly, the black-green hand disappeared and a second later, it reappeared 3 meters above him as a fist and fiercely smashed down upon him. Ah! The purple-robed old man let out a miserable scream before he was pounded into a bloody mush. Afterwards, the black-green fist unfolded back into a hand and swiped across the old man's remains, taking an egg-sized ball of green light. The hand then immediately shot back in Han Li's direction and circled once around him before transforming back into a nascent soul. The nascent soul sat down on Han Li's shoulder with a beaming smile and held the tri-pointed stake in one hand and a small ball of green light in the other. Han Li's expression stirred at the sight of this. While he was besieged by the soaring tribe's cultivators, he didn't use his second nascent soul even once, keeping it in reserve for a critical opportunity to escape. However, it now proved far stronger than he had anticipated. A simple transformation technique was capable of easily slaying a core formation cultivator without the slightest resistance. With that thought, he began to float down and approach the rainbow light barrier. At that moment, the red flying sword had fallen to the ground as its master had now perished. It simply shined with faint light as it laid motionless. Han Li didn't pay the sword any attention and walked right towards the 7-light barrier before closely examining it. He was able to clearly see the light barrier had originated from the blue jade pendant floating at the center of the barrier. The jade pendant floated a meter above the blue-robed cultivator's body and it glowed with 7-colored light. A few strange Buddhist characters would occasionally appear in the light. It was the jade pendant Han Li showed to Silvermoon and was inscribed with the words, Feng of Ning. Han Li stared at the jade pendant for a moment before slowly asking, "How is it, Senior? Is this magic tool refined by a Buddhist sect?" Monarch Soul Divergence coldly snorted and indifferently said, "The materials and magic tool are clearly of Buddhist make. However, it was clearly refined by a high-grade Buddhist cultivator. This magic tool wouldn't have been able to block the attacks of a core formation-level magic treasure for such a long period of time if that weren't the case. It seems there is a relationship between a Buddhist sect and the Feng clan." Han Li rejoiced after hearing Monarch Soul Divergence's explanation, knowing his actions hadn't been in vain. He then stepped forward and pressed his hand against the barrier, covering it in a faint layer of blue flames. With his current cultivation, he wasn't able to control a large amount of the celestial ice flames, and these meager amount of flames were already pushing his limit. But this proved more than enough as the 7-colored light barrier wasn't able to withstand its frigid cold for long. Soon after, the light barrier collapsed with a bang. Han Li approached the blue-robed cultivator and examined the black bloodstain on his back before frowning. He sensed the blue-robed cultivator's aura had become incredibly unstable and weak. His body already started to emit the scent of death, and it was clear his life wouldn't last much longer. Without any hesitation, Han Li struck the blue-robed cultivator's body with a magic seal and opened his mouth to spit out a cloud of azure chi that enveloped the blue-robed cultivator. Then with a wave of his sleeve, the youth's body flipped onto its back. Han Li stared at the blue-robed cultivator and immediately felt his blood run cold. It was truly Feng Yu, but his complexion was now totally black and his lips had turned a faint purple. It was a horrid sight to behold. Han Li grimaced. After a moment of thought, he spread his spiritual sense throughout Feng Yu's body and blue light flickered from his eyes. The poison had already spread throughout his body and he should already be dead by all means. Given how odd this was, Han Li carefully continued his examination. A short moment later, Han Li found something and tugged at Feng Yu's collar. With a zap, a piece of his robes tore off, revealing a chain held onto a silver key. The key pulsed with white light and continuously dispersed of the poison at the center of Feng Yu's chest, which had also turned jet black. Han Li's gaze wandered and he grabbed onto Feng Yu's arm. Azure light then glowed from his palm and quickly spread through Feng Yu's body, slowly dispelling the poison. But suddenly, the azure spiritual chi that Han Li released was turning black and it began to quickly spread back to his hand. "Agony poison!" Han Li yelled and his complexion paled. He immediately withdrew his hand and severed his spiritual chi connection to Feng Yu's arm. One of the 10 absolute poisons? Youngster Han, you've wasted your energy. There is no way of saving this person now. Monarch Soul Divergence chuckled and spoke with a tone of schadenfreude. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and annoyedly snort. It might be impossible for me to completely remove the poison, but it won't be difficult for me to awaken him and keep him alive for 10 days. I merely need to use a good number of spirit medicines, but I don't know if it will be worth the cost. With that said, Han Li stood up and wore a pensive expression. Silvermoon then suggested, Master, how about you awaken him first and have him make a few things clear before you come to a decision? That's true. Until I know about his relationship to the Buddhist sects of the Great Jin, I am unwilling to take any further actions. Soon after, Han Li slapped his storage pouch and produced a small white bottle into his hand. Han Li flipped the small bottle and dropped a fire-red almond-sized medicine pill into his hand. A trace of sorrow appeared on Han Li's face. This was a medicine pill refined from a high-grade demon core and was used to increase the spiritual power of core formation stage cultivators. It was a bit of a waste to use it on a foundation establishment cultivator. If his magic power wasn't sealed and Silvermoon wasn't injured, he'd be able to use a soul-searching technique instead of going through all this trouble. He held Feng Yu's chin in one hand and opened his mouth wide with a flip of his wrist. Then with his other hand he wrapped the pill in azure qi and flicked it into Feng Yu's mouth. Han Li let go of him and reached his waist to take out a sparkling silver needle. It shined with a cold light as he stabbed various places on Feng Yu's body in a blur. Suddenly, all the stabbed areas spurted with black blood, releasing a foul stench into the air. Han Li stood up and held his hands behind his back as he waited for Feng Yu to awaken. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the black poisoned blood formed a large pool around Feng Yu's body and he eventually began to softly groan as if he were about to awaken. Han Li's gaze wandered and he flicked his fingers, launching a wind that immediately stopped the flow of poisoned blood. Then with a tremble of his shoulder, his second nascent soul transformed into a black cloud and disappeared into the forest. It's you. Feng Yu eventually opened his eyes and clearly saw Han Li standing in front of him. He then let out a yelp of alarm and struggled to sit up. Han Li gave Feng Yu a glance and asked, What? Is it a surprise to see me? Was it you who saved me? Where is that traitor Feng Zhen? Although Feng Yu's voice was weak, it was filled with vigilance. Han Li looked to the side and carelessly said, You mean that purple-robed man? He's dead. Feng Yu turned his head with great effort before finally spotting the remains of the purple-robed old man. An expression of shock and resentment appeared on his face. Then his gaze turned back to Han Li with an odd expression. Could it be that fellow Taoist Han was the one to kill that old traitor? It seems your abilities are truly profound. I will remember your kindness and reward you in the future. He then took out a medicine pill from his waist and brought it to his mouth before attempting to stand up. When he stood up halfway, he lost the strength in his legs and fell back onto the ground. What's going on? I can't muster any strength. Feng Yu's face then betrayed a trace of panic. You're going to give me a reward? It seems you don't know about your current situation. Han Li spoke indifferently, showing no intention of helping him. What does that mean? What has happened to me? Have you placed a restriction on me? Feng Yu glared at Han Li and his face revealed furious alarm. Han Li smirked and said, You think too highly of me. If I wanted to restrain you, why would I need to place a restriction on you? How about you take a look for yourself? He then raised his hand and flicked a small object in his direction, a common mirror. Feng Yu was completely bewildered by Han Li's actions, but gritted his teeth and took a look at the mirror. How can this be? My face. When was I so deeply poisoned? Could it be that old traitor used? When Feng Yu saw his condition, he felt great fright and couldn't help but yell in shock. He then hastily reached for his storage pouch and took out a large pile of bottles in a flash of white light. He hastily searched through the bottles and began stuffing his mouth with medicine pills without any regard for the consequences. Han Li watched him with indifference and didn't say a word, allowing him to scarf himself with medicine. With that done, Feng Yu said little else to Han Li and closed his eyes in meditation, focusing on channeling the medicinal power to dissolve the poison. But after a while he opened his eyes and appeared to be on the verge of panic. How can this be? The many antidotes I've taken have no effect? What kind of strange poison is this? Han Li leisurely said, Although I haven't seen it before, It appears to be the agony poison of the 10 absolute poisons. Feng Yu's complexion turned deathly pale and he couldn't help but shout, "Agony poison? To think they would use that against me. That old traitor is clearly relying on the Kong clan. It was rumored the Kong clan possessed that poison." The Kong clan. Han Li's brow momentarily stirred. Wait. Feng Yu suddenly thought of something and managed to gather the strength to turn himself in Han Li's direction, asking, "The agony poison should have immediately killed me. How was I able to reawaken?" Han Li's expression sank and he snorted, "It seems you are unaware of my act of kindness. If it weren't for the questions I had for you, I wouldn't have wasted the vast essence pill on you. You merely had a temporary stay on life because of that thing on your neck blocking the poison. It would have immediately killed you otherwise, preventing any miraculous medicine from reawakening you. You touched it." When Feng Yu heard Han Li mentioning the silver key, he looked down at his chest in alarm before quickly calming down. "I was quite curious about how a Foundation establishment cultivator was able to resist agony poison for such a long period of time. Naturally, I wanted to investigate the matter. However, the vast essence pill is only temporarily blocking the poison. One day the poison will continue its attack on your heart and you will surely die." With some thought, Feng Yu then nervously asked, "The vast essence pill? I heard that it was an incredibly rare medicine pill. If I had another one of those pills, would I be able to continue suppressing the poison?" Han Li was surprised by his question and coldly replied, "It would be able to preserve your life temporarily, but do you understand the materials used to refine it? It isn't a medicine pill for dissolving poison, but something used for core formation cultivators to break through bottlenecks. It isn't something that can be bought on a market." Although Han Li didn't say it outright, it was clear what he had meant. It is a cultivation progression pill for core formation cultivators? Although Feng Yu anticipated the pill would be precious, he couldn't help but be dumbstruck. "However, there is a way for you to live," Han Li said with a smile. "What is it?" "So long as you save my life, I am willing to agree to any conditions." Feng Yu's mind was roused and he quickly spoke with eagerness. Han Li chuckled and said, "I don't want any reward from you, just a few answers to my questions." "That's fine. I'll answer to the best of my knowledge." Feng Yu replied without hesitation. Han Li explained, "The method is quite simple. Since the agony poison has already set your body on the path of ruin, you simply have to exchange your body. In the past, cultivators that are afflicted with the 10 absolute poisons used possession to escape with their lives." Possession. Feng Yu bitterly smiled, much to Han Li's surprise. Han Li raised his brow and asked, "What? Do you find this method unacceptable?" After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yu muttered, "Many thanks for Brother Han's kindness. While possession might work for others, I can't use this method." Something then came to Han Li's mind and he asked, "You can't use this method? Could it be you already?" "I won't conceal this from you," Feng Yu said with a bitter smile. "I already used possession once before. This isn't my original body." Han Li sighed and shrugged. "In that case, there is nothing left for you. There is no cure for the 10 absolute poisons." Feng Yu revealed an expression of alarm and bitterly pleaded, "There is truly no other way? Brother Han has much knowledge. Can I trouble you to give it more thought?" "There is nothing to think about," Han Li shook his head. Since the fame of the 10 absolute poisons had lasted through the cultivation world for so long, there truly is no method of dissolving them, earning them the reputation of being the 10 absolute poisons. "Then you mean to say that I will soon pass away?" Feng Yu said with a deathly complexion. "That's right," Han Li replied emotionlessly. "Even if you continue to take vast essence pills, you will eventually become resistant to its effects and perish regardless." Grasping at his final straw of life, Feng Yu recollected himself and rigidly stared at Han Li, asking, "How many vast essence pills does Brother Han possess? Can he sell them all to me?" Han Li frowned and then calmly asked, "What? Fellow Taoist Feng wishes to purchase them from me? While I am willing to sell them, I don't have too many. How about we talk about the matter after you answer my questions? Please don't hesitate to ask. Now that I've reached this far, there is nothing I won't answer." Feng Yu gloomily replied, "Good, very good. How about you state your identity? You aren't from the soaring tribes but from a noble family from the Great Jin, is that right?" Feng Yu looked at the jade pendant that had fallen to the ground and the silver key on his neck. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Since you've already guessed it, was there a need to ask that question?" Han Li wore a faint smile and aloofly said, "Which Ning is the Feng of Ning from? And how powerful is the Feng clan?" "What other Ning is there?" "It is the Guan Prefecture's Feng clan, of course. It can be considered a significant faction." Feng Yu answered. "The Guan Prefecture? The province capital?" Han Li narrowed his eyes. "There are many prefectures with the name Guan, but the Feng clan of Ning resides only in the Liao province." Feng Yu replied with an odd expression. He appeared somewhat baffled by Han Li's questions. Han Li carelessly nodded and didn't further ask about the Feng clan. He instead pointed to the jade pendant and asked, "How did you acquire that item? What are its origins?" "This pendant was passed down from my father. It is a token of the Feng clan." "Why do you ask?" Feng Yu said with surprise. Han Li glanced at the youth and doubtfully asked, "A token? Could it be all disciples of the Feng clan possess a top-grade magic tool as a token?" "Of course not," Feng Yu shook his head. "There are only 4 such tokens in the entire Feng clan. From that it seems your standing in the Feng clan is quite high. I am the eldest son of the Feng clan. If nothing unexpected happened, I should have become the head of the Feng clan in several tens of years." Feng Yu curled his lips and a trace of pain appeared on his face. When Han Li heard this, he wasn't surprised. For such great problems to happen to him, it seems that something happened to the Feng clan. However, this had nothing to do with Han Li. Instead, he stared at Feng Yu and uttered the most pressing question on his mind. "What relationship does your Feng clan have with the Buddhist sects of the Great Jin? Don't say you don't know anything about it. That token of yours possesses a deep Buddhist spiritual light." Feng Yu blankly stared for a moment and openly answered, "The Buddhist sects do have a relationship with our Feng clan. One of our ancestor was a layman disciple of the Guanning's Thousand Light Temple, a branch of the Grand Gold Sifting sect. Our Feng clan originally cultivated a Buddhist technique, but ever since the Thousand Light Temple moved away from the Liao province several hundred years ago, we changed our cultivation art to a Confucian one." When Han Li heard this, he rejoiced. Although he didn't know about the Thousand Light Temple, he had heard of the Gold Sifting sect. It was one of the 4 great sects of the Great Jin. It seems the Feng clan had genuinely cultivated Buddhist techniques in the past. "Do you know any of these Buddhist techniques?" Han Li asked. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Yu replied, "I didn't wish to cultivate Buddhist techniques, so I don't know any of the incantations. However, our Feng clan have preserved some of these techniques." He was astonished that this mysterious character had his eyes set on these Buddhist techniques. While Buddhist techniques were extremely powerful when cultivated to their late stages, their cultivation speed was pathetically slow. Even in the Great Jin cultivation world, there were few truly willing to take the initiative to cultivate Buddhist techniques. Monarch Soul Divergence then said, "Youngster Han, ask if his ancestor cultivated a crystal relic within his body. Only Buddhist cultivators with a crystal relic are able to cultivate methods to dissolve baleful qi." In preparation for his trip to the Great Jin, Han Li had read through a few records that happened to touch upon the subject of crystal relics. Crystal relics are a characteristic of Buddhist cultivators. There is no set pattern for their appearance. There are those that appear during core formation stage and those that are refined during nascent soul stage. To external cultivators, they were a rather mysterious existence. However, a crystal relic was something required to cultivate many profound Buddhist techniques and abilities. As such, cultivators from other sects, despite how superior their cultivation may be, are rather fearful of Buddhist cultivators who possess a crystal relic. Han Li agreed with Monarch Soul Divergence's suggestion and asked Feng Yu about it. "A crystal relic?" Feng Yu frowned. "My ancestor had cultivated one in the past, but due to his poor aptitude he wasn't able to break through the barrier to nascent soul stage. As such, he was disheartened and established the Feng clan of Ning instead." Han Li's spirits were roused. It appeared his luck was quite good. He may be able to find a technique to dissolve the baleful qi without searching deeply into the Great Jin. With that thought, Han Li smiled and said, "I now have one last question for you." Feng Yu forced a smile and said, "If there is anything you wish to know, please ask." Why did they use agony poison to deal with a foundation establishment cultivator such as yourself? The 10 absolute poisons are more precious than rare medicine pills. They wouldn't have used it if they wished to capture you alive. There should have been no reason for that core formation cultivator to use something as excessive as the agony poison, given the differences in your cultivation. When Feng Yu heard him, his face turned gloomy. That traitor Feng Zhen was a rogue devil Dao cultivator that our Feng clan had adopted in the past. Because he had offended an expert and was being hunted, he prostrated to our Feng clan to take him in, even offering to take our name as well. My grandfather had given that traitor shelter as our clan was prosperous at the time. As he was sent to handle our relations with a few of the soaring tribes in the past, I had originally come here to find him, but I didn't expect that he had been compromised by the Kong clan. He then lured me out and used the Kong clan's agony poison because of the restriction placed on his body. Direct descendants of the Feng clan are able to restrain his cultivation once they're at foundation establishment stage. If he hadn't used poison to launch a sneak attack on me, I wouldn't have been so helpless. Han Li tilted his head and mused, so it was like that. It is said agony poison has no scent or color. In the instant a lesser cultivator touches it, they would immediately slip into a coma. The Kong clan seems to be great enemies with your clan. That's right, Feng Yu scowled. The Kong, Zhang, Jin and the Feng clan are the 4 great noble cultivation clans in the Guanning prefecture. Originally we were all neutral parties, but when our Feng clan weakened in power, the Kong clan suddenly created an alliance with the 2 other clans and struck the Feng clan off guard. Feng Yu was reduced to wandering through various tribes in the plains after his clan had lost his standing and was now on the death's door. It was only natural for him to bear hatred towards these 3 clans. I have no interest in knowing about the quarrel between noble clans, but your reply is to my satisfaction. Now let's mention the matter of the vast essence pill. I only have about 10 of these medicine pills, enough to extend your life for about 10 days. However, each of these medicine pills costs several thousands of spirit stones. Are you truly able to purchase them? Several thousands of spirit stones. Although Feng Yu had guessed as much, he was alarmed. It was the cost of a top-grade magic tool. Fine, I'll buy it. Feng Yu agreed with gritted teeth. You're carrying that many spirit stones on you? Han Li raised his brow and examined Feng Yu with a mysterious smile. I don't have them on hand, but I can put up the key to the Feng clan's secret cave for collateral. Feng Yu lifted the silver key around his neck and handed it over without any hesitation. It seemed he had already come to a decision. The Feng clan's secret cave? Han Li stared at the silver key and didn't immediately move to take it. That's right, Feng Yu answered. This is the sole magic tool that can open the secret collection of the Feng clan for over 1,000 years. As a direct descendant of the Feng clan elders had me escape with the key as calamity befell the clan. Although I had never been there myself, the collection should have several tens of thousands of spirit stones. You're putting that key up for collateral? Han Li expressionlessly asked. How can I tell whether or not it is genuine? And even if it is, don't tell me you have no intention of returning to the Feng clan. What is there to return to? Feng Yu gloomily said. To the best of my knowledge, only a few servants and branch disciples managed to escape. I am now the only direct descendant remaining. I would have reunited with my other clan members instead of roaming these plains alone otherwise. If I die, the bloodline of the Feng clan will cease and the secret collection will eventually be tracked down by the Kong clan, only to their benefit. As such, it would be better spent to save my own life. If I cannot find a way to dissolve this poison in 10 days, I will leave the secret collection to you, a better fate than having it found by the Kong clan. Besides, the Buddhist techniques fellow Taoist Han so desires will be found in the secret cave as well. Han Li silently pondered for a long while before saying, Fine. You can use the key as collateral for the medicine pills. But first, you must allow me to search your soul to find out whether or not the matter of the secret collection and the Buddhist techniques are true. I don't wish to make a trip to a cave that doesn't exist. Soul search? Isn't that something only capable by nascent soul cultivators? How will that be possible? Feng Yu's face paled and his expression revealed fear. A forceful soul search requires a nascent soul cultivation. But if it is coordinated with another person through a technique, it won't be very difficult. Furthermore, this secret technique is different from common soul search techniques. Although Foundation establishment cultivators aren't able to search through complicated topics, it can easily verify if something is true or false. Han Li pursed his lips and soon revealed his white teeth in a smile, revealing a cold glint. When Feng Yu saw this, he felt his heart tremble. As the disciple of a noble clan, he was very fearful of soul-searching and wouldn't agree to such a dangerous affair under normal circumstances. But when he lowered his head and saw his poisoned skin, he found himself helpless. Feng Yu tightly gripped his fists and took a deep breath before coming to a decision. Fine, I will coordinate the technique with you. However, you may only search for matters relating to the Buddhist techniques and the secret storage. I will not let you look through anything else. Of course. I have no interest in your other affairs. Although we've come to an agreement, let us head somewhere more discreet. This place is too open. Han Li smiled and waved his sleeve at Feng Yu without waiting for him to agree. A gust of azure light blew around Feng Yu and caught him just as he was about to fall. Then with the azure light wrapping around his waist, he began to float off the ground. Although Han Li's cultivation was sealed, he still possessed his superb control of magic power, something far beyond the capability of an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. At that moment, his second nascent soul emerged from the forest and reappeared in front of Han Li with a tri-pointed stake in one hand and the purple-robed old man's primal soul in the other. Han Li glanced at the old man's primal soul and emotionlessly said, "There is no use for him. Kill him." When the second nascent soul heard Han Li, it grinned and firmly held onto the primal soul before emitting a black-green flame from its small hand. The green ball trembled for a short moment before turning into ash. At that moment, Han Li flicked his finger and an egg-sized fireball struck the old man's crushed remains, giving them a blazing cremation. Soon after, Han Li waved at the ground and the old man's storage pouch and small fire-red sword flew into his hand. Then after tidying up the rest of the traces of what had happened nearby, Han Li brought Feng Yu to the sky before dropping down to the field of rocks where he had set up his temporary shelter. Now that his cultivation was restricted, he had no choice but to be careful. Additionally, Han Li felt particularly gloomy about how he wasn't able to employ his immensely powerful spiritual sense. It was on the level of a late nascent soul cultivator, but he took the initiative to conceal most of it. If a grand elder of the soaring tribes or any of their nascent soul cultivators with strengthened spiritual sense were to detect him, it would be a sure death sentence. As a result, he had pulled back his spiritual sense to only cover the nearby area, preventing any roaming high-grade soaring tribes cultivators from noticing it. When Han Li was caught nurturing his gold-devouring beetles, he had been resting a portion of his spiritual sense at the time and had grown careless. Then as it so happened, a mid-nascent soul soaring tribes cultivator was pursuing a demon bird at a speed comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator about 10 kilometers away. Even if Han Li had been on guard at the time, he wouldn't have been able to put away his gold-devouring beetles in time and would have encountered disaster regardless. He was truly out of luck for a mid-nascent soul cultivator skilled in movement techniques to come across him in a place as vast as the endless sky plains. And he was convinced that if both sides understood each other's abilities, a battle wouldn't have broken out between them. Every time Han Li recalled this, he found himself not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He now found a majority of his magic power sealed due to the baleful chi backlash. And his opponent only managed to have one of his 7 split nascent souls escape from him. It was likely he suffered a massive loss in cultivation and would take quite some time to recover. The next day, Han Li returned to the encampment. There were far fewer tents there than when he had arrived. It seemed many of the tribes finished resting and had continued on their way. When Han Li found the Grey Heron tribe, they were already prepared to leave and were waiting for Han Li to return. Ying Lu was delighted when he spotted Han Li and hastily invited him into a carriage. He then called for the escort to leave through the other side of the encampment. Han Li sat in his carriage and slowly closed his eyes in preparation to sleep. But against his expectations, the carriage came to a sudden stop right after they left the encampment. Han Li opened his eyes with a frown, simply releasing a bit of his spiritual sense outside instead of lifting the curtains. Soon, escorts from various other tribes began to appear and their leaders called out to Ying Lu in greetings before joining together with the Grey Heron tribe at the front of their caravan. At that moment Han Li realized that during the time he was absent, the Grey Heron tribe had formed an alliance of sorts. These carriages had their own cultivator guards, but their cultivation was pathetically low. Two of the tribes even only had cultivators at qi condensation stage. According to the sayings of the soaring tribes, qi condensation cultivators weren't considered true immortals. It was also unknown how these tribes came across these cultivators. Despite Han Li's sealed cultivation, he still possessed the highest cultivation among the caravan guards. Han Li stroked his chin and then shook his head with a bitter smile. From the way he saw it, having more tribes in this journey would only serve to inconvenience them instead of being of any help. Then the Red Wolf tribe rushed over. When Han Li saw this, his expression stirred and he thought to release his spiritual sense. But suddenly, a very faint spiritual sense swept across the caravan. If it weren't for Han Li's hugely powerful spiritual sense, it was likely he wouldn't have sensed this at all. Han Li's expression changed and without further thought he concealed his aura. As expected, the thread of spiritual sense swept past the entire caravan and then focused on inspecting the cultivators that were present. A moment later Han Li stood up and began to walk in circles, ultimately deciding to remain inside his carriage. Han Li wore a sullen expression as he looked at the encampment as they departed. During that moment, 3 soaring tribes cultivators were standing on the second floor of the stone structure in the encampment, all of them looking in the direction of Han Li's caravan. The bald old man suddenly yelped in surprise and opened his eyes with a bewildered expression. The large middle-aged man standing behind the old man had a change of expression and his face tensed, asking, "Senior Ing, could it be you've discovered him?" The bald old man snorted and gave the middle-aged man an annoyed look. "Be at ease. It wasn't the foreign cultivator. There was a person amongst them that was acutely poisoned and surrounded by toxic qi. I am baffled how he is still alive." The palace-robed woman standing at the middle-aged man's side smiled and explained, "Senior Marshal Uncle, Brother Li was simply a bit worried. Senior Marshal Uncle might have nothing to fear from the foreign cultivator, but you are the only nascent soul cultivator present. Given how vicious this person is, the many small tribes and minor cultivators in the caravans will be drawn into the battle, and while you may be able to fend for yourself, you won't be able to look after the others." From the old man's strange discovery, there were only 2 conclusions. Either his spiritual sense was mistaken, or there was a cultivator with a spiritual sense far superior to his own, most likely being the foreign cultivator. Regardless of the outcome, neither of them would be good. For the first possibility, it would cause a loss of face in front of his 2 juniors and a loss of reputation as well, but the second possibility could lead to disaster. While he made it appear that capturing the injured foreign cultivator would be an easy task, he was among the cultivators that had participated in the battle to stop Han Li and held his grand abilities in terror. The nascent soul cultivators who fell in the battle against Han Li had their bodies had turned to purple ice and their nascent souls were subsequently frozen over, a scene that remained fresh in the old man's mind. Even if the foreign cultivator was injured, he reckoned that the foreign cultivator could easily bring him down in mutual destruction. Since there were no other nascent soul cultivators nearby and there was a vague possibility of death, he didn't have to mind to confirm whether or not the danger was true. In any case, the Grand Immortals and the Saintess will personally deal with this person after the day of spirit release. With his heart filled with dread, the bald old man sighed and decided against catching up with the caravan. If he were 200 years younger, he might have taken the risk. But now that he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he treasured what time he had left. The bald old man stared at the caravan as it made its way into the distance as he motionlessly stood in place. As for the pair standing behind him, they both glanced at each other with a bewildered expression, but neither of them were brave enough to ask about it. When the caravan arrived 10 kilometers away, Han Li felt a wave of relief. The master of the spiritual sense that had observed them back at the encampment hadn't followed them. Although Han Li had quickly responded to the spiritual sense search, he was unaccustomed to his drop in cultivation and withdrew his spiritual sense a bit late. He wasn't sure if he had truly concealed himself. And given how indiscernible the spiritual sense was, it was clear that the owner cultivated a secret technique. His heart relaxed a bit for the time being and he continued to conceal his aura, not daring to be careless. After traveling for over half a day, Han Li felt a wave of relief and began to slowly release his spiritual sense, covering a perimeter of over 10 kilometers. Sensing that nothing was out of the ordinary, Han Li summoned the purple-robed old man's storage pouch with a flip of his hand and poured out its contents in a flash of white light. Han Li swept his gaze past the pile of items and took a small bottle into his hand. He opened it and took a whiff before shaking his head and setting it aside. Then he took another bottle and did the same as if trying to find something. Eventually, Han Li opened the lid of an unremarkable green bottle. Before he even recognized what it was, a thread of purple mist drifted out. Han Li's expression grew sullen and he opened his mouth, spitting out a ball of azure light. The thread of purple qi wrapped around it and soon the azure light darkened. Han Li's expression changed. Before the azure light became completely corrupted, Han Li forcefully blew on the light and pushed it into the bottle before quickly sealing it. He then let out a sigh of relief. His actions hadn't been in vain. He had acquired the remaining agony poison, a rather significant gain. The 10 absolute poisons were rarely ever encountered. The Kong clan must have been an exceptional power to be able to possess something as rare as this. He carefully put away the bottle in his storage pouch and then released a thread of spiritual sense out of impulse, peeking into one of the Red Wolf tribe's carriages. Feng Yu was currently holding a fist-sized pearl with both his hands and meditating with his eyes shut. Black qi was flowing in from his eyes to the pearl in his hands, causing the pearl to shine with black light. There was a pile of medicine bottles stacked in front of him, but most of them were opened and there were even a few loose pills were scattered to the side. Han Li shook his head at the sight and withdrew his spiritual sense. Although this pearl appeared to be some sort of exceptional treasure capable of absorbing poisonous qi, it had already reached its limit. The absorbed poisonous qi would soon be replaced by the agony poison deep within his body and his efforts would be in vain. It was simply a delusion to believe that he'd be able to rid himself of the poison in a mere 10 days. With this thought, Han Li closed his eyes and sank into meditation. 8 days later, the road had been peaceful apart from 2 low-grade iron-hoof beasts. They encountered the caravan in a moment of carelessness, much to the joy of the cultivators, but Feng Yu, Han Li and one other cultivator hadn't participated in the hunt. The cultivator that hadn't taken action had aroused Han Li's interest, and when Han Li examined him with his spiritual sense, he found that the youth was simply a diligent foundation establishment cultivator that was immersed in cultivation. Han Li quickly lost interest in him after examining him a few more times. As for Feng Yu, he had failed in his many attempts to rid himself of the poison and had grown frantic, despair occasionally appearing on his face. His black hair had gradually turned white as well. This came as no surprise. He was the sole descendant of the Feng clan and was completely helpless as the death of his bloodline approached. What he suffered was far beyond what an ordinary person could bear. Now there were only 3 days left before he ran out of time. Anyways, Han Li had finished comprehending the incantation Monarch's soul divergence had given him 2 days prior. He had gained much peace of mind as he no longer had any fear of being surrounded by nascent soul cultivators. One day as night approached, the caravan of several hundred people stopped beside a river that was about 1 kilometer wide and made shelter for the night. The various tribes had raised bonfires all around them and were roasting livestock. When Han Li heard the sound of flowing water, his heart stirred and he departed from the carriage. The young woman named Shan had been eating a piece of dried meat when Han Li suddenly emerged. With a face flushed with embarrassment, she tossed the meat to the side and respectfully saluted Han Li, saying, "Sir Immortal, do you have any orders?" Since this was the first time Han Li had emerged from the carriage during the long journey, she had been thrown off guard and was somewhat flustered. Han Li took a glance at the woman's dainty face and looked the meat she tossed aside, then saying, "I have none. I've meditated enough inside the carriage and thought I'd have a look around." That. Somewhat at a loss, the woman proposed, "Immortal Han, how about I go fetch you some fresh water?" Han Li glanced at the river nearby and nodded. "That'll be good. Although I no longer feel the need to eat, a drink of fresh water will be good." When the young woman heard this, she gave a lively response despite the turmoil she felt in her heart and ran to the river with a water sack. When Han Li glanced at her from behind, his heart stirred and he unconsciously smiled. A short moment later, The young woman brought back the water sack and was holding a piece of roasted meat in her hand. She was panting for breath and offered the 2 items to Han Li with an embarrassed expression. With an earnest tone, the young woman said, "Sir Immortal, the roasted meat is quite good. Will you try some?" Han Li chuckled and said, "Sure. It's been many years since I've eaten something. A bit of food should be interesting." He then accepted the meat and took a bite, finding the taste to be quite good. When the young woman saw this, she revealed an adorable expression. When Han Li was finished with his bite of food, he set it aside and said, "It must have been hard waiting at the side of my carriage. You're participating in the Day of Spirit Release, right? Extend your hand and let me take a look at your spirit roots." "Many thanks, Sir Immortal." When the young woman heard him, she extended wrist with unconcealed excitement. Han Li grabbed the woman's wrist, channeled a bit of spiritual qi into her body and pondered for a moment. If his cultivation hadn't been reduced to foundation establishment stage, he would have been able to examine her aptitude without touching her. "Immortal Han, how is my aptitude? Do I have any chance of becoming an immortal?" The young woman eagerly asked. Her face wore an expression of hopeful excitement. "You should have no problem becoming an immortal, but it can be considered destiny that you've met me. Take the medicine before the spirit release rites." Han Li released his grip on her wrist and summoned a small white bottle with a flick of his hand. "This." The young woman received the small bottle with complete surprise. "Although the medicine pill isn't particularly precious, it will improve your constitution and will aid you on your path to cultivation." The medicine was a marrow-cleansing medicine pill, something valuable to low-grade cultivators but was of little value to Han Li. "Many thanks for Sir Immortal's great kindness." The young woman rejoiced and hastily bowed. "Stand up." Han Li waved his hand at the young woman and said, "Perhaps if fate will have, we'll see each other again in the future. By the way, since this river is so wide, could it be the southern portion of the Heavenly Water River?" The young woman carefully put an bottle away and said, "That's correct, Sir Immortal. It is a branch of the Heavenly Water River. It runs over 50 kilometers down before joining with the true Heavenly Water River." When Han Li heard this, he said nothing else and began to recall all the details pertaining to the Heavenly Water River. If he remembered correctly, the river was incredibly long, earning its title as the largest river in the endless sky plains, and it even reached down to the Jin Empire under the name of the Mystical River. He couldn't help but ponder over this fact. Then Han Li's expression stirred and he raised his head to look at the sky across the river with a gloomy expression. "Quickly inform the tribe elders that there is something flying towards us," Han Li sullenly commanded. "I don't know if they is passing through or if they're specifically heading towards us." The young woman was startled when she heard this and she repeatedly nodded her head before running to Ying Lu and the other tribe leaders. A short moment later, an uproar was raised and everyone quickly ran away from the river. Before most of the people could return to the carriages, green light flashed from over the horizon and a series of low-pitched cries sounded out, revealing a huge bat covered in green light. Its sinister and frightening appearance caused the mortals to shiver in fear at the sight of it. The many soaring tribes cultivators in the caravan all leaped out at their carriages and looked at it with solemn expressions. Han Li's gaze wasn't focused on the bat but the cultivators that were standing on top of it. Although they were quite some distance away, he was still able to clearly see them with his bright-sight spirit eyes. The group of cultivators had 4 men and 4 women. The men wore embroidered robes, jade bands, and magnificent ornaments. As for the women, they wore golden belts, white robes, and were barefoot. From their attire, one could clearly tell they weren't from the soaring tribes. All of them were at foundation establishment stage apart for the 2 core formation cultivators that were leading them. And much to his relief, it appeared they hadn't come for him. As these thoughts quickly flashed through Han Li's mind, the 20-meter-long bat flew above the caravan and wildly flapped its wings before stopping above it. A windstorm suddenly assailed them, blowing several carriages over and scattering their contents out onto the ground. Many of the mortals present even fell to the ground. In that moment, the soaring tribe's cultivators were all deeply shocked by this display and looked at each other in dismay. "Who is your leader? Come out and speak." A 40-year-old man standing on top of the bat swept his eyes across the caravan and spoke coldly in the soaring tribe's language. This person was one of the 2 core formation stage cultivators. The other core formation stage cultivator was a white-clothed woman that had a beautiful icy appearance. When Ying Lu heard this, he felt his heart drop and immediately walked out in the front. But when he bowed and attempted to speak, he was interrupted by the middle-aged core formation cultivator with an annoyed expression. "I'm not talking about the mortals but the cultivators." The huge bat then waved one of its wings and shot out another gust of wind, blowing Ying Lu several steps back and nearly causing him to fall onto the ground. When the soaring tribe's cultivators saw this, they were filled with terror. It appeared these cultivators didn't come with good intentions. A moment later, they all looked in Han Li's direction. After all, in the cultivation world, leadership defaulted to the one with the highest cultivation. When Han Li saw this, he felt a wave of gloominess. However, he then discovered that Feng Yu and one other soaring tribe's cultivator had yet to emerge from their carriages. It was understandable why Feng Yu hadn't emerged. After all, the proximity of his incoming death had left him on the edge of despair. He had nothing to fear from offending a high-grade cultivator. As for the other cultivator, he was the curious soaring tribe cultivator that only possessed a foundation establishment cultivation. It was quite questionable why he hadn't emerged. Could it be they came for him? Han Li pondered. Helpless, Han Li could only step forward and ask, "May I ask what brings you 2 seniors over here? If you wish to find someone, something, or have us perform some other task, we are willing to do our best to comply." A cold glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eye when he heard Han Li speak in a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. He glanced at his cloak and said, "If you want to talk to me, take off your cloak. I wish to have a look at your face." When Han Li heard this, his heart grew sullen, but since he never revealed his true appearance in his battle against the soaring tribe's cultivators, the demand wasn't cause for alarm. Without another word, Han Li took his cloak off to reveal an ordinary face. The cultivators standing on the bat all gazed at Han Li, and he even sensed a secret technique employed through the man's eyes to observe him. A moment later, the man withdrew his gaze and turned to the woman at his side, saying, "That's his true face. He isn't the traitor." The woman nodded, and then she swept her gaze past the other cultivators in the caravan and shook her head. At that moment, the middle-aged man turned to Han Li and said, "Tell your companions to come out. We're looking for someone and suspect they might be hiding amongst you. After we find him, we will leave the rest of you alone." Then the middle-aged man's lips moved, sending a series of voice transmissions out, and he waved his hand. The 6 foundation establishment cultivators flew off from the bat, and they surrounded the carriages containing Feng Yu and the other foundation establishment cultivator. The 2 carriages were completely silent. When the others saw this, the air became so heavy they could hardly breathe. The tribe leaders who hired these 2 cultivators turned deathly pale. Han Li frowned but remained silent. When the man saw that the carriages were silent, he couldn't help but coldly laugh. With a wave of his hand, several fist-sized fireballs appeared in the air and shot down towards one of the carriages. At that moment, a bitter laugh sounded out from one of the carriages. "Commander Gu, I already fled for the soaring sky planes and traveled such a far distance. There is no need to execute me here unless you absolutely insist on having this be my place of death." Before he finished speaking, the carriage erupted and a blanket of white glacial chi spread out, extinguishing the fireballs upon contact. A burly youth in his late 20s made an appearance as he held a snow-white crystal ball in his hands, his expression continuously changing. When the cultivators on the huge bat saw this, they revealed expressions of joy. The middle-aged man's smile then faded away and he malevolently said, "Zhang Jianying, the snow crystal pearl was in your possession as expected. My mistress had you bring this pearl to North Ice Mountain Sage North, but you dared to steal it away. You still have the audacity to speak? If you obediently return with us, we'll spare your soul." At that same time, the 6 foundation establishment cultivators blurred and surrounded the youth, leaving him nowhere to run. When the youth heard this, he smiled with rage. Having me go to Sage North was the same as having me be a sacrifice. Wasn't I assigned that task because I had ice-attributed spirit roots? I would have been ideal sacrificial material to refine for this pearl. If I didn't run, I would have died. Standing on the bat next to the middle-aged man, the icy woman snorted and said, "So what if that were the case? Don't forget your current cultivation was all due to the medicine pills our palace gave to you. Otherwise, You would have perished 100 years ago as a beggar, let alone become a cultivator. Not to mention the palace even allowed you to marry and have descendants. There is no problem in the palace asking for your body in return. Nonsense. The youth scoffed. Even if the palace didn't take me in, another large sect would have, given my mutated spirit roots. As for my wife and children, they are only small acts of kindness in exchange for my life. The palace can't actually believe that to be fair. He then raised the snow-white pearl and a pure white mist spouted out from it, surrounding him in a mist of ice spanning over 60 meters. You held such rebellious thoughts? The woman emotionlessly said, It is no wonder you didn't care for your family. We will have to bring you back to the palace to deal with your betrayal. Do you believe the snow crystal pearl will be enough to deal with us? You're delusional. She waved her hand and the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators raised scarlet spell flags in their hands. The flags then shot out of their hands and transformed into scarlet fireballs before condensing together into a single 30-meter-wide fire cloud. When the youth showed himself, the parties involved began to speak the language of the Great Gene. The other soaring tribe members were left at a complete loss. As for Han Li, who already learned their language ahead of time, he was particularly dumbstruck when he heard their conversation. What palace were they talking about? And a commander? Their words were greatly different from what one would expect of a cultivation sect. Rather, it was reminiscent of the various powers that existed in the scattered starseas. Could it be the cultivation world of the Great Gene was as complicated as the one in the heavenly south? While the soaring tribe's members couldn't understand their conversation, they knew that matters had turned for the worse. The mortals had already gone into hiding. As for the soaring tribe cultivators, they didn't dare to depart out of fear of causing a misunderstanding and could only protect themselves from accidental injury. As the fire cloud slowly pressed down on the icy mist, steam roiled and dispersed in every direction in a rather lackluster display. Although the ice crystal pearl was rather wondrous, its user was a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. He wasn't able to refine the treasure and make use of its true abilities. As soon as the confrontation began, it became obvious the icy mist was at an immediate disadvantage. The burly youth knew things were far from good and mustered the icy mist with all the might he could, but he was trapped by the fire cloud. Not long after, the ice mist began to shrink and the burly youth wasn't able to block the fire cloud no matter how much magic power he poured into the pearl. After a few minutes, the mist had shrunk to the size of 10 meters. When the core formation woman saw this, she turned to the man at her side and said, Commander Gu, take action. Since he is still useful, capture him alive. Be at ease. It will be done. The man nodded and then shot towards the icy mist in a streak of white light. When the 6 Foundation establishment cultivators saw this, they all formed a hand incantation and released the fire cloud. The icy mist roiled and a short moment later, a huge bang sounded out along with a muffled hum before the mist slowly faded away. The middle-aged man was firmly standing in place as he held the unconscious youth in one hand and the snow crystal pearl in the other. Given the huge disparity in their cultivation, the old man struck down the youth with ease. The icy woman wore a satisfied expression. Look after him. This trip can be considered a success. The middle-aged man handed over the youth to one of his subordinates and then pensively looked at the soaring tribes members who witnessed this battle. The woman frowned and said, Don't overreach yourself. This is the endless sky plains, not our 9 immortals' palace. Although we are acquainted with the endless sky temples, it would be best not to incur any trouble. The soaring tribes are very defensive of themselves. I understand. Then let us set off. This is. The man nodded and was about to leave when he unconsciously swept his gaze past one of the items left onto the ground and yelped with alarm. When Han Li followed his gaze, he saw a transparent fist-sized stone. It appeared quite peculiar. Its exterior was crystalline and its interior shined with a golden flame. Most of its exterior was filthy and unremarkable, but after the earlier steam wiped away the dirt that surrounded it, the stone regained a trace of its original appearance. Just as Han Li was pondering where he had seen this stone before, Monarch Soul Divergence suddenly shouted out its name, a gold flame stone. It's actually a gold flame stone. Youngster Han, your luck is quite good. At that moment he recalled the item was one of the crucial ingredients he needed to craft the seven-flame fan. It hadn't been seen in the heavenly south for countless years, and it was only something that could possibly be found in the Great Gene. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.